You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Tuesday night, February 15th, 2022, day after Valentine's Day. It's about 11 p.m. And we're getting ready to play the third book in Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Link's set of 4 crime dossiers. Book format that sort of ushered in this era of, or at least was the precursor to our modern mystery board games. If you're in the chat, this would be a good time to say hello. Let me know if the audio and video is coming through okay. Before we get started playing, we'll do our little preliminary stuff. I'm not going to give as long an intro to this genre as I have in the first 2 playthroughs. That's where you should start. If this is the first video of this series you're watching, probably not the place to start. You should start at the first book, but you're welcome to watch this playthrough as well. This will be full of spoilers. If you intend to play this game yourself, you should stop watching as soon as we start. We are going to be playing through the 1979 reprint here. And if you'll remember, this book/game originally came out in the 30s, 1937 or so. Here's what the original cover looked like. We played Murder Off Miami, otherwise known as File on Bolitho Blaine. That took us about 8 hours. Then we played Who Killed Robert Prentice last. That took us 2 8-hour sessions we finished last week. And this is the third one, the Malinsay Massacre. Whether this one will take us 1 or 2 sessions is not known. We'll play it by ear. Jonathan Warner, my partner in crime here, partner in detectiving, is in the chat. That's excellent. Let's see if I can bring up the chat, or if it's not working, I have to reset it during the break. Okay, that's fine. Let's talk a little bit about the reputation of this book. So we played the first book, Murder Off Miami, We played the original 1936 version, but it's essentially the same. The 79 reprints in America are essentially identical to the 1930s versions. They have evidence and different photo stock. Here's a cloth with a piece of blood on it, a drop of blood. The more recent reprints in the 80s look like this. Here's, in fact, a copy of the Malinsay Massacre in the 1980s reprint. These are completely playable. The content is essentially unchanged, but there's no more physical evidence. There's no more physical pieces. Everything is printed on the same stock and photocopied. So if you're looking to play this game, you want to try to get the 79 reprints, which are available used on Amazon and eBay fairly reasonably, like $20 each. And you can get all 4 of the 79 reprints. Here's Who Killed Robert Prentice, which we played last week and the week before. I thought this one was quite extraordinary. And it seems to be regarded as the best of the 4. And that's what I want to talk about now. The last 2, the Malinsay Massacre and Herewith the Clues, these 2 seem to be regarded as when the series took a step backwards, or started to go downhill, we should say. So we're going to tone down our expectations for the Malinsay Massacre. I'm very curious to see how the system changes. We read in the intro to the last book and in the newspaper fake article in the last book that Dennis Wheatley sort of had this philosophy for his writing to always be trying a different setting, a different approach. So it looks like he's interested in experimenting with stuff. And so I think we're not going to expect this to be as good as the previous book, but we're going to look at how he's changed things up. And then by the time we get to the 4th book, which we've already decided to play, and we'll probably play next week, people seem to think this one's not very good. So we're going to set our expectations a little lower. Now, after we play Wheatley's set, we may go on to play the American-inspired set of 4, one of which is Dennis Wheatley's first book. And I just got my hands on number 2. So number 2 is File on Rufus Ray. Number 4 is File on Claudia Cragg. And number 3, which I don't have, is Fenton Farr. File on Fenton and Farr, or Fenton Farr. And these follow the same system. They explicitly credit Wheatley and J.G. Links as creating the system. And you can see this one looks like it's from 1937, and it is. So whether we play these right away or I do a review on Wheatley's books first, I'm not sure. And then I just want to show this one again, Murder Memo to the Commissioner. This is 1950s, inspired by this system. This one's set in New York City, and this one I am very interested in playing. But for now, we'll do 1 session or 2 if we need to for Malinsay Massacre, and then we'll play next week Herewith the Clues, the last of the Dennis Wheatley books, and then we'll reevaluate what we want to do. Jonathan says the Rufus Ray book looks big. Yes, it does. In fact, it looks bigger than any of the others. So, Malinsay Massacre. I don't know quite what to expect. We can take a look here, though, at the front cover. The Earl of Malinsay is dead. Ruin comes to an ancient family. Did the valet really murder his master, or did the mysterious foreigner send poisoned sweets to Viscount Rayburn? Whose handwriting is on the label? Who put arsenic in the peppermints? Is the beautiful countess conspiring with her lover, or is the secret of the Malinsays hidden in the past? You have all the clues. Can you discover the truth before you open the sealed section containing the solution? And on the back, it says complete file of the actual evidence, including letters, maps, press reports, photographs, the third murder mystery dossier. Complete with the fatal tablet of arsenic to reassure those of a nervous disposition. However, this has been rendered non-toxic. And here we go. So I think maybe normally we like talk for a half hour, then we jump in. Maybe we'll talk for a little bit. Jonathan, how was your Valentine's Day? I don't know if you want to talk about your personal life, if you got anything to say about that or not. What needs to be said? Let me just remind people that Jonathan says the pill might be toxic at this point, even though they removed the arsenic. Well, I'm willing to give it a taste if it's indeed still in here. We'll check it out when we get to it. Let me remind you that there is a Board Game Geek guild for this channel. Believe it or not, there's only two other people in it. But there's a thread there, and there's a link in the YouTube community tab with a link to it. If you want to help decide what games we play next, you can post there, and I'm willing to play whatever people want to play in this genre. I will have a live Q&A probably on the 1st of March, I'm thinking. And between now and then, in the next 2 weeks, I'll be posting my 15 or so part 5-hour video series on making a board game YouTube channel, micro studio board game video production, where I talk about equipment and cameras and lighting and sound and all that. Just my attempt to vomit out everything I've learned in the last year. If you're interested in making your own YouTube channel about board games or something similar, you might want to keep your eye open for that. And come by for the live Q&A. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. All right, Jonathan, anything more to say before we jump into this? Or anyone else in the chat channel want to say hello? Jonathan, does my recap of the opinion of Malinsay Massacre match yours? People seem to generally think this is where it starts to go downhill. Jonathan says, I'll just say I had a good Valentine's Day. Okay. I think this was the book that they said people complained didn't have enough actual pieces of evidence, like physical items. And then the fourth one, they came back and put more than ever. But there's some controversy about the fourth book. We'll talk about that. Let's see what else we got in here. This cover says, when Murder Off Miami, the first crime dossier in the series, was reissued by Mayflower in 1979, it was an immediate success. The press and public met it with glowing reviews. The book created a sensation. So we're not Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Fun trying, though, to the last bloodstain. These are comments for the first book, Murder Off Miami. All right, I guess we'll just start in here. Is Malinsay a real place? The Earl of Malinsay. Maybe we'll find out. Okay, let's start here. So we've got a letter from Dennis Wheatley, the author of this book. He's starting to experiment with pulling himself into these books more and more. Okay, so at St. John's Wood, 8th January 1938, to Police Lieutenant John Milton Schwab, the fictional police lieutenant who solved the last case. Dear Lieutenant Schwab, since you handed us your papers in connection with the death of Belitho Blaine, which we published under the title of Murder Off Miami, we have been inundated with requests from the public for further examples of your brilliant detective work. Your visit to England last year provided them with the second example they had so insistently demanded. The file you left with us, together with your cabled solution of the mystery, were, as you know, published here under the title Who Killed Robert Prentice. But this only served to increase the number of demands for more. No writer can compete with real life, and no story our imagination could conceive would have the stamp of veracity of the tales told by the documents and clues collected by you in those two cases. We are, therefore, forced to appeal to you once again to search your files, and if you're able to find in them a case suitable for publication in the same way, to let us have your material and your permission to publish it. If you are able to accede to this request, you will earn the gratitude of a large section of the reading public throughout the world, as well as that of your devoted admirers, Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Links. Okay, so they're pretending that these are all real. No inner cover blurbs. Just what you saw, nothing here. All right. Here's another. Oh, here's the letter back to Dennis Wheatley. Dear Mr. Wheatley and Mr. Links, thanks a lot for your letter. It's great to know that the crime files have been so well received. It would be a pleasure to help you further, and I have been wondering how best to do it. I've been on a queer case recently that started with no more than a broken fingernail, but so many of the leading figures of our public life are now involved in this scandalous business that it would be highly indiscreet to give the facts to the world at the present time. Another of my cases was solved after months of fruitless investigation by my studying a chair for 22 hours on end. That wearisome session did at least induce the chair to disclose some startling facts, more than any suspected person had given away after the most grueling third degree. But unfortunately, it now reposes in the police museum of this city, and even if I could ship it to you, it could hardly be reproduced by the thousands for sale in bookshops all over the world. I had almost given up hope of being able to suggest anything for you when it occurred to me that there exists in your own country, the material for one of the most sensational crime stories ever reported. I refer to the massacre. Believe me, the word is not too strong, which started with the mysterious murder of the 5th Earl of Malinsay. These terrible events took place when your public was preoccupied with the early stages of the Boer War, and so received little of the publicity they would occasion today. In those days, crime detection was in its infancy, and no such scientific aids as fingerprints, telephonic communication, etc. available. So it is especially remarkable that the present Earl succeeded in solving the mystery to the satisfaction of your police. Without even visiting the scene of the crimes, he deduced who was responsible for the murders, and what was more startling, the amazing motive that lay behind them. Whether Lord Malinsay would agree to hand you his papers for publication, I can't say, but in view of the long time that was elapsed, you might be able to persuade him to do so, in which case you would be able to offer your readers the most colossal story and the work of a far more brilliant deductive mind than mine. Yours very cordially, John Milton Schwab. Okay. And here's a letter back from Malinsay Castle on Malinsay Island in Scotland. Okay. February 2nd. Lord Malinsay desires me to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of January 27th and to say that after careful consideration he has decided to accede to your request. I am therefore sending you his lordship's papers in connection with the death of the 5th Earl and the events that followed. As you will see, the whole of the original correspondence is handwritten, but to facilitate publication, I have made a typescript for you of the longer letters relevant to the case. His lordship is gratified by the flattering comments of the American detective you mention on his work in unmasking the criminal, But he wishes me to express his views that as the theory he propounded to the police was the only one which fitted in with the facts, no great deductive powers were called for. He also wishes me to remind you of his regrettable failure to elucidate the mystery which still surrounds the opening act in this terrible series of crimes. It is mainly in the hope that, even after all these years, some member of the public may be able to produce a possible theory which will explain the extraordinary manner in which the 5th Earl met his death, that his lordship gives his consent to the publication of his papers. It must, however, be clearly understood that owing to his advanced age, Lord Malinsay will under no circumstances grant any interviews or enter into any correspondence whatsoever concerning this matter. Yours faithfully, John T. Longland, Private Secretary. Okay, so that sets up the case. It's some ancient case. And what we've got here is a bit of a family tree. Family tree of the Rayburns of Malinsay. From Colin Rayburn of Malinsay, born 1620. I don't know what this abbreviation is. Something TD, for his services to the royal cause in the time of the Great Rebellion, created by the first Baron Rayburn in 1660 by King Charles II on the occasion of His Majesty's glorious restoration. Died 1678. Okay, so there's Colin, the first Baron, born 1678, or died 1678, born 1620. And it goes all the way up to Emily, who died in 1899. All right. Maybe we'll put a little mark on the family tree, in case we have to come back to it. 1620, 1889. So I guess this is going to be an old case from the 19th century. Oh boy, lots of cursive. As we all know by now, that the most important skill for a detective is being able to read cursive. Okay, Malinsay Castle, Isle of Malinsay in Scotland, October 25th, 1899. My dear Henry, as Providence seems to have decreed that I am to be denied a son, and you are therefore my heir, it is only right to request to acquaint you with an important decision to which I have come after profound thinking. Whereas you have suffered sorrow from losing a good wife in her youth, God has seen fit to endow you with children and a happy house, and while denying me both, to add the burden of an ungrateful wife. No one can understand the grief with which I admit at last that Frederica has proved totally unsuited to her position, to which I, in my folly, raised her. When I contracted their marriage, which I have since regretted so bitterly, the family were not slow in expressing their concern. You alone restrained the expression of any doubts you may have felt, and I have always been grateful for the way in which you appeared to welcome Frederica into our family and your endeavors to make her understand the traditions of which we are both so proud. However, it was not to be, and it is it is my duty to undo as best I may the wrong I have done you all, more particularly as, although I am in excellent health and am perfectly capable of looking after myself, certain happenings here require me to think that it would be a something to put my affairs in order. As you are aware, I have, by constant attention to my investments, accumulated a considerable private fortune. Let me know if you see profound reflection, Jonathan says. Okay, so he's acquired a private fortune apart from the entailed estate which goes to you on my demise. I would normally have left the bulk of my private fortune to my wife, but I am now determined that she shall not be given the amenities of those monies, which I am convinced provided her only interest in me. Apart, therefore, from a small income which will enable her to live something and place her beyond the reach of want, and our request of a personal nature, I have decided to leave the whole of my private fortune to you, making thereby some reparations to our family. For this large additional income will assist you and, I trust, your dear son William, in God's good time, the better to maintain the tradition of the Malinsays. It is sad to hear of this trouble our but it was inevitable after the failure of Miller's conversation with President Kruger last June. It may cost us a few score lives. They're talking about some war, I guess. But it will be a month's good exercise for our troops to teach these people a sharp lesson. And then we can settle down to see the country, to run the country properly. I am writing by the same post to Crump regarding my last wishes, and we will visit him together at something to settle any outstanding points when I come south towards the end of November. A touch of gout in the right hand precludes a longer letter, but I am, as always, your affable brother, maybe, George. Okay, so George is writing to Henry. He's saying he can't have a son, so you're my heir. It's only right. So he's writing Henry about his decision. His decision is he doesn't want his wife to inherit much because he's convinced she married him for money. And he says the rest of the family were not happy with Frederica, but his brother was kind and tried his best. So now George, who's writing this letter, is going to try to make it up to the family by changing his will to make sure the brother and his son gets everything. Okay. We've got a telegram here. post office telegram. Let's just look at this. Sent in 1937. It's got some interesting heading that I guess would be at the top of a telegram. If the receiver of a telegram doubts its accuracy, he may have it repeated on payment of half the amount originally paid. And if it be found that there were any inaccuracy, the amount paid for the repetition will be refunded. Okay. 11:30 a.m. Received at 12:20. To Henry Rayburn, SS Grosvenor Square, London. Lord Malinsay found dead. No indication of cause. Please come immediately to Stobart Valet. Okay, let's see. So he writes this letter October 25th, 1899 to Henry. And now Henry's getting a telegram. It looks like maybe the 20th of December, or is the date somewhere else? Can't quite tell, but he's getting a telegram that Lord Malinsay was found dead. Maybe we'll find out here. Okay, so Tuesday, 21st of, what is this month here? February? Can't quite tell. My dearest Collie, I have just had the enclosed telegram and am overwhelmed by the shock. I can hardly believe yet that your uncle is really dead. Something terrible must have happened. When he wrote to me some 3 weeks ago, he was in perfect health, although he did vaguely allude to some calamity overtaking him, something which I considered as absurd. He wrote that it was his intention to alter his will in my favor, and if he has actually done it, I don't yet know, but fear there will not have been time unless the document was sent to Malinsay for him to sign. I'm leaving something. I'm leaving by the night train for the island. I will let you know at once upon my arrival. I further something of this horrible tragedy in the midst of life. You know the rest. Your affable Uncle Henry. So Henry is writing to Colin now. I suppose we could look in the family tree to find these people. Well, there's Colin, or a Colin. I guess there's a lot of Collins, actually. Who are we looking for? Henry and George. Henry George, 1st Earl of Malinsay. Brother. Colin. Lots of Collins. Okay, well, they're writing in 1899. So 1899 would be the death. I guess we're all the way up here. Okay, so here's George and Henry. Died 1899. Okay, so here's our George. Here's Henry, his brother. There's Colin would be Uncle Henry. So he should be the brother's son. But I thought Henry didn't have a son. I mean, I thought George didn't have a son. I'm a little unsure who this Colin is he's writing to. Oh, I guess it would be this way. So this is, normally I would think of the parent being at the top, but here we've got the parents at the bottom going up. All right. All right, so Henry's writing to his, to Colin. Why do we have this extra paper here? That's weird. What do you think that's about? So he's basically saying, hey, George was going to change his will in my favor, but he died only a couple weeks after he wrote it, and I'm afraid he wouldn't have had time to change it. All right, now, let's do something interesting. Let's look at, Jonathan says Colin is top right. Yeah, maybe this is the Colin. So, it's his distant cousin. A distant... What do you call the nephew? His distant nephew, maybe. So he's a nephew through sister, through his sister marrying. All right, so we've got this weird blank page here. And I thought what we might do is, since we have the 1980 reprint, just for fun, let's see what these initial pages look like in this reprint. So you can see they're photocopies of the different documents. There's a photocopy of the telegraph. So in the reprint, this page doesn't exist. So this looks like maybe it was a misbinded, an extra page. All right, well, that's helpful to know. I like to keep this first segment super short because this gives people an off ramp from this video. So why don't we take a 5-minute break? We'll come back in 5 minutes and we'll continue and we'll play for about an hour or so. But I'll see you in 5 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're continuing our playthrough now of the Malinsay Massacre, the third book from Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Links, the third crime dossier book game. Okay, so the foundation of this mystery seems fairly clear. He's unhappy. George is unhappy with his wife. He writes a letter to Henry, his brother, says, I'm about to change my will. You're going to get everything. The wife's going to get nothing. And then his brother gets a telegram saying he's dead. Okay, so we see that Henry, the brother, is writing to Colin, signing it his uncle. He's the uncle. So Colin is nephew. And now we've got, it looks like, another letter from Henry to Colin. Thursday, November 23rd, 1899. So this is all happening. This must be November 2nd. So original letter is October 25th. Then by November, he's writing to his nephew saying that George is dead. And here he is writing again several weeks later. Let's chat for a second first here. So, okay. It's hard to know. I'm not immediately engaged in this the way I was last time, but I'm thankful that there isn't like a 30-page autobiography like there was last time. That was a little bit rough. In addition to, I want to talk about something about Valentine's Day. So we had our Valentine's Day. We did a little bit of cooking, made some ice cream, made some pizza. But one of the things I did is I watched Tim Heidecker Valentine's special, Wendy Kirby's Valentine's special. Now, if you don't know who Tim Heidecker is a comedian, and he's sort of a I don't know what you would call like alternative comedian that got started sort of on the fringes in YouTube, and they had a Comedy Central or Adult Swim Tim and Eric comedy show, and he's got some videos on a bunch of videos on YouTube, and a series called On Cinema at the Cinema, which I love, very dear to my heart. But he's sort of a comedian who plays it straight. And there's a lot of cringe humor. So he's got a couple of comedy specials where he's presenting his comedy as a character and stuff. An absurdist. Yeah, I mean it's more. I think cringe is the better genre, which is sort of a new genre. And he's also made a movie about him running for office, and it's all like it's connected, like on cinema at the cinema, which is on its face a movie review show, but really has storylines and a character. And then in the course of that, there's a spin-off of his band. And then in the course of that, there was a spin-off of a trial of the band. And then it spun off into a movie, I think it's called Mr. America, where he's running for office. And so it's all sort of tied together. And they do an Oscar special, a live Oscar special, which is like 4 hours long. But it's some of my favorite comedy, and it's just played straight. But anyway, there are some quite funny moments in the Valentine's special. All right, anything else to talk about before we get back into this? If it's true that this is not as compelling as the others, I wonder if we will finish it in one session. We'll see. All right. Well, let's go back to the game. Jonathan says, I like Tim and Eric's bedtime stories in Beef House. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Tim and Eric. I mainly focus on Tim. Tim has some cooking YouTube shows. I think Tim Heidecker is brilliant. Okay, here we go. Here's the letter, another letter to Colin. My dear Colin, what I'm about to tell you will, I fear, prove a grievous shock, but facts must be faced. Your Uncle George was murdered. His lungs have been found to be full of a deadly gas which could not possibly have been self-administered, and there is no apparatus whatever in his room which could have given off this gas, so that he might have absorbed it accidentally. Someone or something entered his room and anesthetized him while he slept, and afterwards escaped without a trace. No strangers have visited the castle for some considerable time. In fact, owing to the unhappy relationship which existed between him and your Aunt Frederica, poor George spent the latter years of his life almost as a recluse. In consequence, terrible as it seems when I actually write the words on paper, it is virtually certain that the murderer is among the permanent residents here with me in the castle. So he's gone to visit George to find out what's going on, and he's concluded it's murder. It seems that George had some intuition or suspicion that his life was threatened. Only one small episode can be fixed upon which hardly seems strong enough to account for this, but I will inform you of it for what it is worth. About 6 months ago, a rather clumsy burglary took place at the castle, involving the theft of nothing more than some old silver coins of little value. To my mind, this was the work of one of the fishermen, or more probably some worthless member of their family on a visit to his parents. But this apparently trivial episode appears to have preyed upon George's mind, as it is from that date that he began to surround himself with precautions against some form of personal attack. About a week after the burglary, he instructed his valet, Roderick Stobart, to sleep in his dressing room henceforward, and no one can get into George's bedroom without passing through this dressing room, which has since been occupied by Stobart each night. George further took the precaution of locking his bedroom door each night after he retired. Even this does not seem to have given him peace of mind, as his next step was to have his windows nailed up so that they could be opened neither from the inside nor from the outside. How he had enough air to breathe during the night, heaven knows, although of course his bedroom is a large and lofty one and he seems to have suffered no ill effects. In spite of these precautions, on the night of Monday last, there came to him the fate which he appears to have foreseen. About it there is at present little to tell. Immediately after dinner your aunt retired to her boudoir, where she spent the evening until sending for her maid at 11 o'clock and dismissing her for the night at 11:30. George remained downstairs in the library until 9:30 and then went up to bed. He read for an hour, rang for Stobart to come up to bed at about 10:40, and on the valet's appearance locked himself in his own room. At 8:30 the following morning, Stobart failed to receive any reply to his knocking, and fetching Donald Bain, an elderly man who does the boots, etc., to his assistance, ultimately broke down the door to find poor George dead in bed. Stobart then broke the distressing news to his mistress, who had since been in a state of collapse, though whether real or feigned I cannot say, and sent the groom, Norman Ward, off in one of the fishermen's boats to the mainland to telegraph me and fetch back the doctor. Old Dr. Stewart arrived from Mallaig a little before 5 in the afternoon. By the time he had completed his examination, it was too late to send another boat into Mallaig, but he sent Ward off again first thing on the Wednesday morning to inform the police and wire to Edinburgh for Dr. Gillies. Inspector McLean arrived with numerous underlings from Mallaig at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they were still busy on their investigation when I reached the castle, after my journey from London, a little before 7. The inspector seems a very decent fellow, polite, respectful, and anxious to spare the family, as far as he is able, from the tiresome formalities connected with his investigation. However, he appears to be much more suited to his normal work as a country policeman, where his principal concern is nosing out illicit stills or putting a check to the activities of poachers, than such a case as this, where murder has been done by subtle and abominable means. At least we are to be spared the pain of a public inquiry, as under the act which was passed 10 years ago, the coroner has no powers over this and 1 or 2 neighboring islands. I am determined to undertake a complete investigation myself, and shall examine everyone and everything here with the minutest care. I have a feeling that some hidden evil lurks on the island, and God knows when it may strike again. I am therefore going to write down every detail of my investigation, and will immediately send the results to you. Your long illness has left your mind as active as ever, and I well know from your last book which I read with the greatest interest. I am certain, therefore, that you will be able to be of help to me, and I count on you to send me immediately your views of the facts I shall tell you. If, by any chance, my fears prove well-founded, then you must follow me at any cost, and solve this mystery where I fail. My boy William, who is at Oxford, is hardly more than a child, and although he seems to be showing unusual brilliance in chemistry, I can hardly count on him for guidance, even if I were willing to interrupt his studies. There is therefore no one I can look to but you. In the meantime, it would be as well if I gave you some particulars of my first impressions of the people who are here while they are still fresh in my mind, so that you will be as well informed as myself. So it's an interesting framing of this case. The brother is he wants to investigate, and he's writing to his nephew, who must be some writer, and some super smart guy, maybe a detective writer, and he's conveying him information as he's discovering it. You will doubtless remember the island well enough from your visits here during your boyhood, in poor George's happier days, when he delighted to have the members of his family about him, and we could propose ourselves at any time. But, to refresh your memory, I am enclosing a small sketch map which I have taken from the library. James Campbell, the factor, who manages numerous properties on the mainland, only pays a monthly visit to the island, but came over directly. He had news of George's death, and he tells me that no fresh building has been erected since the map was drawn. The thrice weekly packet boat is still the only conveyance from the mainland in normal times, but the fisher folk are always willing to make the 3-hour trip for a small fee. And if you will direct your reply to Campbell's office in Mallaig, he will have it forwarded on to me without delay. The household at the castle is not a large one, as George cut down his staff to a mere skeleton of his old establishment after he married, and through the failure of your Aunt Frederica to be received into society, ceased to entertain. Roderick Stobart, whom I have already mentioned, was soldier servant to George during the few years he spent in the brigade. Soldier servant, how do you like that? After George, is that like a servant you bring with you when you're rich and you go into the military? You bring your own soldier servant who has to also fight alongside you? Stobart continued as a soldier until 10 years ago, when, upon his leaving the army, George took him into his private services as valet. Upon old Macpherson's death, Stobart took on the additional duties of butler. He is nearly 50 years of age, tall, thin-nosed, and of great muscular strength. By nature he appears a morose and silent man, but I understand he was most devoted to his late master and certainly seems to be deeply affected by his tragic death. The only other male employee inside the house is old Donald Bain, who was born on the place. How do you like that? It's servants who were born on the property. He helps Stobart with heavier work. The garden has been allowed to go to rack and ruin, so there are no rack and ruin. How's that for a phrase? I'm not familiar with rack and ruin. Jonathan says, I like how stuffy this guy writes about going to the island where there's a murder and trying to find them. Okay, the garden was allowed to go to rack and ruin. Don't know the origin of that expression. It sounds like a colorful one. So there are no outdoor servants with the exception of a groom, another kind of servant that we're not familiar with that term, calling someone a groom as a worker. They're taking care of the outdoors? I don't know what it does. A groom named Norman Ward, who also acts as coachman on the rare occasions when one of the family or anyone coming to the castle on business has to be met and driven up from the harbor. He is a young man of 24 who has now been just over 3 years in George's employ, but he spent all his time looking after the few horses George still kept in the London stable, until about 9 months ago when George brought him up to Scotland. Ward is a Londoner by birth and seems rather a superior type to the average groom. Is it a horse thing? To the average groom, English or Scottish, and is a handsome, attractive-looking fellow. He lives out over the stables, and I gather keeps himself very much to himself. Okay, I think it must be a horse thing. Mrs. Eyre, the housekeeper, you will surely remember. She is now advanced in years, being close on 70, but is still active, and although she tells me she has twice suggested that the time had come for her to retire, George was loath to make any change, so she remained on to oblige him. Her daughter, Janet Eyre, a sour-looking woman of 40, is now parlour maid. The cook, a Mrs. Cromarty, has been here for the past 5 years. Nobody knows her Christian name. In fact, its existence is almost as doubtful as that of Cromarty. The two housemaids are Mabel McGregor and Maggie Chisholm. The kitchen maid, Effie Byrne. All 3 girls are island bred and have relatives among the fisher folk down in the village. The only other servant, if she can so be described, is your Aunt Frederica's personal maid, a girl of 23 named Caroline Cowdray, a good-looking child if ever there was one. Although she is termed a personal maid, she is treated more as though she were a companion, since, in addition to her bedroom, she has a sitting room of her own and her meals sent up on a tray. I'm not certain of it, but I have a shrewd suspicion that she is really some connection of your aunt's. Frederica's family were, of course, entirely without substance, and I fancy that one of the reasons for the ill will which existed between her and George was his reluctance to do more for them than provide them with a small allowance sufficient to enable them to live in the lower middle-class surroundings to which they had been accustomed. One can hardly hold it against your aunt that she would have liked to raise her family to affluence, or against George that he saw no reason why this should be done at his expense and his continued refusal to receive them. It is a possibility, therefore, that Frederica adopted this means of securing a comfortable home for at least one of her young relatives. Whether I'm right or not in this, Caroline Cowdray shows the most marked resemblance to the pretty, witty creature your aunt was herself when poor George was so ill-advised as to take her off the Tivoli stage and marry her. I wrote the above before Dr. Gillies arrived this morning. He confirmed Dr. Stewart's statement about the cause of George's death, but even now there is not the slightest evidence as to how the gas was introduced into the room. There seems to be no doubt that someone administered it at close quarters, as had the room been filled with it in some devilish way, traces must have remained. Either Stobart or Bain would have noticed the pungent smell when they broke down the door on Tuesday morning, yet both are positive in their statements that they neither noticed nor smelt anything unusual. You now know as much as I do, and I will acquaint you with any further facts which may come to light. The funeral, by the way, is fixed for Saturday. Your affectionate uncle, Henry. Ah, that's what AFF abbreviation stands for. Affectionate, not affable. Your affectionate uncle. Okay, and here's the map he sent to his nephew. Let's take a look at this. So, is that where they live in this castle? They've got the Brig House, Holstis, which I don't know what it means, Burnside. I don't know if these are people's, they're capitalized, so they might be people's houses. The Holstis House, the Burnside House, the Brig House. That's the island. Boy, that's a small island, huh? Fisherman houses. 1.5 inches to 1 mile. So it looks like maybe 8 miles by 8 miles. Or 8 miles by 4 miles. Okay. All right, so Colin Rayburn, Esquire. That means they're a lawyer. So Colin is a writer or a lawyer or something. And he's writing back to Henry on November 27th. Jonathan says, rack comes from rack, which became wreck. So the phrase is like wreck and ruin, two similar words to reinforce the idea. Maybe corruption of the phrase going to wreck. Interesting. Okay, let's see what Colin says back to Henry. So now we know why he's writing to Colin, because even though he's a distant nephew, he's like some smart writer or lawyer in the family. My dear Uncle Henry, your news is terrible indeed, and I hasten to express my sincerest sympathy in the tragic loss you have sustained and the appalling shock of learning that poor Uncle George was murdered. One reads of such things in the newspapers from time to time, but I find it almost impossible to realize that such a horrible fate has overtaken a member of my own family, and one of whom I have many pleasant memories because of the innumerable kindnesses he did me in my youth. Of course, you can count on me doing everything possible to help you in your investigation, and I may be able to make suggestions which might start a new train of thought in your mind. Unfortunately, I have little else to do here than consider the facts you send me, but of course so far they are too few to enable either of us to speculate. It is now over 10 years since I visited the island, but I well remember the jolly times I had there as a boy, when the castle was always full of people and Uncle George entertained in such a lavish manner. Although his older guests could never reproach him with neglect, he somehow always found time to take me bird's nesting among the crags on the west side of the island, or fishing in the Sound, and taught me practically all I know of the wildlife of Scotland. I fear, however, that I ill repaid him when he married Aunt Frederica. I trust I am more tolerant now, but at the time I was only 20, and with the harsh judgment of the young, I was guilty of forgetting his many kindnesses to me in my selfish anger and distress at the thought he should make such a woman chatelaine of our dearly loved Malinsay. So chatelaine, that must be like the woman of the castle. Chatelaine, Chatelaine. The whole family's upset that he's marrying such a low woman. No one can deny her beauty, and many might have envied him the possession of her as a mistress, but why he could not have kept her in that capacity with a separate establishment in London or Paris I have never understood. His utter disregard for convention, coupled with her flat refusal to modify in the least a taste in clothes which so clearly proclaimed her previous profession, made it impossible for his friends and relatives to accept her into their society, as you well know. So what was her previous profession, as an actress or a woman of the night? It mentioned her being like a... I thought it mentioned her being an actress at Tivoli, which I took to be like a play, but would that really make her low class? Maybe it's something else. Okay, I visited the castle only once. Chatelaine, Jonathan says, is a woman in charge of a large house. Yeah, okay. They're upset that she's managing the family house. We're gonna hear from her. But is it just that she was not born into rich high class? Or was it that her profession was as a woman of the night or something? They're pretty harsh to her if she's just like an actress or something. I visited the castle only once after they were married, and the vulgarity of her conduct positively overwhelmed me with disgust. Wow, that's a little harsh. We went shooting, I remember, and she appeared with the luncheon hampers clad in a French creation suitable for the races at Auteuil, and with a cartwheel hat loaded down with at least 6 birds of paradise on a Scottish moor, if you please, and cracked questionable jokes with the gillies while we fed with a forced unnatural familiarity which made the poor fellows as well as myself so ashamed that we hardly knew which way to look. Poor Uncle George, he was such a simple, kindly man. I was furious with him then, but I can only feel sympathy for him now that he is gone, and one considers the appalling price that he, with his sensitive nature, must have paid for his folly. So she's coarse and crass. They don't like that. She's wearing a hat with birds, stuffed birds on it and stuff. Chatelaine originally referred to the belt of keys women would wear. Interesting. Your relation of the facts concerning his death seems quite extraordinary. If, as you say, the door was bolted as well as locked on the inside and there was no other entrance to his bedroom, how could anyone possibly have got in to administer the gas? Surely it must have been introduced from the outside in some manner, although how that could have been done through the thick stone walls or nailed-up windows utterly defeats me. And your self-appointed task of tracing the perpetrator of this devilish crime will be no light one, seeing that it was thought out with such ingenuity. The police, I fear, will prove of little help, as one can hardly expect to find a Sherlock Holmes among the rural constabulary on the west coast of Scotland. But I agree with you that almost certainly the murder must have been committed by some member of the household. Although, of course, somebody occupying one of the houses on the island might have had a grudge against Uncle George. It is good to hear that my cousin William is doing so well at Oxford, but in view of my own inability to join you, surely the wise course would be to telegraph him to do so. The interruption to his studies at such time is unfortunate, but in a fortnight term will be over in any case, and if he is as keen on his work as you say, it should not be difficult for him to make up any leeway in the vacation. You must bear in mind that the murderer is still at large and most probably living in the castle, which is a gruesome thought. And it may be, if the criminal is a madman, that you are exposing yourself to grave danger. So you certainly should not remain there alone. I do urge most strongly, therefore, that you should send for William, particularly in view of the fact that as he is already a promising chemist, he doubtless has some knowledge of gases and would thus be of even greater assistance to you than myself. Congratulations on your having come into the peerage would hardly be in place, but I am sure you know that all my good wishes go out to you as the new head of our family. So come into the peerage. I don't know if that's a term for, but he's now become the head of the family. You do not say whether the arrangements of which Uncle George wrote to you recently had been carried out. I sincerely hope for your sake that they have, since the title would be little more than a burden if you were to bear it on your own income with only the entailed estates added. It is a queer twist of fate that by succession of fortunate marriages, the elder branch of the family, which originally held the peerage until attained after the 45, should have amassed such a considerable fortune as my father was able to leave to me, whereas the younger branch, in whose favor the peerage was revived, should always have been in some difficulty to keep up the title adequately. It seems that better fortune had come to them at least when Uncle George began to amass money through his shrewd speculations as quite a young man. So one branch of the family is taking care of the estate and everything, and the other one's not. I naturally assumed that he had made adequate arrangements years ago to ensure that you, as his heir, or if you predeceased him, your boy William, would come into the bulk of his money, seeing that he had no children of his own. It will be tragic indeed if the whole of his private fortune goes after all to the worthless Frederica instead of to yourself. I shall be thinking of you constantly and beg that you will write me the fullest details regarding the progress of your investigations. Your affectionate nephew, Colin. Jonathan says, sorry, Professor, can't take final exams. Need to go solve a murder on an island. Those are the olden days. Take a break, take care of a murder. Okay, so here's another letter to Colin. My dear Colin, 29th of November, so again, later in November. Your letter was a great comfort. I hope that your wearisome illness is progressing as well as can be expected, and that we shall soon be able to look forward to a complete recovery. I hope before very long to be able to visit you, but you will agree that for the time being at any rate, my place is here. It would be 1,000 pities if I were to leave, and during my absence something of importance were to occur. It is a great consolation to know that I can rely upon your counsel and good judgment. For my own part, no sign of daylight has appeared to encourage me, and I can only hope that you will be more successful than I. Your reasons for urging that William should join me here are sound ones, and although I was loath at first to interfere with the examinations he is now taking, and burden one who is after all little more than a boy with such a horrible business, I give way to your sound arguments and have written to his tutor requesting that he be sent. I shall certainly derive much comfort from his presence here, as I freely confess that the atmosphere of this place is getting on my nerves. He is young, cheerful, healthy, and with a happy disposition, which should do much to counteract the oppressive influence which now hangs about the castle. I fear he will be gravely shocked when I have to inform him of the unhappy relations which existed between George and your Aunt Frederica, as he is quite unsophisticated, and so far has had little experience of the more sordid side of life. Frederica remains confined to her own rooms, and has her meals sent up, so although I greatly doubt this manifestation of grief being genuine, I hardly feel justified in breaking in on her seclusion, and have not yet seen her, except to pay my formal respects and offer condolences upon my arrival here. She did not attend the funeral, and by an oversight it very nearly had to be postponed. It was only early upon the Saturday morning our factor, Campbell, reported to me Our factor, Campbell, reported to me that a great quantity of timber had been stored in front of the entrance to the vault, and we had to get all available hands from the village to move this before the ceremony could take place. I'm sorry to tell you that the new will had not been executed before George died. Jonathan says, is it really wise to bring an entire new airline to the murder island? Especially when you know the book is called the Malinsay Massacre. That's foreboding, isn't it? Okay, the new will had not been executed. Yikes. I wrote to Crump on the 21st and had his reply yesterday. He informs me that although the documents were prepared and dispatched nearly a fortnight ago, George wrote to him that he would prefer to execute the deed when he arrived in London at the end of the month, as he did not wish anybody at the castle to learn that he had signed important papers requiring witnesses. It appears that I am not the only loser, as Crump had asked me to inform Frederica's maid companion, Caroline Cowdray, that she must not count upon any expectations which she may have had. George apparently had put her down for £2,000 in the new draft. Unfortunately, Crump is quite definite in his advice to me that we should have very little chance of upsetting the old will. Oh, this is a long letter. Caroline Cowdray puzzles me greatly. She is undoubtedly a most attractive young person, but sly, and in the last 3 days I have caught her no less than 4 times spying upon me while I have been examining the contents of various rooms in the castle. What George's interest in the girl could have been, I have no idea. £2,000 seems a big sum to leave any servant for faithful service, particularly one who had only been in his employ just over a year. But I gather that he spent a considerable amount of his time in her company. To return to my investigation. I have examined George's room with the minutest care, but I am utterly defeated on the question as to how anybody could have either got into it or introduced the poison gas from which he died. The sashes of the windows were nailed down so firmly that we had to cut them to pieces in order to open them again. I had ladders put up against the house yesterday and examined the outside of the bedroom walls inch by inch, but there is not a crack in them through which air could enter. And the same applies to the walls inside, which I have scrutinized now a dozen times. George had even had the chimney bricked up, and the room was heated by a single hot water pipe running through it, an unbroken cylinder without so much as a bolt on it that could have been unscrewed. So the way the room was heated was like a hot water pipe without vents, just a hot water pipe that ran through the room, and hot water, as it circulated through, would radiate some heat. The single door to the room was unquestionably broken in, and I send you a photograph of it. You will observe the twisted bolt, which proves beyond question that it was secured on the inside by George himself and had to be forced as Stobart had described. Stobart, this is when they broke in and when they didn't get a response. Stobart is a queer type and quite unlike the usual family servant. He is respectful enough and seems to me to have the appearances of an honest man, as he always looks me straight in the face when I address him and answers without hesitation. But his replies are always of the utmost brevity, and somehow I have the impression that although he has nothing to conceal upon his own account, he is afraid of talking too much for fear that he may give away something which might incriminate somebody else. He is an efficient servant, but he does not walk or speak or hold himself like one, and I have observed him at times, when he does not know that I am watching him, staring out of the castle windows down towards the Sound with a queer abstraction in his gaze, as though he were absorbed by some difficult problem of his own. Yesterday I surprised him playing with a strange heart-shaped piece of wood. To this were attached 2 small wheels and a pencil. He was very shamefaced about it, and after some persuasion explained that it was a device for so-called spirit writing. It's like a Ouija board. The poor gullible fools to whom this thing is sold are instructed to place their fingers lightly on the wood and to concentrate on the question that they require answered. The contraption is then supposed to move, and the outline traced by the pencil are supposed to be legible and to produce the answer to the question. It's a Ouija board. I can well imagine that in the case of a highly strung person, the hands might move the machine to trace out words without even knowing that it is their own subconscious mind providing the answers. Stobart hoped to find the murderer by the aid of this nonsense, and begged that I should not tell anyone of his belief in it. Of course I will respect the poor fellow's wish. Except he's telling Colin in the letter. Inspector McLean has examined everyone and everything here and taken lengthy statements, but he is slow-witted, although pleasant fellow. He speaks mysteriously at times of having his own ideas which he is following up, but he never gives me the benefit of them, and frankly, I doubt their having any real existence. During the last few days, I have been able to go into the question of the inhabitants of the island outside those who live in the castle. In the village, there are only fisher folk, all families whose ancestors have lived here for many generations, and George is spoken of universally by them as a good landlord and kindly gentleman. There is only one trace of malice and discontent. This comes from the McGregor family. Their second son, Andy, is apparently a bit of a bad lot, and about 8 months ago, George had to take a firm hand with him on account of his poaching activities. McGregor is a more intellectual type than the majority of the islanders, and apparently became interested in this newfangled nonsense called socialism, which seems to be spreading through the writings of some crazy German named Marx. I know little about it, except that these people would like to turn the world upside down and ruin us all. But apparently when George had young McGregor up at the castle about his poaching, he had the impudence to suggest that the game on this island should be the common property of all who live there. George, I gather, told him very sharply what he thought of this fantastic idea, and ordered him to leave the island. Yikes. The violence of this quarrel, while hardly being sufficient to suggest a motive for murder, does make me feel that McGregor should be counted suspect if we find that he has returned to the island since. Apart from the island, there are, as you know, 3 houses only. Let's look at this picture of the map. Maybe we'll put a little marker on this map. All right, 3 houses only. Burnside, which is here, which is occupied by an artist named Claude Pirbright, who has lived in it for 2 or 3 years off and on. His permanent home is said to be up in London, but he spends a lot of time here, sometimes alone and sometimes accompanied. In the latter case, not always, I understand, with the same lady. He has been here for the past 6 weeks, and this time alone. He is quite well liked, is attended by a manservant only, and so far as the night of the murder is concerned, claims to have been in bed from 10:30 onwards, a fact confirmed by his servant. The Brigg House, here, at the gates of the park, after having been empty for many years, was taken some months ago by a journalist named Robin Hardy. It is reported locally that he came here for a rest cure after a nervous breakdown, but he appears fit enough at the present moment, and our family misfortune has aroused the fellow's professional activity, which is a great nuisance, as he is always hanging about the place and seeking to pry into matters which are none of his affair. The only other house on the island is Holstius, there, which was let 4 years ago to a Swiss named Grundle, who is said to be a geologist. It seems that this man wrote to George some time ago for permission to carry on some excavations just outside the castle grounds. He said, so Stobart tells me, that he expected to find some bronze implements there. George willingly gave permission, and Grundle thereupon engaged a man from the village named Thomas, giving him instructions as to where to dig. Nothing has to be disturbed, and Grundle periodically comes over to the island and makes a minute examination of the ground. So far, I did not learn of his having found anything of interest, and he must have become discouraged, for he had not been here for many months until last Saturday, the day of George's funeral, when he put in an appearance, leaving the island again the following day. During his long absence, Thomas was instructed to inform Andrew Duart should he unearth anything unusual. But nothing was found to warrant such a message, and it is believed he came over merely to see whether his instructions were being carried out. This man Duart has the easy job of caretaker at Holstus, and looks after Grundle during his brief and infrequent visits. He describes his employer as a rather foreign kind of man, although apparently his English is very good, very preoccupied with his work, but quite interested when on the island in the life of the castle. Duart has to send any messages for him to his bank in London, who forward them wherever he may be, but up to the present this has not proved necessary. The police sent to Mallaig for the local photographer, as taking photographs of the scene of the crime is, apparently, a new aid to crime detection. I am sending you copies with this. I am also sending a photograph of Frederica, which I found in an illustrated paper in the bedroom allotted to me, together with a detailed plan of the east wing where the living rooms of the family are situated and one of the castle grounds, okay? So lots of maps in this book. Before long, I hope to send you photographs of most of the people I write of. One is able to judge so much of a person's character by seeing them, and the science of photography is making such remarkable strides nowadays that the likenesses almost speak to one out of the paper. Our progress in the South African campaign does not seem as great as we might have hoped for after our initial success, does it? I was dining with Lord Snoop a few days before I left London, and he told me many interesting things about our original plans and the reasons that had necessitated their change. According to him, the necessary adjustments have now been made. Lord Methuen is well on his way up to Kimberley, and Buller should soon force the line of the Tungala River, after which it will only be a matter of days before he can relieve White at Ladysmith. These were probably all real people involved in this war. From that point on, it should be plain sailing, since the Boers are obviously incapable of putting up any prolonged resistance against the British Army. I'd like to know a little bit about the Boer War, if someone wants to look that up. We can, therefore, count on this little trouble very soon being over. How I wish I felt as confident of success in my efforts here. Your affectionate Uncle Henry. All right, so let's look at what he sent Colin. The Malinsay Castle first floor plan. So I I'm not sure why it's so small. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit here. Bedroom, dressing room, boudoir. Bedroom, 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 bedroom. Valet's bedroom, bedroom. There's Lord Malinsay's bedroom. And you had to go through the valet's bedroom to get there. Then another bedroom and living room over here. So lots of guest bedrooms. Okay. That's the first floor plan. We're going to get a photo of Frederica soon. Okay, here is the ground floor plan of the castle. Let's take a look at that. There's the courtyard. The castle keep. Someone remind me what the castle keep is? Why it's called that? So then we've got a drawing room, a hall, dining room, pantry, kitchen, the scullery, stable where the horses are. Scullery, that's a term I've heard a lot, but I can't say I know how it's different from a kitchen. So scullery. Looks pretty fancy. Oh, look. There's the Earl dead in bed. Okay, let's take a look at this. So here's a photograph of him dead in bed. He's got his nightcap on. Looks like he died peacefully. There's the sink next to his bed. Don't see anything legible elsewhere in the room. He's under his blankets. He's got his hands out. I just see his dressing area, his sink, soap. Nothing jumps out at me as being noteworthy, but we can always come back to it. Here is the door that got smashed in. This is just to tell us that they had to break through the door to get it open. And there is Frederica. Doesn't jump out to me as dressed inappropriately. The Countess. Okay, now we've got a new section. The reports of the Malinsay case have not been detached but can be distinguished from the irrelevant matter by the headlines. So what we've got is newspaper print here, but it's saying that you don't remove these like you did in the previous book, but it's saying just look for the headlines that are relevant for this case. So let's see. We've got Lord Malinsay's death article. Let's see if we can read this together. Lord Malinsay's death. Murder suspected. Police are at the castle. This is from November 30th at the West Highland Bulletin. In our issue of November 23rd, we had the sad duty of reporting the death of George Philip Henry Arthur Rayburn, 5th Earl of Malinsay, at his seat on Malinsay Island on Tuesday, November 21st. It was not until the Thursday that rumors reached the mainland that foul play was suspected in connection with Lord Malinsay's death. Details are still leaking as the police are proving exceedingly reticent, but it is now known that Lord Malinsay died from some form of gas poisoning, which it is believed could not have been self-administered. Dr. Stewart summoned police assistance from Mallaig on his arrival at the castle on Tuesday, and Inspector McLean, arriving on the following day, took charge of the case. A number of other officers accompanied Inspector McLean and are now reported to be extremely active at the castle, but strict secrecy is being preserved, and owing to the island's isolated position, some 3 hours sail from the mainland, accurate information is difficult to secure. At one time, Malinsay Castle was one of the gayest centres of society in Scotland, and the late Lord Malinsay entertained there on a most lavish scale for a number of years after his succession to the title. But after his marriage, he ceased to entertain, and for the last 10 years has lived almost a recluse, except for comparatively short visits to London about twice a year. The funeral of the late Lord Malinsay took place on Saturday the 25th at 3 p.m. The Reverend Ephraim McAllister of St. Enoch's, Mallaig, officiated at the ceremony. The late peer's brother, who has now become the 6th Earl, was the only relative present. Other mourners were Dr. Stewart and Mr. James Campbell, his lordship's factor. Did we ever find out what factor is? M.S. Dasher is back with us, and he says, what George interest might be, the humor is back. Oh, a factor is a trader who sells goods for commission but travels with the goods with them. I think the Boer Wars were wars between the British and the republics of Dutch colonial descendants, brought about by discovery of rare gem mines. That's a gross simplification. If anyone knows more, add. Okay. Other mourners were Dr. Stewart and James Campbell, his lordship's factor, both of Mallaig. Mr. Claude's Purbright and Mr. Robin Hardy, both of whom have houses on the island. They were supported by the male members of Lord Malinsay's staff at the castle and his tenants from the village. It was quiet but impressive ceremony as it took place in the private chapel, which is on the north side of the castle, its porch only a stone's throw from the high sea-washed cliffs. Lord Malinsay's remains were then removed to the vault below the chapel, which has not been open for nearly quarter of a century, the family being now so reduced in numbers that the last person to be buried there was the 4th Earl in 1875. The late Lord Malinsay's career is reported elsewhere in this issue. All right, and then we've got an article about the grave situation in the Eastern Front of the war, the Boer War. General articles that are not 3 distinct campaigns. So some history on the Boer War. Everything else here is about the war. Then we've got an article about the oldest village in Europe that I think is unrelated to us. The year's art, here's an ad, painting, sculpture, and architecture, and to schools of design, which have occurred during the year 1898, together with information respecting the events of the year 1899, compiled by A.R.C. Carter. And then we've got some writing here, a little history of his career. George Philip Henry Arthur Rayburn was born on the 10th of May, 1847. At the age of 7, upon the death of his grandfather, the 3rd Earl, his father inheriting the peerage, he became Viscount Rayburn. 4 years later, he was sent to Eton, private school, and from there went to Christ Church, Oxford, where he formed one of a set of particularly high-spirited young men. His pranks and extravagance resulted in his being sent down from the university a year later, upon which he became an ensign in the Scots Guards. He continued in the brigade for 8 years, after which he resigned his commission and devoted himself to commercial activities not with considerable success. On the death of his father in 1875, he inherited the earldom and was, by that time, accumulating a considerable fortune through his business ventures, which were principally concerned with shipping and insurance. During the succeeding years, he gained a great reputation as a most generous host on account of his lavish entertaining, but his funds were increasing with such rapidity that he was well able to indulge his tastes in this direction. In 1888, he married Miss Frederica de Menth, one of the most beautiful young ladies who ever graced the boards of the Tivoli Music Hall in Scotland and in Malinsay, leading there a very quiet and retired life, so that in his latter years he gained the reputation of a recluse. The new Earl. The fifth Earl, having died without issue, is succeeded by his only brother, Henry William Edward Ralph, born in 1852. The new Lord Malinsay was also educated at Eton and Oxford, duly taking his degree at the university. He is a scholar of some distinction and a member of numerous learned societies. Ornithology is his special subject, and in addition to numerous monographs, his books, Birds in the Egg and Little Bits of Fluff, are known to all bird lovers. In 1876, the new Earl married Gwendolen Emily Victoria Paulette Ferguson, the younger daughter of Sir Batty Paulette Ferguson, Blart of Chase Place, Huntingdonshire. This unfortunate lady never fully recovered after the birth of her second child and died in 1881. Two children were born of the marriage, Emily in 1877 and William in 1879, who now become respectively Lady Emily Raeburn and the Viscount Raeburn. The latter is now a scholar at Christ Church, Oxford. And here's another part of an article about Burns Night. A smoker was held last night. Professor Dunnett from Edinburgh University gave readings from the immortal works of the greatest of Scottish poets. Not related to our case. Okay, and then Henry is writing to Colin again, but let's take a... Jonathan says, the castle keep is the strongest part of the castle to fall back to if sieged. That makes sense. All right, let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll continue reading letters. A lot of this case seems to be letters from Henry to his nephew. All right, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we will come back and continue. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing the Malinsay Massacre, the third crime dossier book from Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Links, published around 1938. I'm kind of surprised that a 1938 is actually holding up so well with all this newspaper stock. Well, Jonathan, what are you making? A cat is not a suspect, says Razat. Oh, I was thinking that's spam, but you're talking about the Sarah cam. Well, let's talk about this this format. This is we're playing this a little bit for the mystery, but we're also playing it to peek behind the scenes at these series of books, and it does feel different than the previous books. How is it being framed? It's sort of we're getting a picture of this family, like the family's investigating it. It's being discussed between letters between family members. It's also kind of strange. I mean, we've gotten quite a maybe a third of this book, and nothing has happened. It's a little odd the way it was structured. It was sort of, this murder has happened. They're harping on the fact that he was killed by poison gas, and it's not clear how that could have happened. But after setting up this murder, it's been just sort of interpersonal discussions among family members. It's kind of weird, and just sort of setting the tone, setting the scene on the island, who lives there, but very much scene setting without introducing more piece of evidence or more stuff going on. It's a little odd. And I felt no one told me this, but I had pretty good vision most of my life, but as I start to need reading glasses, it seems like if I start to get tired, my ability to focus letters starts to get a little suspicious. And I was starting to feel that while I was trying to read this 6-point newspaper font. But it looks like we're back to the 10-point or whatever. Any thoughts on this case so far? Are you feeling compelled by this story, this setting? It's a little I'm not bought into this family yet. They really don't feel good about this wife, Frederica. But why? Because she was an actress and she liked dressing up fancy? It's a little strange. That's a little strange how negative they are about her. They're like disgusted by her uncouthness, wearing a hat with birds on it and stuff. It's a little weird. Jonathan says, I did want more letters. Hope to get some between some of the different characters. I'm a little mixed on the somewhat stuffy voice of the characters. Yes. And it's a little hard to get. We're only hearing from the stuffy family. Like we're only hearing mainly the voice of Henry writing to his nephew. And they're all both on the same page. They don't really have different personalities. They're both just sort of sad that George is dead, but they're not that emotional about it. They're more concerned with the family taking over the castle. It's very much the royalty type thing, that they're speaking as if they're royals concerned with the lineage and who's going to take over the castle. But Jonathan says, I did like the illustrations. You mean like the illustrations of the castle grounds and stuff? I wonder if they're going to be actually useful or if they're just setting the tone. All right. Let us resume our reading and our playing. We've got another letter here from Henry to his nephew Colin. December 6th. So another week has passed. So let's see. Now, how long has it been since he was murdered? November. 21st November. 21st November. Okay. And now it's December 6th. So 16 days, 17 days. My dear Colin, I'm afraid there's not very much to tell you. Not very much more to tell you. I was glad to hear you were feeling stronger and hope this improvement will continue. William arrived here on Friday night, but has been more bother than help so far. He came in to tea on Tuesday with a black eye and a badly cut lip. Upon my inquiring how he had come by these abrasions, he informed me, to my intense astonishment and annoyance, that although he had only been here just under 4 days, he had in that time formed a great attachment to your aunt's maid companion, Caroline. Okay, it's getting fun now. His son, he's talking to his nephew, and we're being relayed. We're getting information sort of secondhand, and his son is getting into trouble because he's got a crush on Caroline. The girl must have led him on most shamefully, of course. She's just the type of young harpy who would lose no time in getting her claws upon any personable young man who gave her a second glance, and I cannot think that such an inexperienced lad as William would ever have made the first advances himself. Be that as it may, the two of them went for a walk along the cliffs on Tuesday afternoon, and the artist who lives at Burnside, Pirbright by name, came upon them in a sheltered spot where, according to William, they had sat down to talk. Pirbright, it seems, has been carrying on an affair with the girl himself, and, giving way to a violent fit of jealousy, he set upon William, which resulted in a most ungentlemanly brawl. Inspector McLean is still here with his men, and his continued presence irritates rather than pleases me, since he moons about all day looking very important, but it is quite obvious that he has not the faintest idea who murdered your uncle. McLean's men seem to spend most of their time in Stobart's pantry, where they congregate for frequent liquid refreshment. Andrew Duart also makes himself very much at home there each morning. He is a rather old gossip, and having little to do, occupies himself carrying the latest tittle-tattle from the castle to the village, where the islanders have naturally been agog with excitement ever since your uncle's murder. It is the one sensation they are ever likely to know in their uneventful lives. The journalist, Robin Hardy, turns out, after all, to be a very decent fellow. He's a Cambridge man and hardly a journalist in the ordinary sense of the word, as he normally only writes financial articles. He is, therefore, investigating the case more as a matter of interest than professionally, and told me frankly at our second interview that, by accepting an assignment to report the case for one of the big news agencies, he is actually preventing me from being bothered by every sort of Tom, Dick, and Harry who might be sent here by individual papers. He has also let me have the enclosed photographs. Only snapshots, but he mounted the 4 up together and enlarged them. The first is of Pirbright, the second of Norman Ward, the third a snapshot of Hardy himself with William, which he allowed me to take on Monday morning. The fourth is one of Stobart, which I particularly wanted you to have. Hardy has been ferreting round, and I foresee that it will repay me to work with him and give him my confidence in return for his. He has already discovered that Stobart is engaged to the head of housemaid here, Mabel McGregor, and that it was her brother Andy who was so impertinent to George some 9 months ago. Further, that although George ordered the young man to leave the island, he has returned secretly on more than one occasion, and is suspected by the villagers of having been the culprit in the burglary 6 months back, of which I told you in a previous letter. I have been down to see McGregor's unfortunate parents and find them good, honest people who are deeply pained by their son's conduct and extraordinary ideas. They assure me that Andy has not been in the island, to their knowledge, for the past 4 months, and I am inclined to believe them. Inquiries among the other villagers confirm this, but one must remember that their clan ties are very strong here, and it may be that they are deliberately shielding him as he is one of their own people and related to practically every one of them. Evidently, Stobart's queer manner is to be accounted for by the fact that he is hiding something owing to his connection with Mabel McGregor, and I mean to tackle him about it tonight. William's chemical knowledge has so far been of little use. He assures me that unless the murderer had entered George's room and placed a mask over George's face while he slept, it would have been necessary for him first to fill the room with gas, and then to find some means of sucking all the gas out again. This would have required several hours to accomplish, and forces one to the conclusion that it must have been the first method that was adopted. How that could have been done, on the other hand, neither he nor anyone else is able to suggest. Can it be that I have failed to see an obvious clue? I beg of you to consider this from every point of view and try to suggest any form my investigation can take. I have read that every murderer makes a mistake somewhere, and it surely cannot be beyond the wit of any of us to find that mistake and take advantage of it to expose him. I close now and will write to you again tomorrow to let you know whether anything comes of my talk with Stobart. All right, so this letter actually gave us some more information. We may have to start making notes on all these different people because this letter starts to make some connections. It says Robin Hardy is doing some investigating, and he found out that Stobart is engaged to the head housemaid, and the head housemaid's brother, Andy, was the one who was impertinent, and they suspect may have robbed it a long time ago. The villagers say that he hasn't been on the island, although someone else thinks they has been. Stobart's queer manner is accounted by the fact that he is hiding something related to Mabel McGregor. They can't figure out how the gas could get in, but the son thinks that if the whole room was filled with gas, it would have to have been sucked out. It's unlikely, so someone had to go and put a mask over his face, but they don't know how anyone could have gotten in. All right, so here we've got a bunch of snapshots of the people. So we've got Pirbright, the artist, who punched the son William in the face because he was also having an affair with the woman. We've got Norman Ward. Who is Norman Ward again? We're going to have to start making notes of these people. In fact, I might as well start now. So let's see. We've got Pirbright, the artist. We've got Norman Ward. We've got Stobart. He's the, what do we call him? The manservant? He's the valet. He's the one that was sleeping in the room next door. And then we've got Robin Hardy, who's the journalist. And here he is having a talk with Viscount Rayburn, who's our guy, right? Viscount Rayburn is George, the one who was killed, I believe, right? Okay, now who is Norman Ward? Remind me. We've also got Andy McGregor. He's the guy who's supposed to be off island. Maybe did the burglary. He's the brother of Mabel McGregor, the head maid. All right. The first is Pirbright, the second of Norman Ward. Who's Norman Ward again? Jonathan, do you remember who Norman Ward is? Viscount would be the son, so William. Oh, that's right. He said a picture of him with William. You're right. Okay, picture of him with William. Okay, so that's... Okay, so there's William, the son of Henry. Okay. And who is Norman Ward? Normally, so far, these books have been telling us about, like the books have been giving us little summaries, normally by the detectives, so that we don't have to write everything down and remember it. I just can't remember who Norman Ward is, but maybe we'll be reminded of it soon enough. Otherwise, we'll have to come back and find it if we can't figure it out. Okay, so here it is again. You can see the stories being told in these letters. Here's the next letter, 7th of December, from Henry to Colin. Again, from Henry to Colin. My dear Colin, after dinner last night I went for Stobart and tackled him as man to man, telling him I felt convinced that he had no hand in your uncle's murder, but that he was hiding something, and that it was his bound duty to assist me by telling me anything, however apparently unimportant, which he might possibly have omitted in his statement to the police. I went on to say that I already knew of his engagement to Mabel McGregor, and of her brother's regrettable activities. Further, I bluffed him, rather skillfully, I flatter myself, into the impression that I knew a great deal more than I said, so that if he talked at all, he would fear to hide anything, believing that I might know it already. The result was eminently satisfactory, as Stobart assured me at once that there was nothing he would not do to assist me in bringing his master's murderer to justice. He went on to say that he had concealed nothing of any real importance. However, in his statement to the police, he had said that George had called him to go to bed at about 20 to 11 on the night of his death, and that he, Stobart, had been in the dressing room outside George's room until he attempted to call his master at 8:30 the following morning, which was not strictly true. Actually, he was not in his room between 6:30 and 7:30 in the morning. Asked what he was doing during that time, he told me that owing to the castle now being so understaffed and George's rather unusual orders during the last months of his life that he, Stobart, should always be on hand or within easy call, he had practically no free time at all to exchange a few words with his fiancée, except in the presence of the other servants when they met in the housekeeper's room for meals. In consequence, he and Mabel had formed the habit of getting up an hour earlier each morning than they normally would have done for a tete-a-tete downstairs before commencing their daily duties. 6:30 on a winter's morning in the north of Scotland seems a strange hour for love-making. But one recalls the old saying, love will find a way. And in view of George's strange order that Stobart was always to be within call, the two lovers can certainly have had very little opportunity of being together, although they lived under the same roof. I feel, therefore, that we may accept Stobart's explanation of his absence from the room as a reasonable one. He says that he refrained from mentioning it before because he has the highest regard for the girl's good name and feared that if the other servants got to know of these stolen meetings, they might put an entirely wrong construction on them. He further points out that his withholding of this information cannot have materially hampered the police, as even if he was not in his room for this 1 hour during the early morning, it does not alter the fact that George's door was both locked and bolted on the inside, and had to be broken in before they discovered his death. Further, Stobart tells me that although he has reason to suppose that his fiancée's brother Andy was responsible for the burglary which took place some months ago, he does not believe that the young blackguard has been on the island since. If he had, he would almost certainly have heard of it. I am not prepared to accept his statement so readily upon this point. There is no doubt that the interview between George and Andy McGregor was a long and stormy one, and that McGregor deeply resented George's order that he should leave the island. Actually, I suppose George had no legal right to expel him in this way, although his moral right to dismiss anyone from his estate who might be liable to act as a bad influence upon his other tenants is unquestionable. The youth, seemingly, had the impudence to declare that such an order was a piece of feudal despotism arising like titles and privileges from an antiquated system which, in another generation, would be abolished. He finally only left Malinsay because his parents had the sound sense to throw him out of the house. It is possible, therefore, that if this strange youth felt so bitterly, he returned in secret and planned the murder as a revenge for his imagined ill treatment. Knowing the habits of the household through his sister Mabel, he may have used her, either consciously or unconsciously, to decoy Stobart from his room in order to gain free access to George's dressing room. I have informed Inspector McLean of my views, and he is now using his best endeavors to trace Andy McGregor's whereabouts and to check up on his movements in recent weeks. In view of Stobart having been absent from his room between 6:30 and 7:30 in the morning of the day that George was discovered dead, I am writing to Dr. Stewart and Dr. Gillies to ask if they can give me some idea as to the actual time that George died. Having got Stobart talking, I asked him, as man to man, to give me his own views about the crime and any information he could about the other members of the household. He said that he had no more idea than I who had murdered his master or how anybody could possibly have gotten into the bedroom without leaving traces of their visit. He then went on to speak of the other inmates of the castle. Do you think it's a castle? That there's a secret passageway, perhaps, into that room? Duke of Zill has come in and said, how's this one going? I just watched the beginning to the stream. An earl killed in a Scottish manner sounds very intriguing, and it's set in Sherlock times. I don't know how this one is going so far. It feels like it hasn't really gotten started yet, and we're already, a third to a half in. So I'm a little, I don't know how to take it. Nothing's really happening yet. It's setting the stage. It's getting like, there's a little more humor as the sun comes in, but really, we're mainly hearing letters to someone who's just making slow progress talking to people. It's very little has happened or been figured out, and very little evidence that we've collected. So it's odd. Okay, so here we go. He's got Stobart talking man to man. No one can figure out how he got into the bedroom and gassed him. He then went on to speak of the other inmates of the castle. With great reluctance, he told me that your Aunt Frederica is far more friendly with the groom, Norman Ward, than the normal relation of mistress and servant can justify. Okay, so Norman Ward is the groom servant, which we think means the stable person, that he's the servant who works in the stables. And so we know he's too friendly with Frederica, which we're going to make a new entry for. The wife, Frederica. She's too friendly with Norman Ward. And I'm going to make a note on Schobart's page that he's engaged to Mabel, the head maid. And I'm going to make an entry for Mabel. Forget her last name. I'm not sure. In previous games, we really haven't had to write down our evidence, but I'm going to do it for this game anyway. And then also, we're going to write down that 6:30 and 7:30, the valet Stobert's room was unoccupied. So if someone... The thing is, it doesn't help to have a key. They know it was locked from the inside. So as Stobart himself points out, even if someone got into my room, how would they possibly have gotten in? I think someone came from a secret passageway. In fact, I wonder if we look at the photograph of his bedroom, if we can see anything that might suggest that. Not really. We see the bed, but we can't see the rest of the room. Okay, let's continue. With great reluctance, he told me that your Aunt Frederica is far more friendly with the groom, Norman Ward, than the normal relation of mistress and servant can justify. Before George's death, they used to ride together each morning when the weather was clement, and although there is nothing abnormal in this, there certainly is in the fact that she used to spend hours each week upstairs with him in his rooms over the stables. I will frankly confess that I am not altogether surprised about this, since, as I have already told you, Ward is a remarkably good-looking young man, and a very superior type for his position. In fact, as far as birth and early environment are concerned, I should think there is little to choose between him and your Aunt Frederica. She is some years older, of course, being now 31, but she is, to all appearances, still a young woman, and extremely beautiful and attractive. For a woman of title to have an affair with her groom is an appalling error of taste in any circumstances, but we must endeavor to be broad-minded. If such a thing is to be excused at all, Frederica's lack of breeding, together with the fact that she was completely isolated here from all society congenial to her for many months each year, must serve as some palliation for her conduct. I imagine that this regrettable friendship started when your aunt and uncle were last in London, some 9 months ago, and that she succeeded in persuading or bullying George into bringing the young man north when they returned here. And Miss Dasher says, what about the floor plans? What about them? Oh, you mean, could they help us find a secret passageway? That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. Okay, well, let's look for a second at the floor plan. So there's his bedroom. It doesn't look like it's connected to anything on this side. But yes, it is connected on this wall to another bedroom. And that's an area, if we zoom in, we can see this wall here, we don't have a picture of, because there's his bed, right? So we've seen the photo of this side, this wall here, but we haven't seen any photo here, what might be here. It looks like there's something up against that wall and something up against this wall. So you might imagine that there could be a passageway here. We don't know whose bedroom this is, though. Interesting. All right, let's continue. Good idea, MS Dasher. For a moment, it occurred to me that Ward might be the murderer, but on consideration, I can hardly think that this is the case, as he does not live in the house and could not have gotten into it, let alone into George's room before 7:30, at which hour each morning old Donald Bain unlocked the doors of the castle. And by that time, Stobart was back in his room after having spent an hour with Mabel downstairs in the servants' hall. Apparently, too, Ward has not been inside the castle for more than half a dozen times during his 9 months on the island, and only calls at the back door for orders. He keeps himself very much to himself, and is considered by the others almost a foreigner. In view of the fact that he comes from London, our people are a good-hearted, generous lot. In view of the fact that he comes from London, period. Our people are a good-hearted, generous lot, and naturally welcomed him when he came along, but he rebuffed them so churlishly, I am told, that they have never renewed their overtures of friendship, so he does not participate in the life of the household at all. One other thing Stobart told me is that the last person to see George alive, with the exception of himself, was Caroline Cowdray. Caroline Cowdray. And if you'll remember, William fancies her, and so is Pirbright. And then she might be related to Frederica. Okay. The last person to see him alive, other than Stobart, is Caroline Cowdray. I had previously thought that George spent the hour from 9:30 to 10:30 on the night of his death reading in bed, but this apparently is not so. He went to bed at 9:30 and sat up in his dressing gown while Caroline Cowdray read to him. Nobody appears to have thought this at all strange at the time, as it seems that the girl was in the habit of reading to George, and often did so in his bedroom. Stobart only saw his master afterwards at the door to say good night, so Caroline was actually the last person to be in the room before George locked his door. On learning this, it naturally jumped to my mind that she had introduced the gas, which caused George's death, into his room before going off to see her mistress to bed. However, Stobart and Bain swear that nothing was removed from it before Dr. Stewart arrived, and afterwards the whole room was searched as with a hair comb, yet there was nothing whatsoever in it which could possibly have acted as a container for the gas and been left there by Caroline or any other person. Another fact that emerges from my conversation with Stobart, which is borne out by William's fracas with Pirbright. The artist is madly in love with Caroline Cowdray and has been courting her assiduously for some months. A day very rarely passes without the two seeing each other, and Stobart has it from Pirbright's man that Caroline often visits the artist at Burnside, which confirms my opinion that this young woman is no better than she should be. No better than she should be. That's an interesting term. He often calls at the castle for her in the evening. If the girl is not required for some duty, they go on a stroll together. On the night of George's death, Pirbright called just after Caroline had gone up to George's room, and when he learnt that she could not come down to him, he gave way to a violent fit of temper. This, as his fracas with William undoubtedly show that he is of the most jealous nature, and although it is difficult to see how anyone outside the castle can have been responsible for George's death, I am beginning to wonder if Pirbright, having knowledge of the friendly relations which existed between George and the girl, believed they were of a much more intimate nature, and in consequence plotted your uncle's murder out of jealous hatred. Your affectionate Uncle Henry. Okay. And now another letter, again from Henry to Colin. It seems like maybe these letters could have been broken up. It's just letter after letter from Henry to Colin. It's a little weird. John says, I think those squares are sinks in the floor plan. I don't know if I would jump to that conclusion. Like, they may be, like, how many sinks do you have in a room? They may be more just, appliances of some sort. Like, in one case, a sink, in one case, a dresser, piece of furniture. And I guess we should look at what's below. So below his bedroom is the kitchen and the scullery. It's hard to imagine getting up from the kitchen unless there was a dumbwaiter of some sort. All right, let's read another letter on the 11th of December. Now, 3 weeks after the murder. My dear Colin, I am stricken down with overwhelming grief. My son William was found dead in his bed this morning. Whoa. Massacre time is happening. Dr. Stewart has not arrived here yet, but it is quite obvious that the poor, dear lad was poisoned. That good fellow Hardy is standing by me in a gallant but hopeless attempt to assuage my grief. Both of us suspect Pirbright. His crazy passion for Caroline must have turned his brain. Witness his violence when he could not see her on the night of George's death, and again his ferocious assault upon poor William only last week. Jealousy about this wretched girl is obviously the motive for both murders. She must have been involved in the first, as I do not see how Pirbright could have gotten into the house. Also, she had a personal motive for wishing poor George out of the way. No doubt she believed that he had already altered his will, leaving her £2,000. A small fortune to a poor artist like Pirbright. This vilely depraved couple evidently planned to marry on it. I sign in haste, as Inspector McLean has just completed his examination of the poor boy's room. So, it's a little twist has just happened. This guy has gone down, Henry, to investigate his brother's murder, and 3 weeks later, tragedy has befallen him. And his son is dead. Yeah, that's surely not Pirbright. But why would William be killed? Or maybe Pirbright has killed his son, but not George. I don't buy the motive for killing George. But things are starting to get interesting here. Now our guy who went down has got personal tragedy. Is he going to get killed? Is Henry going to get killed? And then Colin's going to have to come down and take over? Wow, that's harsh. Okay, now we've got a newspaper article to see if my eyes can focus. Second tragedy at Malinsay. Viscount Rayburn dead. Should I zoom in on this for you guys? Okay. Second tragedy at Malinsay. I need some different reading glasses. Following upon our report last week of the investigation which is now in progress into the death of the 5th Earl of Malinsay, in the most mysterious circumstances, poison gas, it is alleged, having been administered to him in a hermetically sealed room, there comes the news of a second tragedy at the historic castle. To assist him in his investigation into the death of his brother, Lord Malinsay sent for his son, the Viscount Rayburn, who arrived on the island on Friday, December 1st. The young Viscount was in excellent health when the family tragedy necessitated his abandoning his studies at Oxford to join his father, and reports indicate that, apart from his natural distress at his uncle's mysterious health, he was in good spirits during the few days he spent on Malinsay. Now comes the startling news that, on the morning of Monday the 11th, he was discovered dead in his bed. Poison suspected. Owing to the inaccessibility of the island, few details are available yet, but we learn that poison is suspected as the cause of death. Inspector McLean, who is investigating the death of the 5th Earl, has also undertaken the investigation of the new tragedy, as there can be little doubt that the two murders were plotted by the same brain. It is understood that the Viscount Raeburn's funeral will take place on Saturday next, December the 16th. A full report of the progress of the investigation into the death of the 5th Earl is given on another page. The late Viscount Raeburn. William George Augustus Ralph Viscount Raeburn was born in 1879, the only son of the 6th Earl of Malinsay, who recently succeeded to the title. Wow, the only son. And Gwendolen Paulette Ferguson, the daughter of Sir Batty Paulette Ferguson of Chase Place, Huntingdonshire. At the age of 2, Vincent Raeburn, Viscount Raeburn, lost his mother and was brought up during the remainder of his infancy by his aunt, the Honourable Mrs. Geoffrey Mead Shanks, at her lovely home, White Pillars, near Southampton. Each house for these rich people has a name. The rich people's houses all have names. Her lovely home is called White Pillars. So when you're rich, you get to name your house. Your house gets a name that everyone refers to it by. At the age of 12, Lord Raeburn, following the tradition of his family, went to Eton, and upon leaving there, to Christ Church, Oxford. They're all well educated. It is understood that he showed great promise in his studies, and his tutor, Mr. Horndelsmith, believed that he would one day accomplish great things in the world of science. The history of the Raeburn family is given elsewhere in this issue. Okay, then we've got more reports on the Boer War. A little map of some fighting in East Africa, Swaziland, Johannesburg, Pretoria. South Africa, I guess. At a bonspiel held on the private ice of Sir Annius MacLeod, some good matches were played, ending in a win for the home team. Spectators included the family of Sir Annius and Lady MacLeod, who occupied a chair on the bank and kept a watchful eye on the pranks of her large family. It will be remembered that Lady MacLeod gave birth to her 9th son and 15th child, all of whom survive. Only last August, great interest was evinced by the visiting team in the stones with which Sir Annius played the match. Jubilation in foreign capitals over British defeat. More stories about the war, but not related to us. A story about Japan. Publisher, we are pleased to consider manuscripts of genuine literary merit from authors on any of the following subjects: biography, Bell's letters, history, politics, travel, or verse. Messrs. Gerald's also welcomes works of fiction of any genre. Royal Society of Painters and Watercolors. This doesn't seem related to us. I'm looking for mention of our artist Purbright. I don't see it. So I think this aren't relevant for us. But here's the last article about the history of the Raeburn family, which is relevant to us. Oh, sorry, that was off screen for you. So we've got a couple more articles that seem irrelevant for us. A little ad asking for manuscripts. And here was our war articles and maps. Update on the war. All right, let's read this history of the Raeburn family. The Earl of Malinsay traced their descent far back into Scottish history to one Ian Rayburn of Malinsay, who was making forays upon the richer clans of the mainland about the year 1140. The rise of the family to prominence in the affairs of the nation dates, however, from Colin Rayburn of Malinsay, born circa 1620. Like the majority of other West Highland chieftains, Colin Rayburn took the side of King Charles I in the Civil War, and in 1646 was knighted for his loyal services. See if we can zoom up for you. With other supporters of the monarchy, he was compelled to fly abroad after the defeat of the gallant Montrose by Cromwell's Ironsides at the Battle of Dunbar. In 1660, he returned to participate in the rejoicings at the restoration of King Charles II and was created first Baron Rayburn of Malinsay. History tells us little of Hamish, the second Baron, but the third Baron won distinction as a soldier under Marlborough and after the Battle of Malket in 1709, he was created first Viscount Rayburn of Malinsay. The first Viscount had 3 sons, Colin, Hamish, and William, the eldest of which succeeded him in 1732. But the Jacobite rising brought dire trouble upon the family as they threw in their lot with the Stuart cause. Colin, the second Viscount, was severely wounded at the Battle of Culloden Moor, which put an end to all hopes for the 45 Rising, and died in hiding of his wounds several months later. Before his death, the peerage had been attainted as a penalty, attainted. Looks like they took it back as penalty for his participation in the Rising, and the family dispossessed of the great bulk of their estates, being left in possession only of the Isle of Malinsay and some minor properties on the mainland. So they got punished for picking the wrong side in a little civil war. The family fortunes were restored a generation later by Henry Rayburn, the first Viscount's grandson by his youngest son William. Henry Rayburn entered the diplomatic service at an early age and showed a remarkable talent for handling our relations with various foreign powers during the stormy period which preceded the French Revolution and during the Revolution itself. The title of Viscount Rayburn of Malinsay was revived in his favor in 1785, and he was created first Earl of Malinsay in 1792. From the death of the first Earl, the peerage had descended in the direct line, but the death of young Viscount Rayburn on Monday last leaves the present Earl without male issue. Wow, they killed George, who doesn't have a son. Then Henry came. Henry's son was killed. His only son. So it's only Henry. Numerous daughters of the Rayburn families married into the British peerage during the last 200 years, but the only surviving male member of the family, apart from the present Earl, is Colin Rayburn, Esquire, who is a direct descendant of the elder branch, being the great-great-great-great-grandson of the second Viscount, who was dispossessed of his title and estates for his participation in the 45. The two branches of the family were reunited again by the romantic marriage in 1867 of Mr. Hamish Rayburn, Mr. Colin Rayburn's father, and Lady Mary Rayburn, the only daughter of the fourth Earl. So they're saying that if we look at the family tree, look at the family tree. So the two branches came off. One held on. One was taking care of the land, was the Earl or whatever, and then it switched over. They sided wrongly in the rebellion. It switched over to this side where we are. There's Henry and George. Henry killed brother George, and brother's George William gets killed. or Henry's son William just got killed. And then the other branch of the family is over here where his nephew Colin is. And it was saying how these two branches reconnected when these two parts of the family intermarried. So now, is it possible that Colin from afar is killing off this side of the family so that he can get ownership now of the royal peerage? It's pretty interesting how these two sides of the family reconnected. That's what you do if you're highborn, I guess. So George killed. Henry, his brother, survives. Henry's son William just got killed. So are we seeing here that this whole family is going to get killed off and that's why this tree ends here? Or is this just as far up as it goes? As far as up as this chart goes? All right, here we go. Another letter from Henry. My dear Colin, I tried to write you on Friday, but had not the heart to do so with William dead in the house. Nor could I bring myself to write last night after the poor lad's funeral. I am at my wit's end. The police are hopeless and only aggravate my grief by the senselessness and stupidity of their eternal questioning upon side issues which lead nowhere. Poor William was poisoned by some sweetmeats which reached him in the post on Saturday the 9th. He remarked at the time that there was no card with them and that he could not think from whom they had come, but he ate a number of them and on Sunday night nearly finished the box. It must therefore have been one of the sweets near the bottom of the box which contained the poison. Immediately William was found dead on the Monday morning. We sent a boat in for Dr. Stewart, who arrived in the afternoon. He said at once on seeing the body that he suspected arsenic, and this has since been confirmed by the police surgeon who performed an autopsy on the Tuesday. Everybody in the household has been most kind and considerate to me all this time of overwhelming misfortune. What I should have done without Hardy's companionship, I do not know. At my suggestion, he has moved up from Brighouse and now has a room here so that we can be together with greater frequency. When he has of necessity to leave me for an hour or two in order to write his articles, one of the others always comes on the scene, and I suspect that this is a kindly conspiracy between them to see to it that I am never left alone for a moment with my grief. Even the artist Pirbright, whom I first suspected as the author of both crimes, came up immediately he heard the ghastly news about William, and insisted on seeing me for the purpose of assuring me of his very deepest sympathy. Further, he expressed his anxiety to place himself entirely at my disposal in any manner I could suggest, which would solve this grim mystery of the double murder at Malinsay. The fellow is by no means the type of man who I should ever seek out as a friend, but he was so obviously shocked and horrified by this dastardly murder, and so genuinely broken up to think that he had quarreled with the boy only a few days before his death, that I do find it very difficult now to think that he had any hand in the crime. Moreover, the sweets which caused William's death arrived through the post, and as Pirbright has been living on the island for the past 2 months without once leaving it, I do not see how he could possibly have posted them, since they reached here in the sealed mail bag from the mainland. I'm starting to suspect Colin of orchestrating his cousin's death. Could Colin have done all this? Most extraordinary of all is the complete change of attitude towards myself which has come over your Aunt Frederica since William's death. As I feel sure I told you in a previous letter, except for a formal interview immediately upon my arrival here, she has steadily refused to see me and continued to live secluded in her own apartments. Now that George is dead, this is naturally no longer her home, and in view of the coldness of our relations, I did not anticipate she would either expect or desire me to offer her the hospitality of the castle once she had time to recover from the shock of George's death. Particularly in view of the fact that having inherited the whole of George's private fortune, she is now a very rich woman. Nevertheless, in decency, it was not for me to hurry her out of the house, and in some sense it even seemed a moral obligation for her to remain here until the police have completed their investigation. It therefore never even entered my head to suggest that she should make any arrangements about leaving the castle. However, on the evening of the Friday preceding William's death, she sent me down a note. In it she said, with a brevity which almost amounted to rudeness, that she felt sure I would be glad to have her out of the house, and having obtained Inspector McLean's consent, it was her intention to leave on the Saturday for London. She feared she would have to inflict her presence on me for a day or two a little later on in order to collect her personal belongings, but that could not be done until she had acquired a house for herself, and the purpose of her journey to London was to see house agents and view various properties. She hoped that I would not mind her maid companion, Caroline Cowdray, remaining on at the castle until her own return to pack up and make a final departure. I wrote back to her, thanking her for informing me of her plans and assuring her that she should visit the castle any time she wished for the purposes of removing her own things at leisure. I then went on to say that she obviously could not travel alone to London, as she intended to leave Caroline Cowdray behind. What did she propose to do about an escort? If she wished it, I was quite willing for William to accompany her in that capacity. She replied that she was grateful for my offer, but it was quite unnecessary to bother William in the matter, as she proposed to take her groom, Norman Ward, a man being better able to look after her baggage, etc., which was her reason for selecting him instead of Caroline. In view of what Stobart told me of her friendship with Ward, it was quite clear that she was not taking Caroline because she wanted the girl out of the way in order that she might be free to do what she liked in London with her handsome young lover. However, that was not my affair, and so no further communications were exchanged between us. The two of them left the island by the Saturday packet, by the very boat upon which the mail bag arrived from the mainland containing the sweets that caused my poor boy's death. Okay, so she leaves with Ward, and on that same boat was the boat that brought the sweets that were poisoned. I draw your attention to this because although it is a most ghastly thing to suspect any woman of murdering her husband, it is our duty to suspect everybody, and I freely confess that I have not ruled out the possibility of your Aunt Frederica being a murderess, in view of her affair with Ward and the possibility she wanted George out of the way. I do not see how she could have introduced the gas into his room, since the statements made by the servants to the police show clearly that she had never occupied it with him. It was his custom to visit her during the first years of their marriage, although such visits ceased entirely some 2 years before his death. According to their testimony, Frederica never entered George's room at all, except once a week on Monday mornings when she went round the castle to make an inspection of all the rooms and assure herself that the servants were attending to the cleaning of them properly. Moreover, immediately she had left the island, I took the opportunity to search her apartments. And although I spent over 14 hours in them on the Saturday night and Sunday, I could find nothing which would in any way incriminate her. As far as Ward is concerned, he had not been in the house for at least a month prior to George's death, so there is nothing whatsoever to connect these two with his murder, except the bare fact that their love affair can be counted as a possible motive. Jonathan says, Colin did tell Henry to bring William to the island. Yes, he did. I assume Colin must have a fall guy on the island. Otherwise, I don't see how sending the poison sweets to the island as opposed to Oxford. Imagine writing letters to someone living in the same house. That's a good point. Could be an island interested in the amount, and she inherited a lot of money. It is true. Imagine writing letters to someone in the same house. Well, that's what you do. That's funny. Okay. Possible motive. Okay. In the case of William's death, however, neither of the two had either the motive or the opportunity. The packet containing the sweets was already in Her Majesty's mail before the two of them left the island, and it was delivered at the castle after they had sailed for the mainland. So it is quite clear that they could neither have posted the sweets, nor could they have tampered with them after their arrival. As it is hardly possible to believe that the two murders were committed by separate hands, I think we can fairly assume that for Frederica and Ward, being patently innocent of William's death, are most unlikely to have had any hand in that of George. Okay, reasonable logic if it's true that they're committed by the same person. In view of the manner in which Frederica left the castle, you can imagine my astonishment when, accompanied by Ward, she arrived back here on Thursday. I naturally had not expected that she would find a suitable house with such rapidity, as she cannot have been much more than 24 hours in London. When I remarked upon this on her arrival, she declared, to my complete amazement, that she had not even started to look for a house, but had returned solely on my account because, on hearing the terrible news of my loss, she could not bear the thought of me being on my own. I was so taken aback at this unexpected demonstration of deep sympathy from such a quarter that I hardly knew what to say, but since her return I am beginning to understand something of the quality in her which poor George must have found so attractive. It is sad indeed that it should require the death of my only son for me to appreciate the better side of my sister-in-law's nature. Yet I can only tell you that during these last few days she has behaved to me with the compassion and kindness of an angel. The only clue which we have to the identity of William's assassin is the wrapper in which the sweets were delivered here. Fortunately, we were able to rescue this from the dustbin. It is a plain brown wrapper, and by ill luck, the rubber hand stamp used for the postmark must have been heavily over-inked, as the letters of the Office of Dispatch are so thick and smudged that it is impossible to read them. Only the third and fourth letters, A.S., are legible in what appears to be a 6-letter word. The date, December 7th, is clear. The label is, however, addressed in longhand, so this might lead us to identify the sender. The police have the actual label, but I'm sending a tracing of it to you with this. I think you will agree that it is a German hand. And this leads me to suspect the Swiss geologist Grundl. That's someone else who's staying on the island, I believe. So we've got Grundl, the Swiss geologist. The letter S, which appears 4 times on the label, is of the kind used in German handwriting. It is true one used to see it in English writing of many years ago, but I know of nowhere where it is still in use except Germany, and who else that we know of has any association with that country. What his motive could have possibly been, I have no idea, but I am determined to have him interrogated at the earliest possible moment, and I'm convinced that this will yield some vital information. He arrived here again the day before yesterday, this time in a small cutter of his own, which I am told he has just bought. He examined his diggings but found nothing and returned yesterday. This morning I went down to Holstus, the house where he lives, to see him myself, but he had already gone. Pirbright, however, made a point of talking to him when he found him among his excavations, but of course was unable to extract anything of importance. He describes him as a man of culture, as one would expect, and Grundl expressed horror at the news of William's death. Naturally, Pirbright knew nothing of my suspicions, so the handwriting was not referred to. But I can deal with that when I see him myself, as I propose to do at the earliest opportunity. One would have expected a note of sympathy in the circumstances, but I've heard nothing, which only serves to show the callous nature of the man. Now that this tragedy has taken place, I would curse myself for my folly in allowing William to eat the sweets, which arrived in such mysterious circumstances. It is, however, easy to be wise after the event, and the matter was mentioned so casually that I did not give it another thought. The boy himself doubtless had some idea of who may have been the sender, and one could hardly expect the suspicious mind of an adult in one of such tender years. There is, of course, a bare possibility that it was not the sweets at all that contained the poison, but that can be discounted at any rate for the moment. Your affectionate Uncle Henry. P.S. I quite forgot to tell you that little Emily joined me here on Thursday. Oh no. She arrived on the same boat as Frederica, having of course heard of William's death in London on the same day. I wish to send her away again, as this grim house is no place for a young girl of 22. Moreover, I shudder to think of her feelings should she learn of the liaison your aunt is conducting with her groom. But Emily insists on remaining, and it seems as though my sister-in-law and daughter have taken quite a fancy to one another. H. Okay, so now his daughter has arrived on the island. Emily. Poor Emily. MS Dasher says, "Oh dear, Emily, leave now." That's right. MS Dasher says, "This guy changes his mind about people pretty quickly." Well, I was thinking a similar thing, but I wasn't quite thinking about it in those terms. I was thinking how kind of nice and it's almost a pattern in this Dennis Wheatley books that I've kind of grown to like, which is that we've seen this in the other stories as well. Like, he starts out super suspicious of people. He's like suspicious of everyone, and he's assuming that either they're guilty or that they're nefarious and have bad motives. And then as he comes to know them, he develops fond feelings for people. And by the time you get to the end of these stories, he's the detective or whoever's the protagonist is telling us, like, none of these people seem right. And it kind of, I sympathize with it because it kind of reflects my feelings when I watch these mystery movies like Scream or whatever, or read this. I'm always jumping to conclusions that these people are nefarious. And I like these touches in these stories where he paints them as real people and finds this little tenderness in them. And he's found a tenderness in the artist and in the wife. And I think we've seen that in a couple of these other stories by Wheatley, where he paints people as real human people with some real tenderness and humanity. And part of it works because he's taking his time telling these stories. Like, we're reading letter after letter from Henry, and it only is believable, and we only sort of feel the change in his opinion because these letters are taking their time, giving us a glimpse into the way he's thinking and his suspicions, and these little side stories of how the world works and how he feels about people and their place in it. So, I mean, for me, things like this, moments like this, where he suddenly sees his sister-in-law in a different light, and he says, I got a glimpse of what my brother must have seen in her. Those feel real. Those moments are earned and feel real. I did want to make a note that the candy arrived December 7th, right? And he says postmark, he said it had 4 letters. I'm afraid, us not knowing London, we might not know, but I want to read. I know it ended in like AS. December 7th, the label, okay, label handwriting, maybe we can identify. I want to see if we can find it, that it's Collins. But he also said, Office of Dispatch, third and fourth letters, so blank, blank, AS. All right, now let's see. Do we have any letter handwritten from Colin? So we've got a letter from George to his brother Henry. And then we've got a letter from Henry to Colin. But we have no handwritten letter from Colin. Is that right? I believe that's right. All of Colin's letters are typed. I believe that's right. I don't think we have anything written from Colin. Now, I have a question. In the very beginning, who are we told solves this thing? We're told that that the current Lord Malinsay has solved it. Lord Malinsay desires me to acknowledge. Okay, and then he's giving us our papers, and he says that the one thing that the current Lord Malinsay didn't solve was how this all started and how this guy was killed. Did we get the family tree from Colin? From Colin Rayburn of Malinsay. Okay, good. Very good. MS Dasher points out that the family tree is from Colin. It's from our Colin. Are we sure of that? Created by, created by Baron Rayburn in 1660. So it's from Colin, born 1620. That's a different Colin. That's just saying, that's the first Colin that branched this whole tree. So even though it says from Colin Rayburn of Malinsay, born 1620, that's our originator of this tree. And it was sent to us, created by Baron Rayburn in 1660. I don't know what that means. Obviously it wasn't created in 1660 if it goes to 1800. Where are we told that we got the family tree? Let's see. He's sending us the files. Who is the current Lord Malinsay at this time in 1938? We don't know. But we know it can't be the current Colin because, well, it could be. If he was born in 1868, then by 1938 he would be how old? 70 years old. Probably not the current Colin unless he's... Well, he is kind of old. Let's see. Lord Malinsay directed receipt of your letter in connection with the death of the 5th Earl. The present Earl succeeded in solving the mystery. So we're going to find out at the end whether the present Earl is Colin. I wouldn't be that surprised. Jonathan says, did Colin send any letters before Henry went to the island? Also funny to think never actually talking to the real Colin. I think it's going to say that when we're told about this whole event, right, we're told that the current Lord Malinsay solved everything about this case except who did the initial murder. It is remarkable that the present Earl succeeded in solving the mystery to the satisfaction of your police. So I'm guessing by the time we get to the end of this book, we're going to understand who the current Lord Malinsay is. And I think it may very well be Colin, an older Colin. And we may get a letter from him. But I believe we don't have one yet, except this could be by him. We don't know. And we're told in this label that there's a fancy S. Maybe we're going to see that now. All right, so let's just put that aside for now. We're going to come back to it. Does the letter at the beginning have a signature? Well, this letter's from Dennis Wheatley, then from Schwab, then from the secretary, the private secretary to the Malinsay guy, and then this, which I'm not sure who's written up. Then we've got a letter from George to Henry, from Henry to Colin, and then does it have a signature? Are you saying maybe even though it's typed up, it might have a signature? Let's see. The typed up ones aren't the originals, so no signature in that way. Your affectionate nephew Colin, no signature. So I don't see any signatures of any of the stuff, any of the transcripted letters. So I don't see any signatures from Colin yet. But let's not go crazy about that because we may get such letters soon. Okay, so he's saying, please have the actual label, but I'm sending a tracing of it to you. I think you will agree that it is a German hand, and this leads me to suspect the Swiss geologist. The letter S, which appears 4 times on the label, is of the kind used in German handwriting. It is true one used to see it in English writing many years ago, but I know of nowhere where it's still in use except Germany, and who else that we know of has any association with that country. What his motive could have been, I have no idea, but I'm determined to have him interrogated for vital information. He arrived here the day before yesterday, this time in a small cutter of his own. He examined his diggings, Pirbright knew nothing. Okay, now that this tragedy has taken place, I could curse myself. Oh, we read all this. Okay. All right, so here we go. Here are the candies. All right, so he has sent some old-fashioned candies. Boy, those are not very appetizing looking. I'm not sure what this is here. But these are like some hard candies. All right, in a box, nothing notable, 2 different kinds of candies. Now here's the label. Oh, look at this, it's on like a tissue stock. Okay, tracing of the label. Oh, because it was traced with tracing paper. The Viscount Rayburn, Malinsay Castle, Isle of Malinsay, Scotland. So there's the S's. The S for Castle, the S for Malinsay, and the S for Isle. Some big, fancy S's. It's giving me flashbacks to our Sherlock Holmes Adventures by Gaslight S decoding. All right, let's put a little note here because we might want to come back to that. We're making pretty rapid progress through this book. I think we're going to finish this tonight. But we're detained, according to my clock here, we've been on this session for 1 hour and 20, so let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back in 10 minutes and continue. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. And we're playing the Malinsay Massacre, the third book from Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Links. And we're proceeding through it at a pretty rapid clip compared to the previous books. I think it's safe to say we're likely going to finish this in one sitting. But things are starting to heat up a little bit. We're starting to get more evidence. And we all in the channel have a feeling of dread for poor daughter Emily, who's just arrived on the island to comfort her father with the death of William. Before we continue, one of the things I wanted to write down is that the candy arrived on December 7th, and I wanted to see when his last letter. We're all sort of starting to be a little suspicious of Colin and the idea that Colin may be trying to kill off the left branch of the tree so he can be the new Lord Malinsay. I wanted to see... Okay, so here, December 6th was the last letter that Henry writes to Colin. And is it true that's when he says that it looks like December 6th might be, let's see. So, yeah, okay, so 29 December, he says, your letter was a great comfort. Your reasons for urging that William should join me here are sound ones. But I think I've written and invited him. And then look, on December 6th, Henry writes Colin, William arrived here on Friday night. And now the postmark for the candies is December 7th, the next day. I think Colin may have sent... But how does Colin end up... How is Colin killing the main guy then? Or maybe Colin didn't kill the main guy. Maybe he just took advantage of it as an opportunity to kill the rest. Not sure. It would be interesting if the letter from Colin is like, hey, maybe Emily should join you. She would be a great comfort to you. Then we would really be suspicious. Jonathan said, did Henry ever actually get a letter from Colin before going to the island? Is it possible someone intercepted every correspondence and he never really received a letter from the real Colin? Don't forget, these letters were handwritten. They've just been transcribed to us by his lordship Malinsay. So he originally would have gotten the letters in his handwriting and may have noticed it if they were fake letters. That's pretty cool that this was done on transparency. All right, let's continue here. It looks like there's been a development. Butler detained in connection with the Malinsay murders. Let's see if I can give you a close-up here. It was learned yesterday that the police had detained Roderick Stobart, valet to the late Lord Malinsay, for questioning in connection with the two murders which have shocked and horrified all Scotland. It is now over a month since Lord Malinsay's death, and 10 days since his nephew, Viscount Raeburn, met with an equally mysterious fate. Public opinion has demanded, with increasing clamor for the past week, that some action should be taken by the police, and Stobart's arrest may be the result of this. Even now, it seems that the police are still baffled and uncertain of their ground, since Stobart has not been charged with murder, but only brought from Malinsay to Malig for further questioning. Roderick Stobart is in his late 40s. He is native of Malig, and at the age of 18 left his home to enter the army. After 2 years in the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, he transferred to the Scots Guards and for some time served as Batman, Batman, Batman to the late Lord Malinsay. He remained in the army for several years. Someone could look up Batman as a... I don't know if you can search for Batman without getting other stuff. He remained in the army for several years after Lord Malinsay resigned his commission, but on leaving the service, Lord Malinsay took him into his private employ as valet, and for the last 2 years, he has combined these duties with those of butler. A full report of the progress of the investigation in the Malinsay murders is given elsewhere in this issue. Viscount Rayburn's funeral. For the second time in 3 weeks, the family vault under the chapel at Malinsay Castle. It's a vault under the chapel. Is it possible that has a secret entrance? Was opened on Saturday last. The Reverend Ephraim McAllister of St. Enoch's, Malig, performed the ceremony. The principal mourner was the bereaved father to whom the sympathy of all Scotland goes out. He was supported at the funeral by his factor, Mr. James Campbell. I still think we need a better definition for factor that would explain why it's always his factor. Mr. James Campbell, Dr. Stewart of Malig, Inspector McLean, who has charge of the case, Mr. Claude Purbright, Mr. Robin Hardy, the staff of the castle, and the entire male population of the village. The scene was a most poignant one, since all present were acutely aware of the terrible tragedy which has robbed this fine old family of 2 of its most prominent members in so short a time. The simple ceremony was soon completed, and in deep silence the mourners made their way back to the castle hall, where Mr. Andrew Macpherson, speaking on behalf of the tenants, expressed their deep sympathy for his lordship in his terrible loss, and their desire to render any assistance that might be possible in securing the arrest of the criminal. Okay, then we've got some more reports of the war and the fight in Africa. Africa 30 years ago and now. British, French, Portuguese, German, Spanish. So it's showing who is controlling different areas. These were back in the days when this was all hand done. You can see they just hand did different patterns and penciled it in. This reminds me of the book Jonathan Warner recommended to me by Dave Sim, the artist of Cerebus the Aardvark, wrote this book called The Strange Death of... I forget the name of a cartoonist, but he was studying different ways people would get ultra-realistic artwork and shading and shadows and texture, and he studied all this fine artwork, and some people used pens and some people used brushes. Batman, MS Dasher says, a Batman, a soldier assigned to an officer as a personal servant. So yeah, that's how it worked. Strange Death of Alex Raymond, something like that. And in the book, Dave Sim talks about how he studied how these people got these super fine textures to make ultra-realistic, photorealistic drawings and paintings, and using a brush versus using the nib of a pen. But okay, so if you can see how this chart was done with different cross-hatching by hand to illustrate different regions. All right, let's read this. Oh, I guess we don't have another article, but we do have an advertisement. Hurst and Blackett, publishers since 1812, send for a list of novels by all the most famous authors. Peril in the Balkans, Desperate Valor of the Scottish Regiment. This doesn't look like it's relevant to ours. Mr. Winston Churchill is safe. Escaped prisoner arrives in Portuguese East. Mr. Winston Churchill went out to South Africa as one of the correspondents of the Morning Post and was captured by the Boers. Is this the Winston Churchill who goes on to be Prime Minister of England? Was Winston Churchill captured by Boers? I'll bet that is a real story. It doesn't look like it's relevant to us, though. The other day, some furniture associated with Charles Dickens was sold at Sotheby's. It consisted of a mahogany office table, office chair. It's just a side story here. If I mistake not, the same lot was sold at the same sales room. As all Dickens relics have been greatly increasing in value. Roses in December, the weddings of Miss Marie MacDonald, Angus MacPhail. Okay, nothing else relevant for us. Copy of letter from Henry. Okay, here's another letter from Henry to Colin. My dear Colin, at last we seem to be making some progress. It was not the switch which caused William's death. What? How can that be? On Wednesday, I had a note from Grundle, which I enclosed, who had been sent for the previous day in view of a document having been found by his man Thomas. It seems that on arriving at his work on Wednesday morning, Thomas also found a bottle of tablets. These were wrapped up in a piece of paper containing the instructions for using the ridiculous spirit writing machine, which I found Stobart in possession of. Stobart had clearly taken the first wrapping that came handy and tried to dispose of his incriminating package during the night. Outside in the stable yard, there's an old collie dog which should have been put out of the way months ago, as he is half blind and can hardly walk. So I thought it no harm to try one of the tablets on the poor old creature. He was dead inside 2 minutes. McLean and his policemen are such hopeless bunglers that I took a few out of the bottle before handing it over to him, my intention being to send some to you for separate analysis. I enclosed them with this, but the analysis is no longer necessary, as yesterday the police informed me that the tablets contained arsenic, and, as you are aware, it was from an arsenical poisoning that William died. Stobart has not actually been charged with the murder yet, but the police took him with them to Mallaig and are detaining him there for further questioning. All right, let's read this again. He's saying, it's not the candy. The Grundle, the Swiss geologist or whatever, has been sent for by his man Thomas. When Thomas arrived at work on Wednesday morning, he found a bottle of tablets, which were wrapped up in a piece of paper containing the instructions for using the ridiculous spirit writing machine, which I found Stobart in possession of. So they found, thrown away, I guess, tablets hidden, wrapped up in some paper made to look like they were garbage. And it's Stobart's paper. Stobart had clearly taken the first wrapping that came handy, tried to dispose of his incriminating package during the night. Outside in the stable yard, there's an old collie dog, which should have been put out. So he finds tablets, found a bottle of tablets. Okay. So we don't really think it's Stobart that did this. I don't think, but maybe they were found by Thomas. It's just that they were Stobart's package wrapping. So either Stobart did it or someone found Stobart's packaging and used that. And okay, so he tries the tablets and he finds they kill the dog. All right, let's continue. I have little doubt in my mind that he was responsible for both crimes. As the occupant of the dressing room which opened onto George's bedroom, he had far greater facilities than anyone else in the castle for getting into his master's room at any hour. Somehow or other, he must have introduced the gas into it before George came up to bed on the night of his death and removed the gas container after the door was broken down in the morning. I've questioned Donald Bain again, most rigorously, but he remains unshaken in his statement that he was with Stobart when the door was forced, and that he remained in his dead master's room afterwards while Stobart went to break the news to his mistress and dispatch word to the Mallaig for Dr. Stewart. Bain declares himself positive that nothing whatsoever was touched in George's room or removed from it between the time of their breaking down the door and Dr. Stewart's arrival. So how Stobart actually introduced the gas and got rid of the container afterwards, I still do not see. The fact of his possessing this bottle of arsenic tablets, however, is damning enough in the case of William. Why he should have wished to murder my poor boy, I cannot think. But William complained of a slight touch of dyspepsia before he went up to bed on the Sunday, and it would have been quite easy for Stobart to have offered him one of these tablets as a pretended remedy when he took up the glass of hot milk which William used to drink last thing every night to the boy's room. In view of this development, other matters are less important now, but owing to my inquiries, 2 new facts have come to light. You will remember that Stobart admitted having been absent from his room for an hour between 6:30 and 7:30 on the morning of George's death, and we thought that possibly Mabel McGregor might have lured Stobart from his post to enable her brother Andy to have free access to the dressing room. Although, of course, there was still the problem as to how McGregor could have got through George's locked and bolted door even if he had managed to get that far. The police have now succeeded in tracing McGregor, and it seems that his newfangled political notions can only have been a sort of phase, like that of having artistic aspirations or mild religious mania, which many young people go through, as a week after the war broke out he enlisted in the Navy. At the time of George's death, and for some weeks previously, he was in his ship at Portsmouth. This clears him completely and rules out any possibility whatever of his having visited the island secretly to murder George, in revenge for an imagined wrong, with the complicity of his sister Mabel. I have also received replies to my letters from both Dr. Stewart and Dr. Gillies. The latter cannot help us very much, as he did not see the body until 2 days after George's death. But Dr. Stewart, who saw it some 9 hours after the door of the bedroom was broken in, declares that George had certainly been dead at least 12 hours when he saw him, but most probably more. He thinks it likely that the death occurred around midnight or in the very early hours of the morning. This statement makes it clear that Stobart's absence from his room between 6:30 and 7:30 in the morning has no bearing on the case whatever. Stobart himself is the fiend responsible for both these heinous crimes. Unchristian as it may be, I must confess to a grim satisfaction in the thought that my efforts have been crowned with success, and that this dastardly rogue will now soon meet his just deserts. I'm sending you a cutting from an illustrated paper containing the photograph of Caroline Cowdray. It seems that the girl used to allow herself to be photographed as a mannequin, and this appeared a short time ago. It will enable you to judge the type of girl that she is. By now you will be preparing for Christmas, and I send you my best wishes. May you at least be spared the suffering that I am undergoing, and spend it in a happier atmosphere than exists here. Your affectionate Uncle Henry. Okay, and here's a letter from Oscar Grundle. Let's see what... Oh, he's going to explain how they found the tablets. So, from Holstis, his house has a name, and it's on his letterhead. Dear Lord Malinsay, my man Thomas reports this morning he found the bottle I am sending with this note on a mound of earth which he dug up yesterday. He is positive that it was not there when he left off work last night, so that it must have been dropped by someone during the night of 20 December. You will notice the paper in which it is wrapped, and I am sending the whole thing after only a cursory examination of it, may prove very important. I am terribly upset to hear of the awful happenings at the castle, and hope this may throw some light on them. If I thought that by a personal interview I could add anything to your investigation, I would be delighted to do so. Unfortunately, however, my long absence from the island and my immersion in my work preclude the possibility of me being able to give you any information which could be of the slightest value. In sincere sympathy, yours truly, Oscar Grindel. And he is writing the S with these fancy German S's. Now, look, here's the instructions for how to use this Ouija board type thing. It's a Ouija board with a pencil, so I guess it's the precursor to the Ouija board. You don't move it over letters, you actually draw with it. The planchette, it's called. The planchette. I wonder what the history of the planchette is. A remarkable device to facilitate the process of spirit writing. This extraordinary invention has been the means of establishing undoubted contact with the spirits of other worlds, including those who have passed beyond and those inhabiting Mars and other planets. Place both hands lightly on the board, close the eyes, and concentrate the mind on the matter in which information is required. After a short time, the planchette will be found to be moving. Allow it to follow its own course, and the pencil will be found to inscribe various words on the paper beneath it. Should the words not immediately be intelligible, hold the paper up to a mirror, as not infrequently the writing will be found to be reverse, Spiegelschrift. Occasionally, imitations will be found to be produced of the handwriting of persons other than the operator, living or dead. Best results will be obtained when used in solitude, and patience must be exercised if results are not immediate, as time is sometimes required to establish contact with the spirits. Manufactured by J. Rose, Cheapside, London, and obtainable through Great Britain and Ireland. And here we have one of the tablets containing arsenic sent to Colin Rayburn by Henry, 6th Earl of Malinsay. Oh, Henry, our guy, is sending it to Colin for his records. Note to readers, the poison has been extracted from this tablet. All right, let's take a look at this actual pill in here. And it's sealed up. It'd be nice to open it up and get a look at it. I don't have my knife out here. I'm quite curious about this tablet. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go get myself my knife. All right, we're back. Let's get this open. So this tablet, if we're to believe this dossier, was placed in the 1800s. And even if we're not to believe this dossier, we know this book was made in 1979. So this tablet has been here since 1979. See if we can't get this tablet out of this. Here. Really? Really, Sarah? Really? All right. We've got our tablet. What does it look like? It's got a little line. across it like a tablet would. All right, I am going to, for the sake of this channel, going to taste this tablet. If I die, if I get sick, someone will call the hospital. Let's taste of nothing. Just tastes a little chalky. All right, let's leave it here. I'm not going to chew it. I'm not going to swallow it. That way, if it has arsenic, hopefully it won't kill me. All right. Oh, here's a picture of our woman, the handmaid. All right. From the Illustrated Scottish News. Let's see what she's posing. This is Caroline Cowdrey. Visiting costumes in beige cloth. The skirt is ornamented with 3 rows of chenille trimming and medallions. The bodice has a collarette trimmed with chenille to match. And the sleeves are the very latest style with puffs of pale beige silk muslin. A pretty visiting costume. Okay. The artistic variety and beauty of the modern wall. The modern what? Looks like the type of modern wallpaper or wall something. Indeed surprising. The designs are so natural, so simple, so pleasing. Indeed surprising. The designs are so natural, so simple, pleasing that one wonders how they can possibly be produced. I see, it's cut off. It's only a partial thing produced at that price. Yet bedroom papers, charming as anything that desired, are supplied for 9D and 10D apiece. The wild, the tulip, the jasmine, the anemone, the lilac. Few of the flowers represented as exquisitely colored, correctly drawn, as though their price were immensely something. We're not seeing the last part of this column, so I can't quite read it properly, but it's just selling this dress and talking about it. A new function has arisen for the lady's maid, her capacity for hairdressing, skimming among the hedges, bicycling chaperone, a maid trained in the requirements of the wheel, a biking maid. It's talking about how important it is to have a lady who can ride her bike. Pleasant hours spent out of doors. Okay. All right. Here we go. Henry is writing to Colin again. Henry would have given it to the cat. That's right. But Henry would have given. You could get it. You could give the poison tablet to a dog, but good luck giving it to a cat. Okay, here he is. 25th of December, more weeks later, he's writing to Colin. My dear Colin, I can hardly believe it is Christmas Day. If no one poisons Henry, then our theory goes out the window, right? Of Colin. Our theory of Colin goes out the window. I can hardly believe it is Christmas Day. It is terrible to be writing of such sad events at such a season, but I feel I must let you have the particulars of the latest development here. The police released Stobart on Saturday, and I'm so bewildered by the course events have taken that I cannot yet make up my mind if they were justified in this or not. He swore that the bottle of arsenic tablets, which was discovered on Grundle's diggings, must have been placed there by someone else to throw suspicion on him, and denied having ever seen it before. He said he had no recollection of ever having thrown away the instructions for his toy, and begged that his room might be examined for them. This was done, and remarkable as it may seem, in one of the drawers an identical sheet of instructions was found. I enclose it. Further, it was not Stobart who took up William's hot milk last thing on the night the boy died. Immediately after dinner, having completed his necessary duties for the day, Stobart left the castle and went down to the village. It was his fiancée's, Mabel McGregor's, birthday, so her parents had a few friends in to eat a haggis and drink her health at their cottage that evening. Stobart joined them at 9 o'clock and saw his fiancée back to the castle at 11:30. Mrs. Eyre having given the girl special permission to stay out late on this occasion. It was the parlor maid, Janet, old Mrs. Eyre's daughter, who took up William's milk at 10:30, and the police are definitely of the opinion that the poor boy must have died within 3/4 of an hour of swallowing the tablet. Unless, therefore, Stobart gave him the tablet before dinner, an extremely risky proceeding, as he might have taken it at once and, collapsing in my presence, told me who had given it to him, or visited him in his room about midnight, a most unlikely thing, Stobart must be innocent. I guess we should write down Janet, who gave him the pill. She delivered the milk. And who is she? She's Mrs. Eyre's daughter. And Mrs. Eyre is who? Mrs. Eyre must be the main keeper of the servants. Okay, so he's saying Stobart couldn't have given him the pill. It would have been too dangerous. So I doubt very much whether the poor fellow would have had to undergo this ordeal of being detained at the police station in Mallaig at all, if only the police had a little more sense. Now he's blaming the police after he was sure he did it. Inspector McLean has a positive mania for secrecy, and when I reported the discovery of the tablets and the fact that I had found Stobart in possession of the contraption referred to in the paper, which contained them, he carried Stobart off without troubling first to question any of the other inmates of the castle, and before he was even certain the tablets were poisoned. Stobart wrote to me immediately upon his release, and it really is a most affecting letter. He was distressed beyond measure that I could suppose, even for one moment, that he had a hand in his late master's murder, and although, as he relates, the knowledge of his complete innocence fortified him to some extent, he nevertheless suffered grievously from the attempts of McLean and the other police officers to trap him into some admission which might make him appear guilty. He concluded his letter by saying he realized it was an awkward time for him to be away, but as I must obviously have made some other arrangements for the fulfillment of his duties during his absence, he would consider it a great favor if I would allow him to remain in Mallaig for a few days so that he might spend Christmas with his old parents and have some little leisure to recover from his unpleasant experience before again taking up his duties here. I readily consented to this, as nothing could pain me more than the thought of an innocent party, particularly one of our servants, being made to suffer on account of the family's misfortunes. I cannot yet bring myself to clear my mind altogether of suspicion regarding Stobart, but that is mainly because I have failed so far to find any grounds for suspecting anybody else. I must admit, however, that Stobart has acted throughout like an innocent man, and if we accept his sworn word that somebody deliberately placed the arsenic tablets in a piece of paper which would incriminate him, we have not anything whatever against him. As Janet Eyre took William's milk up, she naturally becomes suspect. But her family has worked in the service of ours for 5 generations. And as she was not present when William mentioned in front of Stobart and myself that he had a slight attack of dyspepsia, how could she have known of it and so offered him the poison? Interesting. Offered him the poison under the disguise of a cure with his milk. She is rigidly respectable, deeply religious, and was as devoted to poor George as was her mother. I do not believe for one moment that she could have a hand in either crime. I'm going to write down Who did William mention his dyspepsia to? Because he's making a point that she wouldn't have heard him complain of his dyspepsia. So who did hear it? Hardy continues to suspect the mysterious Mr. Grundle and has made a list of his visits to the island since George's death. After a long absence, Grundle arrived on the island on Saturday, November 25th, the day of George's funeral, and departed again on Sunday. He arrived again on Friday, December 15th, and departed again the following day. On Monday, December 18th, the document of which I wrote in my last letter was found. Thomas told Duart, who telegraphed him, and he came over immediately, arriving on Tuesday night, almost before one would have expected the message to reach him. The arsenic tablets were found on Wednesday, and after sending them to me, he again left the island. He finally arrived yet again the day before yesterday, Saturday, December 23rd, and according to old Andrew Duart, is spending the Christmas holiday here. Learning of his arrival yesterday, Hardy and I went down to Holstus, but the man refused to see us, which seems strange and unreasonable. Yet is perhaps no more than the natural attitude of a morose recluse who does not wish to be bothered with strangers. On the other hand, if we rule Stobart out as far as William's death is concerned, and concentrate again on that of George, your uncle's murder having been contrived in so scientific a manner, it is more reasonable to suspect a man like Grundle, who is himself a scientist of sorts, than the servants in the castle or women like Frederica and Caroline, who could have little knowledge of poisonous gases. Yet one is baffled again, as one cannot get away from the fact that Grundle has not visited the island at all for a long period, until 4 days after George's death. It is true that he now has his own small cutter, but that is quite recent acquisition. He bought it only a week back from Neil McNeil down in the village, and he has never before been known to arrive at the island by any other means than the packet or hired boat, taking him direct to the harbor. In addition, Andrew Duart says that he has slept at Holstus every night since he became caretaker at the house, so he would certainly have known if Grundle had arrived there, landing from a fishing boat on his own beach, as would the other villagers. Their one recreation is gossip anyway, and they all state emphatically that Grundle has not been on Malinsay this autumn except on the dates given above. After we had been refused admittance yesterday, I left the house, but Hardy, who still suspects him, stayed behind, determined to make investigations. Creeping round to the back of the house, he looked in through the window of Grundle's study, where he watched him writing at his desk. He even managed to get a photograph of the man without his knowledge, and it really is a remarkably good one considering the circumstances in which it was taken. Hardy developed a snapshot in the afternoon. I'm sending it on for you to see. I'm a little suspicious of this guy, Robin Hardy, the reporter, because he got a room in the house. I'm going to make a note to see if we can't see where Robin Hardy room in house. Like, when did that happen? And that makes him a bit. He's a little too anxious to put blame on other people, I feel. Already developed a snapshot in the afternoon, sending it for you to see. I fear this will be a dull Christmas for you, laid up as you still are, and we too are in a wretched state for the festive season. It is over a fortnight now since poor William's death, and so, apart from myself, one cannot expect the other members of the household, none of whom had ever met him until I sent for him from Oxford, to continue stricken by the horror and gloom that affects me. Yet, at the same time, his tragic death is still too recent for us to enter into any of the normal gaieties we should enjoy at this time of year. For Christmas dinner tonight, in spite of the protests of Frederica, I'm having a tray sent up to my room. I feel that my presence would be too much of a strain for the others, as both Hardy and Furbright are dining with Frederica and Caroline. Yesterday I examined Thomas, the man employed by Grundle to dig. He says that the bottle was certainly not on the mound of earth on Tuesday when he left work. It was there on the Wednesday morning, and in the ordinary way would not have been discovered. He has, however, always to examine the ground he digs up very closely, and so found it as soon as he started. When Grundle arrived, he handed him the bottle, together with the old document which he had found on Monday, and about which he had told Dewart to telegraph his employer. He reported that Grundle seemed more interested in the document than in the bottle, and he told me that a similar document had been found very soon after he had first started work last year. Are they talking about the instructions for that device, the planchette? Are they saying they keep finding the planchette instructions? Or is this a different document? Hardy had just come in, having done some more useful work. That pill has upset my stomach a little bit. Okay, Hardy has just come in, having done some more useful work. When I told him what I've just told you, he determined to get hold of the document and went down to Holstus this afternoon and called at the back door to see Dewart. Fortunately, Grundle was not at home, and Hardy explained that he was anxious to get hold of this paper, which he had heard, and was willing to pay well for it, as well as to promise him a year's money if Grundle threw him out. Dewart accordingly led him into Grundle's study, where he immediately saw what he was looking for lying quite carelessly on a table. Dewart remarked that it seemed almost identical with the first document which was found last year, and which was also left lying around for quite some time. I have had a photograph of it taken, which I am sending to you herewith, and although there seems some doubt as to it having any bearing at all on our grim problem, I should like to have your opinion of it. So it's a different document. It's some other document. Although there seems some doubt as to having any bearing at all on our grim problems, I should like to have your opinion of it. I can only make out the writing with difficulty, but it seems to me that it may have some connection with the family troubles at the time of the 45, and was probably hidden soon afterwards. I can think of nothing but the problem of who threw the bottle of tablets away. So am I right in remembering that the problem that the family had in 45 was when the family, the Lord of Malinsay, switched from one branch of the family tree to another? I think this is increasing the likelihood that that's what's behind all this. The problem of 45, I believe that was what caused the family tree to switch over from what side of the family tree owned possession of this castle and the royalty. Tell me if let me know if that seems right to you. I can think of nothing but the problem of who threw the bottle of tablets away on Grundle's ground. There can be no doubt that it was these, and not the sweets, that caused William's death, for there is no longer any reason to suppose the sweets were poisoned at all. If Grundle had any part in the affair, why should he have sent the tablets to me? Someone certainly attempted to conceal them, knowing they would be covered up by the fresh ground dug by Thomas, but who it was is more than I can fathom. The sweets themselves still present a problem, as apart from the question of poisoning altogether, who in the world could have sent them? Perhaps you will be able to throw some light on the facts after considering them. So we still don't know who sent the sweets and why. Maybe the sweets make you sick and then you take the tablets? What the? This is confusing. So it is the planchette instructions. What the? This says 65, but I think that just means page 65 of this dossier, and here's 75. So it is a separate copy of this? Is it identical? And he's saying, is this a hidden message? Is that what this is? If it is a hidden message, it would be different, right? The planchette, a remarkable device to facilitate the process of spirit writing. This extraordinary invention has been the means of establishing undoubted contact with the spirits of other worlds, including those who have passed beyond and those inhabiting Mars and other planets. This extraordinary invention has been the means of establishing undoubted contact with the spirits of other worlds, including those who have passed beyond and those inhabiting Mars and other planets. Instructions for use. I'm going to read the first word of each sentence. Place and found and the. Place and found and the. Should the will. Occasionally the or. Best patience time spirits. Manufactured by J. Rose, Cheapside, London. Looks identical to me. That's odd. That's odd. MS Dasher says, that will be the one from the valet's drawer to prove there were two. It's a little confusing. Like, this one is... This one must have been the one they found wrapping the bottle. Sorry, this is the one they found wrapping the bottle. And then he says the police, when they searched his room, found one. And then this is a third one. This is a third one that the digging guy says he found. And he says a similar document had also been found a year ago. So these things are being found, multiple copies of them. At least two now and one a year ago. What is that all about? That's bizarre. That's bizarre. Okay, and here's a picture taken of the Grundle, the geologist. Imagine the geologist discovers money on the island. Rare stuff, gold, oil. That gives him a motive. Any clues in this photo? I don't see anything. He's left-handed, if that's of any use to us. Don't see anything else. That's weird. Why are there so many of these documents? All right. Oh, this is the document. What? All right, maybe this is what MS Dasher... Can you look at the page of the last letter? This page, Jonathan? All right, so I guess this is not... This is the second copy, but this is the document? Photograph of document, okay. All right, so somehow I'm misunderstanding where this second copy came from. One was found in the servant's drawer, and one was found wrapped in the pills. Maybe that's what these two are. And this is the document that was found last year and now. So let's see if we can understand what this document says. It says, all has been done as was arranged. The Rayburns hold what Rayburn held and guard it in this something. And then he's got this fancy letter. Looks like a J. Could be an S. The Rayburns hold what Rayburn held. This now definitely seems like it's one branch of the family dealing with another. Your affectionate Uncle Henry. Okay, I may have read that wrong. All right, so the document that he finds while he's digging up is a secret message. Maybe we need to read again how he says he finds this document. He says he went down to Holston to... Okay. Let him in where he saw what he's looking for on the table. So the digger servant had found a document, gave him the bottle, together with the old document which he had found on Monday. So he found the document on Monday. Monday, let's see. Monday he's writing on the 25th. Does that mean this happened on the previous Monday? So we think it's maybe Monday the 18th. So he found a document, the digger guy found a document the previous Monday. He gave it to him. Grundle seemed more interested in the document than in the bottle. And he told me that a similar document had been found very soon after he had first started work last year. Interesting. So then this guy convinces him to let him come in. He finds the document. He says, I can only make out the writing with difficulty, but it seems to me that it may have some connection with the family troubles at the time of the 45 and was probably hidden soon afterwards. So we're saying that possibly this letter was written back in 45 and buried and discovered by the geologist the Rayburns hold what Rayburns held and guard it in their slumbers. And look, that S is a weird curly S, so I think maybe this is supposed to be an S from the olden days S. I think this says slumbers. All right, let's continue reading. Oh my God, I bet I looks like Emily's dad to me. My dear Colin, I am so distraught that I hardly know how to put pen to paper, but I must tell you my ghastly news at once. Emily is dead. Murdered beyond a doubt. The dear child went out for a short walk yesterday afternoon and failed to return. Darkness has set in long before tea time, and on her non-appearance at the meal, I became uneasy. By 6 o'clock, I was acutely worried. By 7, all of us were out searching the grounds. All through the night hours, we searched in vain, but this morning we found her. Poor little Emily, her body was in the shallow water of the Sound. Conceivably, she was peering down from the precipice above and slipping, fell the 60 feet onto the rocks below. But I cannot believe that. This is no accident. The fiend is loose here. A madman is at large. A killer who without rhyme or reason lusts only for blood. May God have mercy on us all. Oh, Emily, we knew she was in danger, didn't we? Someone is killing off this side of the family. Of that, there can be no doubt. Is it someone working with Colin, or are we suspecting Colin for no reason? But maybe we can leave aside Colin for a second. Someone local here is working to put the Rayburn family tree back in order. We know the old maids worked for the family for many years. But why does this geologist have these documents about the family? Oh, poor Emily. That's tragic. Oh, Henry's pretty shooken up too. All right. That was on December 26th. Here he is. Letter from Henry, 6th Earl of Malinsay. So, now that I think about it, I was trying to see the the person who's sending us these reports, I was trying to see if that's Henry. Oh, Colin. All right, let's continue. Colin could be on the island and just intercepting the mailbag. Jonathan is convinced that Colin is not writing from where he is. Where is Colin supposed to be? Where is Colin supposed to be? London? My dear Colin, where is Colin? I don't remember where it says he is, but don't know where Colin is supposed to be. All right, let's continue. We don't have that much more. Poor Emily. Overwhelmed with, this is December 27th. Henry's writing to Colin again. My dear Colin, overwhelmed with grief as I am, I feel that I must write to tell you of the almost unbelievable scene which occurred here last night. The nerves of us all are in shreds. I know it. All of us here are losing our sense of proportion. How can it be otherwise? One of us is a criminal lunatic. There's not a doubt of that. But which? Exhausted as I am, I cannot sleep. That is not through fear for myself, but through an agony of bewilderment and frustration. Again and again, the faces of the inmates of this once happy and well-loved home, which has now become a morgue, rises before me. Stobart, tall, thin-nosed, morose, and yet somehow possessing an air of candor, Your Aunt Frederica, beautiful still in the very prime of life, surrounding me with every care and comfort since my bereavement, and yet totally different in education and outlook from any woman of our own world, and therefore unfathomable, unknowable. A personality potent for immense good or ill. Pure bright, with his violent jealousies, his outrageous temper, a man of lusts and loose morals, who has openly brought women of a dubious nature to live with him during his tenancy of Burnside. The Cowdray girl, sly, secretive, boldly handsome, provocative, a focus for certain trouble wherever men may congregate. Hardy, a good fellow if ever there was one, but uneasy, with something preying on his mind, normal and shrewd enough in the ordinary way, but silent and distrait whenever Caroline or Frederica are present. In grim procession, these faces haunt my nights, and upon the flimsy pretext of some almost certainly meaningless gesture or phrase, I weave the most damnable suspicions about them one and all. To revert to last night, after dinner I was sitting downstairs in the hall. The sound of raised voices came to me from above. They increased in volume until I could not ignore the obvious fact that a violent quarrel was in progress. Normally I should never dream of infringing the privacy of your aunt's apartments, but in such a case I felt it my bounden duty to do so, lest some harm might befall somebody. I knocked upon her boudoir door, but the voices continued without interruption, so I thrust it open and walked in. I would that my pen were capable of describing the violent scene of which I was the unwilling witness. Frederica and Caroline were together there, standing a few feet apart and oblivious to my presence or all sense of decency, abusing each other like two Billingsgate fishwives. Your aunt was calling Caroline a lazy, ungrateful, immoral slut, and she did not mince her words in doing so. Rarely have I been compelled to listen to such appalling language, and to hear it issuing from the lips of a beautiful woman filled me with unspeakable horror and disgust. Caroline, with tears streaming down her pretty face, gave back as good as she was getting. Her fine features were, at times, distorted into a horrid mask of rage and hate as she abused her mistress, throwing it in Frederica's teeth that she was no better than a harlot and a scarlet woman who, possessed of the devil, had deliberately wrecked poor George's life. Their unguarded recriminations soon left me in no doubt as to their true relations to each other. Caroline is Frederica's niece, which of course accounts for her strong likeness to your aunt, as reported by me to you in an earlier letter. Frederica apparently took the girl into her household not because she wished to do so, but at the insistence of her parents, Caroline's people being virtually destitute. One would have imagined that Caroline would have been grateful to her protectress, particularly as Frederica arranged matters so that the girl should not be treated as an ordinary servant, but have her own room at the castle, live in every comfort, be waited on herself by the others, and have only the lightest duties to perform. It is clear from your aunt's tirade in my presence that even the easy task of looking after her clothes and doing odd jobs on her behalf were more than the baggage cared to undertake, and that Frederica would have dismissed her months ago despite her family if it had not been for George. George took a fancy to the girl, and particularly to her soft, well-modulated voice. He fell into the habit of having her read to him in order to save his eyes, which were not too good in recent years, and in consequence, when Frederica wished to send her packing, he refused to allow it. In spite of his crazy folly in marrying Frederica, George, by all accounts, remained very much the master, and even the smallest changes in household routine could not be made without reference to him. Stobart and Mrs. Eyre, with whom I have spoken since, both confirm this. I naturally endeavored to intervene between Frederica and Caroline, but the two of them immediately turned upon me, and each endeavored to gain my support for their own side of the argument. Frederica declared in no unmeasured terms that her niece had been much more than she should have been to George, and was in fact his mistress. During the last years of his life, Caroline denied this emphatically and spoke with feeling and affection of her dead master. Your aunt, according to Caroline, neglected George shamefully, and it was in consequence of this that she had done what she could to cheer him up by giving him her companionship. A friendship had sprung up between them upon much the same lines as might exist between a father and daughter. She said that George had been unfailingly kind and considerate to her, but never approached her in any other way. For her part, she had found him immensely interesting to talk to on account of his wide experience, but she had never regarded him for one moment as more than a benevolent and kindly friend of an older generation than herself. Caroline went on to accuse Frederica of having an affair with her groom, Norman Ward, rating her in the wildest way for the manner in which, for months past, she had visited Ward's apartments over the stables and remained there closeted with him for hours at a stretch, to the scandal of the entire household. From this, her abuse increased to a positive crescendo in which she actually accused Frederica of wishing poor George out of the way in order that she might be free to marry her lover. Frederica, wrought to a pitch of frenzy which surpasses anything I've ever seen in a woman before, threw back her head and shrilled with defiant shamelessness that Ward was her lover. He was young, handsome, amusing, passionate, a man that any woman would be proud of, she declared, whereas George was a tiresome bore whom she had been an utter fool to marry. She could quite easily have acquired a title or a richer husband and a younger man more suited to her own temperament had she continued a little longer upon the stage. To my unspeakable horror, she proclaimed without the least trace of shame that she was extremely pleased poor George had died when he had, as otherwise, out of sheer boredom from having to live in the same house with him, she might well have murdered him herself. As it was, somebody had saved her the trouble, and she was convinced in her own mind that this person was no other than Caroline. Frederica's contention is that Caroline, having been George's mistress for the better part of a year, had become just as bored with him as she was herself. Then, meeting Pirbright, she wished to leave George and marry the artist. Knowing the violence of Pirbright's jealousy, she feared to lose him, as if it came to his knowledge that George had been her lover, and George, knowing this, and wishing to keep her for himself, threatened her that he would wreck her chances with the artist by telling him the truth if she attempted to leave him. In consequence, the only way in which she could have freed herself from George, and at the same time preserve the fiction of her pseudo-virginity, was to murder him. Her pseudo-virginity. Caroline defended herself by saying there was not one atom of truth in this preposterous story. George would have given her a fatherly blessing at any time that she declared her intention of leaving his services to marry. She then turned to William's murder and announced that the poor lad had told her 2 nights before he died that he was hot upon the track of his uncle's assassin, and felt confident he had discovered the manner in which the gas was introduced into George's room. He pledged her to secrecy and said he would tell no one else, even myself, as he did not want to be pressed for the name of the person he suspected until he was quite certain of their guilt. But she very foolishly broke her word and told Frederica that William was near solving the mystery, within an hour or so of having learned that. Only she and Frederica knew that the unmasking of the murderer was imminent. Therefore, being innocent herself, it must have been Frederica who murdered William to prevent him disclosing her guilt in George's murder. That's nice. Okay. She's like, I know I'm innocent, and the 2 of us are the only ones who know, so it had to be this other person. Okay. Eventually, I got Caroline out of Frederica's room, but I'm still puzzling my wits as to if there can be any real grounds for the wild accusations of either of these hysterical women. It is just at such times of unrestrained emotion that unguarded statements slip out, and although each charge is based entirely on supposition, it seems to me highly probable that one of these viragos has hit upon the truth. Personally, I consider that Caroline is the more likely to be guilty. She had an additional motive of which your aunt is not aware, in that she doubtless believed that George's new will had actually been executed and that she would benefit by it to the tune of £2,000. Moreover, her own damning admission that Williams told her he was on track of George's murder gives us the reason that William was killed, together with the pointer that as the only two women that only the two women knew of William's discovery, it must have been your aunt or Caroline herself who killed him. I question whether Caroline has sufficient brain to plan such subtle murders on her own, but if Frederica is right about the girl wanting to rid herself of George, she probably secured Purebright's help by telling him of the expected legacy. He is an educated man and would not have had great difficulty in procuring both the gas and arsenic tablets. While she could easily have introduced the gas into George's room before he died, and later, when they feared discovery by William, she, of all people in the castle, is the only one who could have visited his room after he went to bed on the Sunday night without arousing his suspicions because she was having an affair with him. Your affectionate Uncle Henry. Okay, so he's saying that she could have released gas into the room as she was leaving at the end of the night, and then possibly snuck back in and been like, knock, knock, knock. It's me, let me in. But then he would be dead, so how would she get back in the room? It's the only one who could have visited his room after he went to bed, if she was having an affair, which he assumes she was. All right. Let's read this newspaper and then take a break. Third tragic death at Malinsay. All will be filled with horror and distress at the shocking news which now reaches us from the Isle of Malinsay. Lady Emily Rayburn, the only surviving child of the present Earl of Malinsay, has now met her death on the island in a manner just as mysterious as that which still baffles the police in the cases of her uncle and her brother. On learning of her brother's death, Lady Emily hurried from London to be beside her bereaved father. She arrived in the island on Thursday the 14th, a young girl of 22, beautiful, vivacious, a leading figure in the younger circles of London society. 11 days later she was dead, and bitter irony being piled on tragedy, her death took place on Christmas Day. It will be recalled that the day was cold but sunny, and after luncheon Lady Emily decided to go for a short walk. Upon her failing to return to tea, her father became alarmed, and by 6 o'clock parties had been organized to go out and search for her. Although the searchers were ranging the island with their lanterns all through the bitter cold and darkness of Christmas night, they failed to find any trace of Lady Emily until, at 8 o'clock the following morning, a shepherd discovered her body in the shallow water of the Sound upon the western side of the island. The corpse was so badly bruised that it is impossible to tell if Lady Emily died by an accident through falling from the cliff some 100 foot above onto the rocks, or if she was attacked first, stunned, and then thrown over. But in view of the sinister fate which befell both her uncle and her brother so recently, the police and all concerned are naturally of the opinion that this could have been no accident. Lady Emily's funeral has now been fixed for tomorrow, Friday the 29th. Malinsay Mystery. An account of the progress of investigation The butler and police and Lady Emily Rayburn are reported elsewhere in this issue. Here's an article about using Scottish wool inside their helmets. More on the fighting. Here's a map of Malinsay, the Mystery Island. There's Malinsay Island right there. And where it fits into all this. More newspaper articles on the fighting, not to do with us. More articles on fighting, a little ad. Selling classic novels, full-page illustrations by George Cruikshank, The History of Tom Jones, Adventures of Roderick Random. Alarming rumor from America. An alarming rumor comes from America. It is said that someone in the ingenious country has discovered a plan by means of which old postage stamps can be entirely relieved of the obliterating letters and made equal to new. I should be inclined to look upon this as a rumor and nothing more, although such an operation seems to be quite within the possibilities of science. The only question is whether the conversion of old stamps into new would not be too expensive to render it worth doing, from the unprincipled person's point of view. If it could be done in the wholesale manner at a cheap rate, and then it continues. All right, now we've got a couple more articles about our family. Don't read this, read this. Roderick Stobart, the butler valet to the late Earl, who was detained for questioning last week, was released on Saturday the 23rd, but he did not return to the island until yesterday, having spent Christmas with his aged parents in Mallaig. The police have issued a statement saying that Stobart has now answered all their questions to their satisfaction, although earlier it was believed that he might be able to throw some light on the death of Viscount Rayburn owing to the discovery of a bottle of arsenic tablets thought to have been at some time in his possession. The fact of his being in Mallaig at the time of Lady Emily's death exonerates him entirely from any suspicion in connection with her sad end, and if she was murdered, it is only logical to suppose that the same hand struck her down as that which struck down her uncle and her brother. The most rigorous examination of all the inhabitants of the castle by the police discloses no motive whatever for any single person having cause to wish ill to all three victims, and in consequence we can only suppose that a criminal lunatic is at large on the island. The thoughts of all of us go out to Lord Malinsay in the loss of his brother and both his children in so short a time. And our earnest hope is that the murderer may be caught before he has opportunity to wreak his insane bloodlust upon another victim. Lady Emily Rayburn. Lady Emily Rayburn was born in August 1877. She was the only daughter of the 6th Earl of Malinsay, who recently succeeded to the title, and Gwendolen Paulette Ferguson, the younger daughter of Sir Batty Paulette Ferguson. At the age of 4, Lady Emily lost her mother, and from that time was brought up by her aunt, the Honourable Geoffrey Mead Shanks, at her beautiful home, White Pillars, near Southampton. Lady Emily was presented to Her Majesty by her great aunt, the Dowager Countess of Cornthorpe, in 1893. Last season there were rumors that Lady Emily might become engaged to a Captain Herbert MacFickle from the Scots Greys, the eldest son of the Galosh of Galosh, but no official announcement had appeared, although the two young people were known to be friends. And then Roads Impossible. Something occurred to me about the family tree. Like, they reusing names. I wonder if there's anyone else with a similar name as one of our other characters. We've got lots of Collins, Hamish, Niall. I mean, if we suspect this part of the family tree is orchestrating all this, then Colin... Are there some Janets? There's a Janet. Colin, Mary, Jane or Janet. I wonder if, because we've got a Janet, right? She's like the head of the the house servants. We don't hear much about them, but I think we did. Janet Eyre or something, right? All right, it's time for another break. I'll see you in 10 minutes. We are back. You're watching Caught for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, February 15th, 2022 at 4 a.m. We've just got a couple more pages to read to end this mystery of the Malinsay Massacre. And poor Henry's family is being killed off. And I fear that Henry is going to be the last to go. His brother got killed. He went to investigate. Then his son William got killed. Then Emily got killed, all poisoned in one form or another. And I really feel fear for Henry's life. We're talking a little bit in the chat about a couple things. Jonathan seems to suspect that Colin himself is, we all suspect Colin, that branch of the tree. We'll talk about our theories in a bit. I think there's got to be someone locally who's working with Colin, but Jonathan thinks Colin is skulking about on the island. And we all want to go back, I think, and investigate, look a little bit more about Colin. Jonathan's pointing out that Colin doesn't seem to be writing back anymore. But maybe it's that I have a theory about that, in fact. Jonathan, how does this strike you? Are we going to find out that Colin is the current Lord Malinsay after Henry dies, and it's his records that we're looking at? And so he's got all the correspondence sent to him, but he doesn't have the documents he sent out, at least most of them. So maybe that's why it makes sense that we have all Henry's correspondence to Colin, because Colin has kept them as little mementos in his documents. All right, let's read. Or I guess we don't have to read yet. We can talk for a little bit. Jonathan says it would be a good twist if Colin had been murdered off screen and no one has gotten around to telling Uncle Henry. It is interesting. Is Henry going to be dead by the end of this? I'm a little confused about whether this Lord Malinsay... We're told that Lord Malinsay solved this mystery with his brilliant mind. The present Earl succeeded in solving this mystery without even visiting the scene of the crimes. He deduced who was responsible and the amazing motive. Yeah, it's going to be Colin who figures it out. But in all fairness, that's why Henry wrote to his nephew, Colin, because he knew he was so smart he could figure it out. But it's going to be Colin who's going to be the surviving lord, who's figured it out, but we think is going to have been the mastermind. But he says he wishes to remind you of his regrettable failure to elucidate the mystery which still surrounds the opening act. So it's interesting. Our previous case ended with the detective being like, it always amazes me you criminal narcissists always like to gloat and talk about your crimes. And if we're right that he's behind this, he is gloating about his crime by giving us all these documents. Let's continue. Yeah, Henry's going to be dead by the time we get to the end of this. All right, let's read it, and then we'll spend some time talking about theories and looking back at evidence. All right, here we go. My dear Colin, he's writing at the end of December, 1899. 3 more terrible days have passed since I wrote to you. From the time of the frightful scene between Frederica and Caroline on Tuesday night, the castle has been electric with hate, bitterness, and grief. Stobart returned to duty on the Wednesday, but he moons about like a lean, cadaverous ghost, so that I can scarcely abide his presence anymore. First thing, on Thursday morning, Caroline came to me and declared her intention of leaving the island by that day's boat. I went at once to Inspector McLean and asked him to detain her until we had an opportunity to examine Frederica's charges against her. At first, McLean agreed with me and promised to detain Caroline, but at 10 o'clock Pirbright arrived at the castle to fetch her, and this resulted in another appalling scene. Announcing that Caroline was his fiancée, he defied McLean to detain either of them at his peril, and declared that if he did, Pirbright would get the inspector dismissed by the force. McLean has not a single shred of evidence against either of them, so what could he do but let them go? Accordingly, the pair departed, as they had planned, at midday on Thursday for London. Yesterday I faced the sad task of laying poor little Emily to rest. For some unaccountable reason, Hardy failed to appear at the funeral, and I greatly missed his support. This is Robin Hardy, the financial reporter. I have hardly seen him since Emily's death, as, according to his own account, he is devoting his whole time to keeping Holstus under observation, or he's got scratches from pushing Emily off that cliff. She, got some scratches in him before she fell over. After arriving here on the Saturday before Christmas, Grundle left again on Boxing Day in his own cutter. Hardy refused to listen to my well-reasoned case against Caroline and Pirbright, and then, when I told him of it, refused to be shaken in his conviction that Grundle has perpetrated this horrible series of crimes, being impelled to them because he is a criminal lunatic. This idea has become an obsession with poor Hardy, and it seems to have robbed him of his wits. He burst into my room first thing this morning with tousled hair and eyes aflame. His agitation was so great that he could hardly speak, but he managed to stutter out that he had just discovered that Grundle returned the night before last and has been lying low ever since. He would say no more except to insist that he must have a private interview with Frederica immediately. When a message was sent up, she refused to receive him, upon which he cast all decent behavior to the winds and, thrusting Stobart from his path, dashed upstairs and broke into Frederica's apartments. In view of this strange behavior, I naturally followed to make a protest and insist that he leave the house. When I arrived a few seconds after him in Frederica's boudoir, yet another extraordinary scene was taking place. He was kneeling upon the floor in front of her with his hands clasped and quivering in an agony of emotion. Rooted to the spot, I stood there in the doorway, listening to him as he made an impassioned plea for her to leave the island with him before this fiend who was loose here murdered her. From Hardy's raving, it became quite clear to me that he and Frederica were by no means strangers to each other before his arrival on the island, as I had thought. It seems that he met her when she was last in London and fell desperately in love with her. As a result of this, being of independent means, he threw up his job and followed her to Scotland, taking the Brig House for the sole purpose of being near her. Frederica apparently does not reciprocate his feelings, since she refused to have anything to do with him during the weeks preceding George's death, and with some skill has prevented his ever being alone with her during his recent visits to the castle on account of the investigation. Finally, at Frederica's request, Stobart and I had to forcibly remove the distracted man from her room. Can it be that Hardy is the criminal we are seeking? His wild passion for Frederica might well be a motive for murdering George, and, if William was on the point of discovering him, for murdering the poor boy too. I am inclined to think now that this is the solution to the problem, and that all his innuendos against Grundle were for no other purpose than to throw dust in my eyes. I love how each day he's sure it's someone else. Now he's inclined to believe William. He's inclined to believe it's Caroline. He's inclined to believe it's Frederica. Now he's inclined to believe it's Robin Hardy. Frederica came to me an hour later and told me that, distressed as she was upon my account, she could no longer bear the terrible atmosphere of this tragic house, and that I must forgive her if she abandons me. She is packing now, and she is determined to leave the island by today's boat, and is taking Ward, whom she tells me quite frankly it is her intention to marry, with her. Your distracted Uncle Henry. Oh, it's distracted now. P.S. Frederica and Ward left at midday, and Bain, who drove them down to the harbor, informs me that Hardy arrived with bag and baggage just in time to catch the packet before it sailed for the mainland. Here we go. Henry just got killed. Look at this. 6th Earl stabbed to death. Holy cow. On Tuesday last, the mysterious fiend of Malinsay struck once again. For the 4th time in less than 2 months, a violent end has overtaken a member of the Rayburn family, and the latest victim of this is the 6th Earl, who only inherited the title some 7 weeks ago. 7 weeks it's been. Lord Malinsay was discovered by his valet, Roderick Stobart, early on the morning of the 2nd, lying dead before the entrance to the family vault. Wow, January 2nd, 1900. Whew. Lying dead before the entrance to the family vault, which is under the private chapel at the north side of the castle. Stobart, who was recently detained by the police in Mallaig for questioning in connection with the death of Viscount Rayburn, but released upon the police issuing a statement that he had supplied satisfactory answers to all their questions, made the following statement. I went to call his lordship with the early morning tea as usual at 7:45, and hearing no response to my knock, I entered his room to find it empty. As his lordship had been extremely restless of late, and on numerous occasions risen early, I did not attach any particular importance to his absence from his room, and assumed that he had gone out for an early morning walk. When, however, he failed to appear at breakfast, I reported the matter to Inspector McLean, who has been living for the past 7 weeks in the castle. The inspector, his men, and the other servants at once feared that another tragedy might have occurred, and in consequence we all hurriedly dispersed to try and find his lordship. I went out of the back door and was about to cross the stable yard when, to my left, just below the wall of the chapel, I saw a huddled figure half concealed by the bushes. Going to it, I found that it was my unfortunate master, who had evidently been stabbed to death, as there were numerous wounds on the left side of his back, and his clothes were saturated with blood. He was quite dead when I found him, and without a moment's delay, I brought the Inspector McLean to the spot. I want to note he was found with stab wounds to the left side of his back. And remember, we noted that the geologist was left-handed from this photo of him. We are able to state, in the opinion of the police, Lord Malinsay was stabbed by a left-handed man. Further particulars, so giving a little bit of away of something that I figured out on my own. Okay. Further particulars of this grim series of crimes will be found elsewhere in this issue. A short obituary of the late Lord Malinsay appears on the following page. Okay, then we've got more on the war. A strange monster. Shepherd reports a curious encounter on Friday night when the moon was full and he returned to the cottage by the loch side. A dark shape, he declares, galumphing along the path in front of him. More on the war. And then an advertisement, Hertz and Blackett, publishers. And then we have a little article about our 6th Earl. Sorry, I should have shown you the advertisement, more war articles, and here's our article about our person. Henry William Edward Ralph, 6th Earl of Malinsay, was born in April 1852. He was educated at Eton and Oxford, taking his degree with honors at the university. Much of his life was devoted to study, and he is well known in biological circles. His principal interest was ornithology, upon which he read numerous papers to learned societies. He also published 2 books, Birds in the Egg, 1884, and Little Bits of Fluff, 1889. In May 1876, Lord Malinsay married Gwendolen Emily Victoria Paulette Ferguson, the younger daughter of Sir Batty Paulette Ferguson, Bart of Chase Place, Huntingdonshire, but his marriage was of brief duration as he lost his wife in November 1881. 2 children were born of the marriage, Lady Emily Rayburn in 1877, whose sad end was reported in our columns only last week, and the late Viscount Rayburn, born in 1879, who also met a tragic fate on Malinsay early in December. As the 6th Earl had noted, no other brothers other than the 5th Earl, who was murdered in November last, the peerage now falls into abeyance. And there's his body with a knife in his back. Tragic. Henry, whose letters we've been reading. Boy, that is a tragedy. Brother killed, then son killed, then daughter killed, all over the course of 2 months. Rough. Killed at the entrance to the family mausoleum. And that's it, it's over. Whom was Colin Rayburn able to name as the murderer? What evidence enabled him to do this that applied to the victim, the murderer, and the motive? Okay, so we have got a change in how this game is done. Unlike the previous books, which are, say, just like turn this when you're ready, when you know who did it. Now we're asked 4 questions. Who did Colin Rayburn name as the murderer? And then what evidence enabled him to do this? The victim, the murderer, and the motive. So, if we're to solve this, we have to say who is the murderer, what evidence on the victim enabled him to name the murderer, what evidence that applied to the murderer, and the motive. Okay, so just to clarify some basics. Colin, who Henry starts writing to right from the first, and who we don't hear back from except maybe once. Wait, do we ever hear from Colin? We never hear from Colin, is that right? We just hear about Colin through Henry's letters. We hear Henry writing to him saying, thank you for your letter. But we never hear from Colin himself, is that correct? Okay, so Colin... Oh, yes, we do. Okay, so we've got one letter from Colin. In fact, it's a fairly long one. All right, let's look at our letter from Colin again. But just to make clear, Colin is the new Earl of Malinsay. So he did inherit the title. We know that because that's how the game starts out. It starts out with us being told that the current Earl of Malinsay, the 6th Earl of Malinsay, solved this case, and he's going to send us the files from this case, which is what we're reading. And that he solved the case to the police's satisfaction, except he didn't figure out who killed George, I guess is what he's saying. It said, his lordship is gratified by the flattering comments. He wishes me to express his view that as the theory he propounded to the police was the only one which fitted in with the facts, no great deductive powers were called for. He also wished me to remind you of his regrettable failure to elucidate the mystery which still surrounds the opening act of this terrible series of crimes. So as I understand it, what they're saying is Colin, Henry's nephew that Henry's been writing to, inherited the castle and the title and solved the case, told the police the explanation, arrested a murderer. It's not, but he didn't, there was one part of the puzzle that he wasn't able to solve. But it's not clear to, it sounds like it's saying maybe the original murder of George he wasn't able to solve. And then he's writing to us, or his secretary. He's not writing, his secretary is writing, saying they're going to send us the documents, and he hopes that someone might be able to figure out the original thing. And he says, it is mainly in the hope that even after all these years, some member of the public may be able to produce a possible theory which will explain the extraordinary manner in which the 5th Earl met his death. Is it his death on the events that follows? Okay, right, okay. So that's the part he can't explain. He can't explain the initial death of George. He says, it must, however, be clearly understood that owing to his advanced age, Lord Malinsay, Colin, will under no circumstances grant any interviews or enter into any correspondence whatsoever. So Colin does not want to have his signature or anything now. So Colin is the current Lord Malinsay. My dear Colin, he says to Colin, he does tell Colin that Colin is going to inherit everything. No, he doesn't, right? He wrote that his intention to alter his will. I don't know if he did it. Okay, so he says now here's his full first letter to Colin. Let's check this out. Maybe he did not figure out how George was killed. I think that's right. I think you're right. He didn't figure out how George was killed. Maybe he even knows who it is, but he didn't figure out how he was killed. I think that's right, Jonathan. Okay, so I want to look at the initial letters to Colin and from the one letter from Colin to see if we can't make sense of it. So he's giving him the details about how he was poisoned. Okay. The garden's gone to wreck and ruin. Mrs. Eyre, the housekeeper, you will surely remember. She is now advanced in years, being close on 70, but is still active, although she tells me she has twice suggested that a time come for her to retire. The cook, Mrs. Cromarty. Okay. Now, let's read the one letter from Colin and see if we can, now that we suspect him, let's see if anything else jumps out to us as being suspicious. Your news is terrible indeed, and I hasten to express my sincerest sympathy in the tragic loss you have sustained and the appalling shock. Where is it from? From the Mains, Ballity, Mr. Oban, Scotland. Remember that on the letter from the chocolate, it's a 4-letter postmark that ends in AS. So keep that in mind. Your news is terrible. I hasten to express my sincere sympathy in the tragic loss. We might have to start looking at those maps. Like in the newspaper, there was a map of the islands around. Let's look at that for a second. See if you see an AS that might be nearby. A 4-letter word ending in AS. I don't see it. Ross and Cromarty. What does that mean? That this woman has taken the fishy name of Cromarty, and here's Ross and Cromarty. I don't see any AN. I see a 4-letter AN, but no AS. I thought maybe we would find that around the island of Malinsay was a place where Colin was hiding out sending that letter. Or is it possible... Do we have another map of the island that has an AS? That wouldn't make sense though. Okay, let's continue reading here again. Poor Uncle George's murder. One reads of such things, but I find it impossible that my family is such a horrible. Many pleasant memories because of the innumerable kindness he did to me in my youth. So did Colin really murder this person that has fond memories of? You can count on me doing everything possible to help. It's been 10 years since I visited the island, but I can remember the jolly times I had there as a boy when the castle was always full of people and Uncle George entertained in such a lavish manner. So he's a kid running around this castle. He might have occasion to find the secret passageway. Although his older guests could never reproach him with neglect, he somehow always found time to take me bird nesting among the crags. Taught me practically everything I know. I ill repaid him. I trust I am more tolerant now. But at the time I was only 20, with the harsh judgment of the young, I was guilty of forgetting his many kindnesses to me. So he was still mad at him marrying this woman, spoiling the family heritage. His utter disregard for convention, coupled with her flat refusal to modify in the least the taste in clothes. I visited the castle only once after they were married, and the vulgarity of her conduct positively overwhelmed me with disgust. This is where she's got her birds of paradise on her hat. So he does not like her. He thinks that George is bespoiling the reputation of their family. I was furious with him then, but I can only feel sympathy for him now that he is gone. And the price with his sensitive nature he must have paid for his folly. Your relation of the facts concerning his death seemed quite extraordinary. If, as you say, the door was bolted as well as locked from the inside, and there was no other entrance to his bedroom, how could anyone possibly have gotten in to administer the gas? Surely it must have been introduced from the outside in some manner. But it defeats me. It was, look, the devilish crime will be no light one seeing that it was thought out with so much ingenuity. I think he's patting himself on the back here. The police, I fear, will prove of little help, as one can hardly expect to find a Sherlock Holmes among the rural constabulary. I agree with you that almost certainly the murder must have been committed by some member of the household. Though, of course, somebody occupying one of the houses on the island might have a grudge. It is good to hear that my cousin William is doing so well at Oxford, but in view of my own inability to join you, surely the wise course would be to telegraph him to do so. The interruption to his studies at such time is unfortunate, but in a fortnight term will be over in any case. And if he is as keen on his work as you say, it should not be difficult for him to make up any leeway. So Colin might have this reason to poison him with gas because he knows that will bring the son, William, studying chemistry to the castle. And look, he's even gilding the lily. He's saying, if the criminal's still there, you're in danger. You shouldn't be there alone. I urge you most strongly, therefore, that you should send for William, particularly in view of the fact that he is already a promising chemist. He doubtless has some knowledge of gases and would thus be of even greater assistance. Okay, before we went back and read this, I was thinking, well, maybe Colin's not involved, but now I really feel sure Colin is involved. Now, let's see how this goes. Congratulations on your having come into the peerage. Would hardly be in place, but I'm sure you know that all my good wishes go out to you as the new head of our family. I sincerely hope for you for the sake that they have, since the title would be of little more than a burden if you were to bear it on your own income with only the entailed estates added. It is a queer twist of fate that by a succession of fortunate marriages, the elder branch of the family, which originally held the peerage until attainted after the 45, should have amassed such a considerable fortune as my father was able to leave to me, whereas the younger branch, in whose favor the peerage was revived, should always have been in some difficulty to keep up the title adequately. It seemed that better fortune had come to them at last, when Uncle George began to amass money through his shrewd speculations as quite a young man. I naturally assumed that he had made adequate arrangements years ago to ensure that you, as his heir, or if you predeceased him, your boy William would come into the bulk of his money, seeing that he had no children of his own. It will be tragic indeed if the whole of his private fortune goes after all to the worthless Frederica instead of to yourself. I shall be thinking of you constantly and beg you will write me the fullest details regarding your progress. Yeah, he wants details of it. Okay, so as Jonathan is saying here, Colin's side of the family is well off. That's what he was just saying. So if Colin really is the murderer, it's just for the title. I think that's right. So Colin is talking exactly about what we wondered. So it was the events of the 45 when the younger part of the family, Henry and George, got the title, and Colin's side of the family got pushed out. They don't get the title, but they've got the money. And so now he's got the money and he wants to claim his title back. Okay. And now here's where we hear about his letter, his illness. I hope that your wearisome illness is progressing as well as can be expected. I hope before very long to be able to visit you, but you will agree that for the time being, my place is here. So we don't hear any more about his illness, but maybe he never wrote about his illness, but maybe he's just used that as an excuse. All right, let's look at this floor plan again. I think it's going to be through some secret alleyway, some secret connection between the bedrooms. But do we know whose bedroom that is? And where is the stable? Okay, so the stable is here. Well, the stable is on top here, which is, it looks like, connected by roof. Like someone could jump over this roof to come in through the roof, but that seems, you couldn't do that without getting attention. But I suppose, well, they're not on the ground floor. The ground floor is the scullery and the kitchen. It seems to me the most likely secret entrance would be between this bedroom. But whose bedroom is that? Does anyone tell us about the bedrooms? It would be a bedroom that was above the dining room, if that's of any help. Is there any discussion of the people in the place and where their bedrooms were? There's this weird suspicious stuff about how there's lots of timber in front of the vault, so they couldn't get into it. I'm not ruling out, Jonathan, your theory that Colin is actually here. It just seems unlikely to me. It seems like there's got to be someone. If he wrote to Colin and Colin wrote back, then at least when George was killed, he wasn't on scene. And if that's true, it seems like it's a local accomplice. Jonathan says, I would guess the head maid and her daughter would be potentially loyal to Colin's family since they had worked there for 5 generations. Yes, I think that's a really good point. And also, there was something about them that made them also suspicious. Janet. And I was thinking, if someone knows the secret compartment ways, secret passageways, maybe they could have overheard the maid, Frederica, talking to Carolyn about how William was about ready to solve it or something. I would love to hear who lives in that bedroom, though, because that bedroom, if we found out that one of them is in that bedroom next door, that would be a huge clue, right? If there really is a secret entrance. Frederica remains confined to her own rooms. Does anyone remember hearing the location of anyone's bedrooms? I examined George's room with the minutest of care, defeated as to anybody could either got into it or introduce gas from outside. He had ladders put up, he couldn't find it from outside. George even had the chimney bricked up. That would seem to suggest no one can come down from above it. It's got a single hot water pipe running through it, an unbroken cylinder. Three houses. I mean, the most likely Bricked it up when they left and no one realized it had not been bricked before. I don't see how, Jonathan. Don't forget, we can, in that photo of Grundle, we can see he's left-handed. That seems like a pretty big clue, especially since it's like a subtle feature of that photo, that he's writing with his left hand. And he does find those papers about the family, those documents. So I'm kind of inclined to think it's Grundle. The only other house on the island is Holstis, which was let 4 years ago by a Swiss named Grundle, who was said to be a geologist. It seems this man wrote to George some time ago for permission to carry on some excavations just outside the castle grounds. So 4 years ago, this guy writes to George and says, I want to come excavate the grounds. Are they digging secret tunnels? Okay, so, but he's digging, he finds these documents. I did not learn of him finding anything interesting. He was not here for many months until last Saturday, the day of George's funeral, when he put in an appearance, leaving the island again the following day. So that's interesting. Look at these snapshots for a second. Here is the artist with his easel. That would suggest that he's right-handed. The artist, right? You paint with your right hand, you hold the easel with your offhand. This here, Norman Ward, he seems to be ruled out. No handedness, but here is Robin Hardy and William talking. Can't really tell how handed he is. I really want to wish I could see who lived in that bedroom. It's possible that it's just an empty bedroom, in which case anyone could have used it. This one, the end questions of here are a little tricky because it's asking us to figure some things out. Jonathan says, could it be that it's only gas when the room reaches a certain temperature, and when it's cooled, it reverts to liquid? Then the floor would be filled with liquid. Remember, like it had to fill up the room. We're told a little bit about time of death too, like that it was many hours ago, but I don't see it. So there's only two possibilities. Either the room was filled with gas and then somehow the gas was removed. If it turned to liquid, it would be on the floor and be wet. Otherwise, someone had to put it over his face, which means they had to get in and get out. So there he is. I will note there is a sink there. If you wanted to hypothesize, MS Dasher was thinking the same thing as me. Something to do with that sink. Well, you could drain the sink of water and pump. You wouldn't have to drain it. There's a vent. There's a vent from the sink that should go up to the roof. At least that's how modern plumbing works. You have to have a vent. Although there's a water trap that's supposed to be in the sink to prevent gas from coming back in. But someone in his room could have removed that. Was there any talk in the story about there being any plumbing problems? Think. And wasn't it over the kitchen? Yes, they are over the scullery and the kitchen. So someone could have put gas in through the sink. That's true. What is a scullery? Is a scullery fire and chimney? So you could imagine you could use like a bellows, right? That you would use to like pump air into a fire. It's a storage space. Well, that would be a good place to hide out then. You could pump in, I suppose, gas through the sink, and then how would you get it out? How would you get it out of that room? It's an interesting idea for sure, but it doesn't seem realistically plausible. It could be cartoonishly plausible for a game. I can see getting the poison into the room that way. You'd have to get rid of the trap at the bottom of the sink. That's how gases get prevented from coming up into your sink. There's a trap, there's an S trap or a U trap, there's water in it that would prevent gas from coming into the sink. So someone would have to have gone into his room and drained out that water. And then you'd pump gas in from the kitchen and then suck the whole room free of poisonous gas and have it not affect you? Like that's a bit hard to understand. Like if you pumped lots of poison gas in there and then you had to drain the whole room of that poison gas, you can't drain it, you can't pull it back into the kitchen where you are. You'd be killing off everyone in the kitchen, including you. But it is near him. His towel is in the sink as if maybe he was trying to plug it up. It's an intriguing idea. It is an intriguing idea. William's chemical knowledge has so far been of little use. He assures me that unless the murderer had entered George's room and placed a mask over George's face while he slept, it would have been necessary for him to first fill the room with gas and then to find some means of sucking all the gas out again. This would have required several hours to accomplish and forces one to the conclusion that it must have been the first method that was adopted. Although we are told that he probably died many hours before. Let's look at what's underneath them again. So it's the kitchen and the scullery are directly below him. I want to see where he puts up the... He just says he put Robin in the house with him. He doesn't say where. Only the third and fourth letters, A-S, are legible in what appears to be a 6-letter word. It's a 6-letter word, not a 4-letter word. It says only the third and... okay, sorry. This is important. It says only the third and fourth letter of a 6-letter word are visible. So A-S is... Let's find that newspaper map again and see. And let's find where Colin is writing from on his one letter. The municipality, Mr. Oban. All right, well, it's not where he is. Let's find that map again. I think the geologist is probably who Colin would frame. You already noticed the favored hand match. Yeah. Okay, let's look at this Malinsay map again. See if you see a 6-letter location with an AS as the third and fourth. Well, there it is. Rassay. There's one. R-A-A-S-A-Y. R-A-A-S-A-Y. Now, how does that help us if that's where it was sent from? Isle of Skye. How does that help us that if it was sent from Rasay? I suppose it means someone could have just left the island for a day, sent it, and come back. Do we think, Jonathan thinks that the geologist is probably who Colin would frame. Do we think that the candy and the poison was do we think the candy was meant to upset his stomach so that he would need the pills? And who gave him the poison pills? Like, we've got a bunch of murders, right? We've got George murdered. We've got William murdered. We've got Emily murdered. We've got Henry murdered. Now, Henry being stabbed, our only clue there is left-handed killer. Emily being pushed over the cliff, we don't seem to have many clues about that. George being killed through this poison gas is very confusing. It feels like William being murdered is the one that we should be able to... Stephen Kosslyn, who's a neuroscientist, talks about you carve the chicken at its joints, which is to say, attack the weak part. So it seems to me that it feels like William's murder is the weak joint here to carve this chicken. He got these sweets sent to him by some anonymous person. And they're not poisonous. The sweets... Let's see for a second. Okay. Poor William was poisoned by some sweetmeats which reached him in the post on Saturday the 9th. He remarked at the time there was no card with them and that he could not think from whom they had come. So, the Viscount Castle. So, what are the possibilities? The possibilities are that the sweets package is completely just random, has nothing to do with anything, just someone saw something in the paper and sent them. Although I think they came from this island, Rasay, but I don't know how that helps us. And that would mean that the tablets poisoned him totally independently. The other option is that someone sent the sweets to make him sick so that he would need the pills. That's a weird thing. Now, there's also this clue about giving him his milk. He thinks Stobart must have given him the milk, but then he learns later. This is where we get into the old maid, right? Because what we hear is that someone else brought the milk up. Notice they never actually analyzed the candy. They say the idea was to analysis, but at this time the analysis is no longer necessary because the tablets contained arsenic. Or maybe they were. He says the pills he sent don't need to be analyzed because the police found it. William complained of a slight touch of dyspepsia before he went up to bed on the Sunday when he took up the glass of hot milk. And the doctors say he was dead for 12 hours when he saw him, but probably more. He thinks it likely death occurred around midnight or in the very early hours of the morning. So they did have like 6 hours to clear the room of gas. Jonathan says he doesn't think they ever tested the sweets. Yeah, I think that seems right. Okay, so then they talk about Stobart, who gets arrested. And here we're hearing a little bit about Miss Eyre, which maybe we need to read again to learn about her family's history. Stobart joined them at 9 o'clock. Miss Eyre, having given the girl special permission to stay out late on this occasion, it was the parlor maid, Janet, old Miss Eyre's daughter, who took up William's milk at 10:30. And it is the police opinion that the poor boy must have died within 3/4 of an hour of swallowing the tablet. So there's our connection to Janet and Miss Eyre's daughter, Janet. So if it's Miss Eyre and daughter Janet who are doing all this, so she brought him up the milk and she said, oh, here's this to calm your stomach, or she dissolved it in the milk. And they've got no motive except, as Janet Eyre took William's milk up, she naturally becomes suspect. I'm reading this here. But her family has worked in the service of ours for 5 generations. And as she was not present when William mentioned in front of Stobart and myself that he had a slight attack of dyspepsia, how could she have known of it and so offered him the poison under this disguise of a cure with his milk? She is rigidly respectable, deeply religious, and was as devoted to poor George as was her mother. I do not believe for one moment that she could have had a hand in either crime. Devoted to the family for 5 generations. Seems like that could be when the family split up in 45. Okay, so Janet Eyre and her daughter have absolute opportunity. She could have just dissolved the pill in his milk, right? So she's deeply religious and strict, but as devoted to poor George as was her mother. Why now, then? Why suddenly attack now? And is one of them able to stab Henry in the back and kill him by stabbing? That's not a man's crime. That's not a woman's crime. Stabbing someone in the back with a knife. Is it a kitchen knife? Let's read about this note, this document. So they get a picture of him writing at his desk where we find he's left-handed. He's talking to Thomas, the man employed by Grundle. The bottle was not on the mound of earth. It was there on Wednesday morning. It wouldn't be ordinarily seen, but he saw it. Together with the old document he found on Monday, and about which he had told Dewar to telegraph his employer. He reported that Grundle seemed more interested in the document than the bottle, and he told me a similar document had been found very soon after he first started work last year. Yes, let's look at the unearthed document again. Grundle was not at home. Hardy explained he was anxious to get hold, so they promised a way in. It seemed almost, Dewar remarked, it seemed almost identical with the first document, which was found last year, and which was also left lying around for quite some time. Is that a clue? It was left lying around for quite some time, meaning he's not trying to hide it? So Grundle is not the person involved in it. They're just finding it. I had a photograph taken of which I'm sending to you. There seems some doubt as to its having any bearing at all on our problem. I would like your opinion of it. Can only make out the writing with difficulty, but it seems to me that it may have some connection with the family troubles at the time of the 45 and was probably hidden soon afterwards. So do we think this note was buried in 45? There's no longer any reason to suppose the sweets were poisoned at all. Okay. All right, let's look at the document. Why are there 2 copies of this? All right, so there he is writing. That's Grundle. All right, here's the document that's found. Let's take a closer look at this. We think this might have been buried all has been what does this say? All has been done as was arranged. The Rayburns hold what Rayburn held, and guard it in their slumber. And it's signed with an S. The Rayburns hold what Rayburns held and guard it in their slumber. That suggests that they're talking about the vault. The Rayburns hold what Rayburns held. If we look at the family tree again, Colin Rayburn here's Colin. Notice it's Colin's namesake that got his title removed from him for treason. Who do you think S is? I believe that's supposed to be that fancy S. And I believe this says slumber. There's more writing on this page that apparently is unreadable. I wonder if the old writing on the page is the part we can't read and this is new writing? I don't know. You know, something hidden in the crypt, which we know was covered up. So if Colin is arranging, see, the geologist has found a couple of these notes. Does it mean the geologist figured out that there's something buried in the vault and so he's killing them to get the vault opened up so he can go in there and get it? That would make Colin not involved. But it really seems like Colin's involved. What is the first name of the middle branch of the family tree? Hamish. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me, Hamish. Hamish. Hamish is up here too. Hamish must be Colin's father. Who would have written with an S? That's when they lost their peerage for treason. Does this suggest if heir has been in the family, is the Miss Heir, could she be old enough that she was part of this family before the treasonous thing? Or does her age mean she must have been after the treason? Because that would be key, right? It would be key if our maid woman couldn't have started working there until the transfer of peerage already happened. So it was revived in 1792, it seems. So if it's now 1899 and it was revived in 1792, that means Mrs. Eyre and her daughter did not start working. Oh, I see. Her family had served as staff for 5 generations. Well, let's think. What's 5 generations? This is the current generation, Henry, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does that? So you think they served back in when the originals? Yes, maybe you're right. And Janet Eyre, so the heirs who've been with the family for 5 years, for 5 generations, do you read it as saying, see if you follow this, Jonathan. This letter says, the Rayburns hold what Rayburns held. Is Rayburn specifically Colin's side of the family? Is it specifically this side? Or is everyone a Rayburn? Henry Rayburn. I guess they're all Rayburns. What would be hidden in the vault? I guess they're all Rayburn. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind seeing what they said again about the family. The sweets themselves still present a problem, apart from the question of poison altogether. Who in the world could have sent them? Her family has worked in the service of ours for 5 generations. But do we... Okay, so it's her family, not just her. But do we really think she's going to stab him? But I do note that he was stabbed outside the vault as if... Is it possible that Colin is on the island, staying in the vault? Hiding in the vault? Where's the part about where she... Okay, let me see. Who is Stobert's fiancée? That's Mabel. Where do we hear of Miss Eyre first? And why is this all coming to a head now? So here's a theory. I don't know how much it helps us, but is it all coming to a head because George is about to put Henry in the will? And so that side of the family would now all of a sudden be rich, and this person doesn't want that to happen? Certain happenings here make me think it would be put my affairs in order. Okay, so maybe this is all because he fears he's in danger. I normally have the bulk of my fortune to my wife, but now I want it to go to you. Maintain the tradition. The better to maintain the tradition of the Malinsays. So he's giving everything to his brother Henry, and that's going to make it harder to take over that part of the family again. I'm writing by the same post to Crump regarding my last wishes, and we will visit them together at Lincoln's Inn to settle any outstanding points. Touch of gout in the right hand. Who's Crump? The lawyer? 6 months ago, a rather clumsy burglary took place involving the theft of nothing more than some old silver coins of little value. He shutters all the windows, so how could he have enough air to breathe during the night? Heaven knows. But his bedroom is large and lofty. He has no ill effects. Just trying to find a little bit of the first mention of air. Here we go. All right, let's read this. Miss Eyre, the housekeeper, you will surely remember. So Colin has met Miss Eyre. She is now advanced in years, being close on 70, but is still active, and although she tells me she has twice suggested that the time has come for her to retire, George was loath to make any change, so she remained on to oblige him. Her daughter, Janet Eyre, a sour-looking woman of 40, is now parlor maid. The cook has been here the past 5 years. Nobody knows her Christian name. In fact, its existence is almost as doubtful as that of Cromarty. So Cromarty has been there for 5 years. And I want to note that in that map, it looks like Cromarty is a made-up name of a local place. Do we suspect her, the cook in the kitchen, if we think they were poisoned by gas from the below the sink? Is it? So there's Ross and Cromarty. Like, is that where she took her name? And there's Ressay, where the candy was maybe sent from. There's our Malinsay. So, had the chimney bricked up and the room was heated. All right, well, let's think about motives for a second. The geologist has come 4 or 5 years ago, explicitly asking to search on the island. So one possibility is that our nephew Colin has hired the geologist to go on the island to dig up these secret messages that talk about the clues, and that they're working in cahoots. The geologist to find the messages, and Colin from abroad. How the geologist gets into there, we don't know. It could be more than 2 people working together. But that's one theory, that the geologist is brought by Colin to find stuff, this treasure. If there is treasure, we have no hint that there's treasure, but except for that message. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that the geologist is just doing geology stuff on the island, and it's really the family that's been there for 5 years that is working with Colin to do the murdering. And then the other possibility is that Colin is hiding out in the thing. Who was Colin Rayburn able to name as the murderer? We have to answer. What evidence enabled him to do this that applied to the victim, the murderer, and the motive? I'm not sure we know. Do you have any guess how we'd answer this, Jonathan? I'm a bit at a loss here. Jonathan says, maybe Colin is using the geologist finding some hint of a secret as an opportunity to frame him and make it look like the geologist wants treasure. But how would Colin know about these documents that Oh, because Henry is writing to him. Henry is writing to him, giving him this information. Is Henry sending him the photo of the left-handed geologist? And that's why he murdered Henry with the left hand? Maybe you're onto something, Jonathan. It is an interesting situation. Now, the mechanic of this game, of these letters all being from Henry to Colin, make it interesting, because I was saying, Jonathan, you say maybe Colin is using the geologist as an opportunity to frame him, or they could even be planning those notes. But I was saying, how would Colin know about this to frame him? But then now I realize Henry is sending all this evidence to Colin for Colin's help. So Colin does have the photograph that shows the guy's left-handed, and he does know about these notes. But now, this has a little bit of shades of Dune House Secrets. Let's read this question carefully. Whom was Colin able to name as the murderer? This isn't even saying who's the murderer. This is saying who was Colin able to name, and what evidence did he use? So Colin is framing someone, possibly, and we're trying to answer here who he framed. If you had to guess here, then you might say that Colin named... He's not going to name the real murderer, right? This is pretty clever. Okay, if we believe Colin's involved, which I think our gut tells us he is, even if there's no hard evidence of it, then Colin is going to frame someone, as Jonathan, you've pointed out. So he couldn't very well name the real murderer, because that murderer is working with him. Okay, so Colin is going to name, we're guessing, the geologist. And on what basis is he going to do this? He's going to say, what evidence related to a victim, not the victim, just any of the victims. And then what evidence of the murder? Okay, so we're going to say like left-handed, and what else? Maybe things like his arrival times on the island seem to match, but what other evidence do we have? All right, so the motive is going to be to get into the vault to get the treasure. Is that right? Okay, so Jonathan is saying left-hand stab of Henry, and he wanted the treasure. And maybe that the planted evidence of the pills and the wrapper were on his property, in his holes, found by his helper, so that like he would have access to those. I wonder if there's not evidence that the geologist is traveling to that town where the candy was sent for. Do we have any information about Hardy continues to suspect Mr. Grundle has made a list of his visits to the island since George's death. After a long absence, he comes to the island on Saturday, the day of George's funeral. Departed again on Sunday, departed again the following day. Almost before one would have expected. Thomas told Dewart, who telegraphed him, and he came over immediately, arriving on Tuesday night, almost before one would have expected the message to reach him. The arsenic tablets were found on Wednesday, and after sending them to me, he again left the island. He finally arrived yet again before yesterday, and according to old Andrew Dewart, is spending Christmas holiday here. The man refused to see us, which seems strange and unreasonable, yet no more than the attitude of recluse. It is more reasonable to suspect a man like Grundle, who is a man of scientist. Yet one cannot get away from the fact that Grundle has not visited the island at all for a long period until 4 days after George's death. It is true that he now has his own small cutter. That is quite recent acquisition. So maybe the maids are even planting those messages. I'd love to get evidence about someone being in that town where the postal note seems to come from. That seems a pretty big clue that the third and fourth letters are AS. And there is this island right nearby that matches that. It's a 6-letter word with A and an S. I wouldn't be surprised if we're not overlooking something that tells us someone has a connection to that island, but I don't know if we'll be able to find it. Rasay, you don't remember anyone bringing us to Rasay or the Isle of Skye? Like, do we know anything where our geologist goes to work? Goes on his vacation? Jonathan says, also, the geologist might have asked George about what he found, and George might have asked Colin since it might deal with that side of the family. That's an interesting... So you're saying the note he found a year ago might have been what gave Colin the idea, if it was communicated to him, to do all this, or maybe even a motive if the treasure is real. Interesting, although we have no hint that George knew about this note. Well, as we've talked about when we played Adventures by Gaslight, my general approach to these games is come up with a theory, a consistent theory, even if it's not a super convincing theory. And it sounds like we kind of have a theory, right? Our theory is that Colin is behind all this, that because Henry is giving him information, he's decided to frame the geologist. And so the geologist has been framed for these murders by Colin. We've got our answers to the questions, however forced they are. And what's our real theory of the case? That it's this Miss Eyre and her daughter that are actually doing the murdering. The best evidence we have for that is the murder by pills. And because she had access to give him the milk. And they could have worked in the kitchen and put in the gas that way, if we think it is gas through the sink. I'm a little doubtful that the daughter could have stabbed him and killed him, but it's possible. All right. I'm ready to give it a try. What do you think, Jonathan? Do we have a reasonable theory that we could try and explore? It may be, in fact, that Colin and Miss Eyre are basically trying to throw evidence to cast suspicion on everyone. Like they wrapped it up in the butler's toy instructions to try to cast blame on him if it was found. Like they don't care. They don't have to have a consistent blaming of anyone. They're just casting blame everywhere. I still would love to find someone tied to this island where I think the package got sent. But either way, it would be part of a setup, right? Because the idea is that they sent the candy hoping that people would think the candy killed him, when really it was the pill and the milk that killed him. Again, leading credence to the idea that they're framing someone. And maybe if we connected to where it was postmarked from, that would point to someone falsely. Okay, let's take another 10-minute break. We'll come back, we'll read the solution, and we'll talk about it. So I'll see you in 10 minutes. We're watching Co-op for 2. We are at the finale here, ready to read the solution, make our guess. I've been just quickly skimming through the documents as we've read them. Jonathan says, if Colin is not involved at all, it's a good red herring to include that one letter where he suggests William come to the island. Yes, we don't have any direct evidence. It's a combination of the fishiness of Colin suggesting William and what feels to us like an attempt to kill off that side of the tree. That's the main reason that we suspect him. I do want to note, as I was just skimming through, that it is Henry who first mentions that William's involved in chemistry. So the idea that Colin may have done this whole poison thing just to get William down there seems a little fishy. I want to spend a couple minutes in silence here, just really quickly speed reading through some of this, through the second half of this document, to just see if anything jumps out at me. So I'll just sit here in a little bit of silence, and Jonathan, you can get some more thoughts out, or he's thinking about the different suspects. He's thinking it could be Ward, but it doesn't make sense. He's not in the house. It could be the woman who came and read to him at night. Okay, here's a theory. Here's an interesting theory. This is kind of a long shot, but it's a theory. We were thinking that could gas fill the room from the sink and then be drained out, right? Okay, well, is another possibility, like if you wanted to murder him, the last person sees him is Caroline, the woman, right? Now look at the, I want you to look at this photo. Okay, look at this photo. There he is dead. Now look at this towel, which is half in the sink. What if you go read to him at night, you put all of your poison gas filled in this towel, you put it over his face, and then I was thinking like there would be a fishing line that you would pull it off his face at night. But how do we know that he was alive when the girl reading to him left? Stobart only saw his master afterwards at the door to say goodnight. So Carolyn was actually the last person to be in the room before George locked his door. Okay, so I guess we're being told here, so that doesn't make sense, my theory. I guess we're being told is Carolyn went to read to him, and then Stobart sees him afterwards at the door to say goodnight. So Carolyn was actually the last person to be in the room before George locked his door. And then he says, well, then it makes sense that she would be the one to introduce the gas. However, they swear nothing was removed, but something could have been pulled down the sink. But that would make her the killer. But we're led to believe that, yes, Jonathan, you're right. The fact that the door is locked from the inside indicates he's alive after everyone left. Okay, yes, good point. So she didn't kill him. She didn't kill him. She didn't kill him before he left. So Robin Hardy comes up from Brig House and has a room here so we can be together and talk. So I think so. I'm just being reminded here of more confirmation, Jonathan, of the idea that Colin is trying to frame the geologist by writing the S on the label in a fishy way and hoping people think that he was killed by the candies. Death occurred around midnight. Here's the note from Grundle about the tablets. Since if I thought the personal interview would be important, otherwise I don't want to. Immersion in my work. Okay. He swore the bottle of arsenic tablets that were discovered on Grundle's diggings must have been placed by someone to throw suspicion on him. He said he had no recollection of having thrown away the instructions, begged that his room be examined for him. They found the instructions. That's weird. Further, it was not Stobart who took up William's hot milk. The last thing. Stobart drink to their health. Stover joined them at 9 o'clock. Mrs. Eyre having given the girl special permission to stay out. How convenient. It was the parlor maid, Janet, old Mrs. Eyre's daughter, who took up William's milk. Okay, so let's see. Then he thinks, okay, then maybe it's the girl. But then he says that couldn't have been, because how would she know he had a sick stomach? And she's worked in the service of ours for her family has worked for 5 generations. She is rigidly respectable, deeply religious, and was as devoted to poor George as was her mother. Do we know anything about... Remember, we're told about the traitorous accusation that happens in 45 that splits the family. Was that possibly a religious dispute with the king that involved the families to split up? Because that might explain why Miss Ayres is aligned with the side of the family that gets accused of treason. You follow what I'm saying, Jonathan? Is it possible that the reason that the family of the maid is aligned with that side of the family is because that they got religious reason was the reason that the families got split up? I don't remember where we read about that early on, I guess. I don't remember. Let me just finish my skimming. There's also an interesting thing about there's an interesting comment about how George got all paranoid about closing up his windows and doors after this burglary where a few coins of little value were stolen. I don't know if that's supposed to be a clue to us. So the discussion of the family separation, I mean, I guess it's not going to change our theory. I wouldn't have minded to read where we learned originally about the family. I remember we heard a little bit about how the family split up, but I don't remember where we read it. But I don't suppose it really matters to our theory of the case. I'm thinking it was probably in a newspaper. Says the history of the Rayburn family is given elsewhere. History of the Rayburns. Let's see. Okay, here we go. All right, this is the last thing we read, then we'll try to solve this. Trace their descent far back into Scottish history to one Ian Rayburn of Malinsay, who was making forays upon the richer clans of the mainland about year 1140. The rise of the family to prominence in the affairs of the nation dates, however, from Colin Rayburn of Malinsay, born 1620. Like the majority of other West Highland chieftains, Colin Rayburn took the side of King Charles I in the Civil War, and in 1640 was knighted for his loyal services. With other supporters of the monarchy, he was compelled to fly abroad after the defeat of the gallant Montrose by Cromwell's Ironsides at the Battle of Dunbar. In 1660, he returned to participate in the rejoicings at the restoration of King Charles II and was created first Baron Rayburn of Malinsay. History tells us little of Hamish, the second Baron, but the third Baron won distinction as a soldier under Marlborough and after the Battle of Malplaquet in 1709 was created the first Viscount Rayburn of Malinsay. The first Viscount had 3 sons, Colin, Hamish, and William, the eldest of which succeeded him. But the Jacobite Rising brought dire trouble upon the family as they threw in their lot with the Stuart clause. So Jacobite Rising, maybe if you could search for that, Jonathan, Jocobite. Colin, the second Viscount, was severely wounded at the Battle of Culloden Moor, which put an end to all hopes for the 45 Rising, and died in hiding of his wounds. Before his death, the peerage had been attainted as a penalty for his participation in the Rising. and the family dispossessed of the great bulk of their estate, being left in possession only of the Isle of Malinsay. The family fortunes were restored a generation later by Henry Raeburn, the first Viscount's grandson by his youngest son William. Henry Raeburn entered the diplomatic service. The title of Viscount Raeburn of Malinsay was revived in his favor in 1785, and he was created first Earl of Malinsay. So, numerous daughters of the Raeburn family have married into the British peerage during the 200 years, but the only surviving male member of their family, apart from the present Earl, is Colin Raeburn Esquire, our guy, who is a direct descendant of the elder branch, being the great-great-great-grandson of the second Viscount, who was dispossessed of his title and estates for his participation in the 45. The two branches of the family were reunited again by romantic marriage in 1867 of Hamish Raeburn, Mr. Colin Raeburn's father, and Lady Mary Raeburn, the only daughter of the first Earl. Okay, well, I think that cements it, that Colin is trying to reclaim his family's entitlement to the throne, to this title. All right, Jonathan, are you ready to try to answer this? We're going to say he's naming the geologist. He's saying it's about, who is he saying, which victim are we saying he killed? If we're saying he killed William, that doesn't make sense because he had no opportunity to kill William, although he did have motive. He killed Henry, but then we don't know how. But we still think he did it because he's scientific. We know his motive is to somehow get the treasure. All right, well, we're going to have him accuse. And because of the S in the writing, but then we don't know why he sent candies. All right, here we go. He stabbed Henry in the back because he's left-handed. Good. Okay, that's pretty slim evidence to convict someone, but okay. Copy of the letter from Colin Raeburn, Esquire, to Commissioner of Police, Scotland. The Mans Bolalty. Before we read this, we know he's from the Mans Bolalty. Is the Mans Bolalty anywhere near the town with the A and the S? Mans Bolalty. Don't know. All right, never mind. Here we go. January 6th. Sir, you will be aware of the fate that has now overtaken 4 members of my family on the island of Malinsay, and the hopeless failure of Inspector McLean to elucidate the mystery, although he has been investigating it now for close on 7 weeks. I have not visited the island for just over 10 years, but my late uncle, the 6th Earl, has kept me fully informed of all developments, and it seems that it falls to me to supply the deficiency of your exceedingly incompetent officers. They must obviously have more information than myself, and have had the advantage of many personal interviews with all the persons concerned. Yet an examination of the evidence gives a clear indication of the criminal, and the last murder makes his identification certain. To begin with, It is clear that the 6th Earl and Inspector McLean were quite wrong in their assumption that my cousin's death was caused by one of the arsenic tablets from the bottle found on Grundle's ground. My uncle having sent me some of these, I had the poison extracted and then tasted one. They are made of peppermint of great strength, obviously to cover the taste of the arsenic. If you will look at the photograph of the box of sweets which my cousin received anonymously, you will note that with one exception, the only sweets left in the box are bullseyes or peppermints. It is obvious, therefore, that my cousin disliked peppermint, and if he had been given an extremely strong peppermint tablet, he would almost certainly have spat it out. Viscount Raeburn was poisoned by one of the sweets, and probably one near the bottom of the box. Although he received the sweets on Saturday afternoon, he did not die until Sunday night. Those tablets were discarded by someone who wished to incriminate Stobart. Who else but Grundle? All right, so we were right that he's going to point to Grundle. But now, is he trying to frame Grundle, or is it really Grundle? It was immediately suspected that the handwriting on the parcel of sweets sent to Viscount Raeburn was that of a German. Who else but Grundle? My uncle, the 6th Earl, was thought to have been stabbed by a left-handed man. One man on the island is, as can be seen by the photograph taken by Hardy without his knowledge, a left-handed man. It is Grundle. He is clearly holding his pencil in his left hand. So far, we are on board all this as his accusation. Above all, the motive for this massacre is as clear as the perpetrator. Last year, an old document was found in the ground which Grundle was having excavated. On Monday, December 18th, a similar document was found. We know that the second document bore the words, "All has been done as arranged. The Raeburns hold what Raeburns held and guarded in their slumber." What could the Raeburns hold of such great value but their family treasure, buried during the troubles of the 45 and never recovered? Where could they guard it in their slumber but in their vault, permanently sealed except on the death of one of their members? This vault was opened for the first time in nearly a quarter of a century on Saturday, 5th of November, for the funeral of the 5th Earl. Before it could be opened, the whole of the male population of the village had to be mustered to remove a great pile of logs which had been stored in front of its entrance. The only way, therefore, in which Grundle could get into it was by murdering a member of the family, which would necessitate it being opened up. So far, this completely comports with our working theory of the frame. How good, Jonathan, do you feel about this still being a frame rather than the reality? I still believe we're right. I still believe Colin is framing Grundle. But I am open to the possibility that it really is Grundle. But I think he's still framing him. Yeah, surely. Because how is he going to explain now why he had to murder the whole family? All right, Jonathan, are you ready to continue? 85% confident, says Jonathan. I'm 95%. There's no way he's going to kill Emily and these other people, although we should pause. We have a reason for him to kill William, because William tells someone that he thinks he knows who did it. So, but Emily's surely not going to have figured anything out. So why kill Emily? And why kill Henry? Okay, I'm 98% confident. Well, let's continue. Doubtless he found himself unable to remove the treasure in one session, and as the vault would be opened again each day preceding a funeral to prepare it for a fresh occupant, he resorted to his further murders in order to gain access to it on 3 subsequent occasions and complete his operations. So the theory is he had to keep murdering the family members so they would keep opening the vault. By examining the dates of his visits to the island, you will see that these correspond with the nights before each funeral took place. Ugh. As well as with the dates of the actual murders. If you arrange to have Grundle watched immediately upon the receipt of this letter, I can undertake that you will not only be enabled to arrest the murderer you are seeking, but also to recover the lost treasure. I propose warning Grundle that his scheme has come to light by the post which follows that which bears this letter. He will endeavor to make off with the treasure and make contact with me. And somewhere on the route between Holstis, Malinsay, and here you will find him with the loot which has cost 4 lives. That's weird. Now it sounds like Grundle is his accomplice, and he's trying to get him caught. But why is he going to make contact with me? Now I'm feeling like it wasn't Colin, or it was Grundle. All right, let's... P.S. I enclose a copy of the letter showing the ruse whereby Grundle will be made to travel here with the treasure. Okay. Copy of letter from Colin to Grundle. Sir, in spite of the failure of the police to elucidate the Malinsay murders, it is clear to me that you are their perpetrator. I am in possession of evidence which proves that my cousin William was murdered not by arsenic tablets, but by poisoned sweets. The label on these sweets was written by you. My uncle, the 6th Earl of Malinsay, was stabbed by a left-handed man. I am in possession of a photograph showing you to be left-handed. It is also clear to me that you have succeeded in getting possession of the vast treasure buried by my ancestors 150 years ago, and I must confess that I am more interested in this than in any form of revenge. If, therefore, you proceed immediately to my house, here I will accept 3/4 of the amount you have stolen for my silence. If, on the other hand, I fail to hear from you within 24 hours, I shall immediately inform the police. This is too pat. It still feels to me like Colin is setting up... I think we were wrong about the... I think it must be Grundle who was his accomplice. But now it feels like he's setting up Grundle to be caught and sort of setting up the pieces of the puzzle so the cops won't believe him when he says he was working for Colin. Like they're going to say, oh, you're just saying that because Colin caught you. All right, Jonathan, what are your thoughts now? I'm a little confused now because he's saying check the dates. They'll be there right during the funerals. But he was attending the funerals. So is it going to all be Grundle? This is too pat. But I want to hear Jonathan's thoughts now. It is true that they never checked the candy for poison, or it could have just been in the one candy. John says, you could be right, but also Grundle might just go because of the threat, and then Colin kills him and plants random rich wares. Yes, you're right. Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay, Office of the Commissioner. Sir, I have to acknowledge your letter of the 6th of this month, and to inform you that upon its receipt, immediate action was taken. Unfortunately, we were too late to arrest the criminal. Oh, yeah. If he's not the guy, then he can have the real guy kill him. Grundle visited the island again on Sunday last, but by some mischance, your letter to him must have arrived on Monday morning simultaneously with your letter to me. Oh, look at this. By some mischance. I arrived on the island myself on Monday afternoon to find Grundle's house empty. Late Monday night, his boat was washed up on the shores of the mainland, and his wide-brimmed black hat was found early this morning on the beach. It seems certain that Grundle, on receiving your letter, decided not to fall in with your request, and on learning that his scheme was exposed, preferred to commit suicide by throwing himself overboard. Nevertheless, a thorough search will, of course, be made for him throughout the country, lest there be any possibility of his still being alive. Your theory as to the motive for the murders has proved correct. We have now examined the vault at Malinsay Castle, and, hidden by a deep shadow, even when the vault is lighted, a hole 8 feet deep has recently been dug behind one of the tombs. I would, however, draw your attention to the fact that although Grundle almost certainly committed the last 3 murders, he could not possibly have been responsible for the first. He was not in possession of his private cutter at that time, and had he hired a boat on the mainland, the fisher folk would assuredly have known it. He could therefore only have reached the island by the thrice-weekly packet, and it is beyond dispute that he did not do so for some months until Saturday the 25th of November, yet your uncle, the 5th Earl, was murdered on the night of Monday the 20th. I am, so yours faithfully, the Commissioner. Okay, so for sure, Colin has been the mastermind behind this. We don't know for sure whether Grundle was his accomplice, and he's now got him arranged for him to be killed or commit suicide or escape, whatever, but scared him in. This thing about how by some mischance the letters arrived to warn him before the cops came. So that's pretty cool. All right, so we know Colin's involved. We're still not sure whether Grundle is completely innocent or whether he did do this. I'm starting to think, I don't know. I'm starting to think Grundle was an accomplice, but then if he's not involved, it does make sense that he could have Miss Eyre and the daughter kill Grundle. Like, if it is Grundle, it's a big risk to be threatening him like this with this letter, because he might tell on you. But if Miss Eyre and her daughter are the real murderers, then you can send a letter saying whatever you want, because you're also telling the daughters, go kill him. Okay, you ready for us to turn the page, Jonathan, and find out? Are we going to get our chance to accuse Colin? Place your bets now whether Grundle was the real accessory. I guess we'll stick with our idea that it's Miss Eyre and the daughter. Are you sticking with that guess, Jonathan? Did the police find the treasure? I don't think they did. I think they found a hole where the treasure would be. They say we examined the vault, and hidden by deep shadow, a hole 8 feet deep has recently been dug behind one of the tombs. No treasure found, just a hole. Yep, no real treasure. Okay, so we still think it's here. All right, here we go. Next page. Can I just set the scene that's so cool? This case happened in 1899. The story of this case is 1938. So 40 years later, the premise of this book is that this book is publishing this 1900 case that's so cool in hopes that someone reading the book will be able to figure out how George was killed. We appreciate that, right? This is a cold case that we're reading about, and we're reading how Colin solved this case at the time, on January 1900. And now the premise is that Dennis Wheatley has published this cold case in 1938 for us to appreciate and maybe figure out the one piece of this mystery that was left unsolved, how George was killed. And now here we are playing it in 2022. So 122 years later. Maybe we're going to solve it. Okay, so I've turned the page here. It's a newspaper from March 8th. This is 3 months later. They've got victory in the Boer War, I guess. The other Boer leaders are still in arms against us with considerable forces. It may therefore be some weeks before the victorious British succeed in finally defeating and reaching Mekfing. Okay, it's an article about the update of the war. And now when we turn to this page, we hear about a new steamship, advertisement for biographies, a book called The New Christians, and more questions. Which two pieces of evidence was John Milton Schwab dissatisfied in Lord Malinsay's reconstruction of events? What did he deduce from them? And what two pieces of evidence enabled him to name the murderer of the 5th Earl of Malinsay? Okay, before we read this, I just want to look at this New Christians, in case it's relevant to motivating Miss Eyre and her daughter. It's just talking about a sect of emotional gobbledygook spread by a group of ignorant, emotional women. Its doctrines are a jumble of spiritualism, mesmerism, mysticism, metaphysics, and cotted nonsense, acceptable only to people of imperfect sanity. What is this religion? The New Tartuffes. Miss Percy White, in his story of the New Christians of Wigpole Street, has studied the type under this aspect of one Eustace Fenner, author of Spiritual Evolution. Seems irrelevant. Okay, wait, I see a mention of Rayburn. Wow, we were almost tricked here into skipping this. That's weird. This is the first time we've come across an article that seems like it's hiding information. West Highland Scouts off to the war. Lord Garawak's battalion to sail for South Africa. Last Monday there was great excitement in Oban as the battalion of volunteers raised by Colonel Lord Garawak under the title of West Highland Scouts, who have been training here for the last 4 months, have at last been ordered overseas. Officers and men proved a gallant sight as they marched through the decorated streets of the town from their barracks to the station, where they entrained for Glasgow preparatory to sailing from that city for the seat of the war. Townspeople lined the route and gave our splendid men a most enthusiastic send-off. Officers and men alike are representative of the fine tradition of the Western Highlands, and many famous clans were well represented. A committee of the leading townspeople awaited them at the station to wish them Godspeed, and a speech which is reported elsewhere was made by its chairman, Mr. Colin Rayburn, now fully recovered from a severe and protracted illness. Mr. Rayburn is, on his father's side, the last descendant of the elder branch of the Rayburns of Malinsay, and on his mother's side, the last descendant of the younger branch, in whose favor the peerage of Rayburn was revived in 1785. The appalling series of tragedies which overwhelmed the family in November and December last, culminating in the death of the 6th Earl on January 2nd, has left the title in abeyance. If Mr. Rayburn's mother, Lady Mary Rayburn, were still alive, the title would be lying dormant, vested solely in her, as she had no sisters, and her 2 brothers, the 5th and 6th Earls, are now dead, as also are both the children of the 6th Earl. In consequence, the interest in the dormant title is now vested solely in Mr. Colin Rayburn as the late Lady Mary Rayburn's only son. And it is understood that he has now made application to the proper quarter that the peerage should be revived again in his favor. Another interesting figure among the officers of the battalion is Captain James Donald, who was married only 2 weeks ago to Mrs. Angela Careforth, the daughter of Admiral Sir John Careforth, KCB, KVO, and waiter Canforth of Henforth Hall, Sutherlandshire. Captain Dundleson's young bride made a pathetic picture as she smiled bravely while she was bidding farewell. Okay, so this is Dennis Wheatley's attempt to hide some information, some last-minute clue that it's Colin. We didn't need it, but someone who was lost might stumble upon it. This is the first time that information has been hidden in a newspaper article that looks like it's irrelevant. Quite interesting. Okay, so now let's decide here. What two pieces of evidence was Milton Schwab dissatisfied with about Malinsay's reconstruction of events? What would we say? What would we say were the things we were disappointed with? I guess the whole peppermint pill didn't seem to make too much sense. And what two pieces of evidence was he dissatisfied in the reconstruction, which is right here, just this one page? We haven't checked the dates of the funerals, so we don't know. What would you say, Jonathan, are the pieces of evidence? Grundle gave Henry a copy of the note about the treasure. Why? Okay, I like that one. I wonder if we could figure out that he couldn't have sent the sweets because of where he was. Why wasn't the treasure found? But then it says, what did he deduce from them? What two pieces of evidence was he dissatisfied, and what did he deduce from them? That's interesting, Jonathan. Was the vault only open for deaths of the male members? That would be... Emily Rayburn, the only surviving child, death on the island. She arrived in the island. 11 days later, she was dead. Her death took place on Christmas Day. 8 o'clock. The corpse was badly bruised. Lady Emily's funeral has now been fixed for tomorrow, is all it says. I don't remember where it says if they bury the vault of only the men, but that would be a great reason. What two pieces of evidence enabled him to name the murderer of the 5th Earl of Malinsay? So how does he know it's Colin? Really, our only good evidence that it's Colin is our suspicion. I guess the fact that he killed the daughter and Henry, killed the whole family, is our main reason to think that it's Colin. How did Colin explain the vault opening to letter to police? He says that every time they're buried someone, they open it up. His further murders in order to gain access to it on 3 subsequent occasions. The only way to get into it was by murdering a member of the family, which would necessitate it being opened up. But what about George? Why are we told it can't be George? Because did he get there? Was Grundle there at the funeral of George, the first guy? Because if not, then that's clearly... Saturday, 25th of November for the funeral of George. Before it could be opened, the whole of the male population of the village had to be mustered to remove the great pile of logs. Sounds like they were just saying the male village had to move the logs, but not just that the male... Although Grundle committed the first 3 murders, he could not have been responsible for the first. He was not in possession. He did not do so for some months until Saturday, the 25th of November. So it looks like he did arrive at the island for the funeral of George. So he was there during the funeral of George. But you might be right that it says that only the male members. All right, shall we just read it? It feels like trying to answer these. I feel like we've got as good a picture as we're going to have of the facts, and maybe we're just not able to rifle these off the top of our heads. We still don't know how he was really killed. I mean, I think we're definitely... The evidence that makes Grundle look suspicious seems fake to us. So we deduced he was being framed. Like, we don't like the evidence presented for Grundle. The fact that the letter to Grundle arrived simultaneous with the letter to the police, before even checking with the police, feels like it's all evidence that Colin is framing him, which makes us believe that the murderer is Colin. Okay, here we go. Dear Mr. Wheatley and Mr. Lynx, I always suspected we would get at the truth if only Lord Malinsay could be persuaded to publish his papers. Things just don't fit. Grundle was not left-handed at all. The photograph from which Lord Malinsay deduced that he was left-handed was printed the wrong way around. It is very easy for an amateur photographer to place the wrong side of a negative against the printing paper by mistake. The fact that in the picture his coat is buttoned the wrong way around with the right front outside makes this certain, and it is unusual for a man's hair to be parted on the right-hand side. Even though the writing in the framed letter on the wall cannot be made out, it is clear that the address is on the left and the superscription on the right instead of the reverse. Okay, so, but this does make it like the frame is more fun. That like Colin got the letter. Wow, I don't know how we're supposed to see from this where the subscript and everything is, or the part of his hair so okay, I don't like that whole thing. There had to have been a better way to show us it was printed wrong. But I like the idea that it was from this picture that Colin got the idea to frame him, to kill him on the left-hand side. Okay, yet another thing. Stobart was falsely accused through the finding of a bottle of tablets wrapped in instructions for using a planchette. Only Henry, the 6th Earl, knew of Stobart's weakness for this toy, and he told Colin Rayburn that no one else would be told of it. I don't remember that. The only man in the world, therefore, who knew that the planchette instructions would incriminate Stobart was Colin Rayburn. We should have picked up on that. Can we even see the buttons? I certainly didn't see the buttons. So probably when he's writing to Henry, when Henry's writing to Colin, he's telling him that Stobart didn't want anyone to know because they would make fun of him or something. Okay, the only man in the world, therefore, who knew that the planchette instructions would incriminate Stobart was Colin. We should have picked up that. Okay, the only real evidence Colin Rayburn had against Grundle was that he was left-handed, according to the photograph. Grundle could have easily disproved that had he wanted to, but instead of saying, I am not left-handed at all, he very obligingly killed himself. Only one thing fits in with all this. Grundle and Colin Rayburn were one and the same person. What? Say what now? That's why his letters had to go through the bank first? Grundle's manservant says that when I want to get in touch with Grundle, I have to send a letter to the bank, which forwards it on. So this explains why Colin is gone. I don't know. Let's continue here. Here is my reconstruction of the events. Colin Rayburn may have been a rich man, but as the heir to the elder branch of the family who had the title originally, he probably felt that the title of Malinsay Island should have been his. Having made up his mind that it would be his, regardless of every obstacle, he feigned a long illness and took a house on the island disguised as a Swiss geologist named Grundle. He then evolved the story of buried treasure and proceeded exactly as if the story had been true. He found a document which he had carefully prepared, allowed it to lie around in the hope that it would find its way into the hands of someone else on the island, thus establishing a motive, and awaited a suitable opportunity to put his scheme into practice. At this point, he had a surprise. Someone else forestalled him and murdered his uncle George, the 5th Earl. What? Mystified as he must have been, this was clearly the moment to go ahead. He left his home at Balladie, assumed the guise of Grundle on the way, and appeared on the island on the day of the funeral so that in due course he could link this visit up with his first attempt to get the legendary treasure. So he was trying to get the treasure? There was a treasure? Wait, what? But he forged the letters. There's no treasure. He then induced Henry to send for William and posted the poisoned sweets, probably from Glasgow. Not that place that I found? In due course, he arrived on the island the night before William's funeral to establish the second attempt to get the treasure. Or maybe these are just the fake clues he's leaving. While on this visit, he concealed a second fake document on the ground to be excavated, since the first one had not got into anyone else's hands, and it was essential that sooner or later someone on the island should know of Grundle's possession of the information if it were to be believed that this was the motive for the murders. He then repeated his instructions that Duart was to telegraph a bank in London should anything turn up, and returned home. The London address, of course, was a pure bluff. Previously, he had known that no messages would be sent because there was nothing to find. On this occasion, he knew the document would be found, and in a message sent the following day, he could then go to the island in his own time, exactly as if he had the message, which would be causing a little but no great bewilderment at some London bank. We're told something about how he arrives as if he already knew the letter was going to arrive. But then something went wrong. On his arrival home on December 17th, he received a letter from Henry saying he suspected Grundle. In discussing his handwriting on the poisoned sweet label, Colin Rayburn had used the old-fashioned English S, and his uncle Henry had jumped to the conclusion that this was a German S, thus throwing suspicion on Grundle. It was by no means time for suspicion to fall on Grundle, as his work was not yet finished, and it would have been highly inconvenient were any attempt made to arrest him. The letter, which mentioned Henry's suspicions, also mentioned the planchette incident, so immediately Rayburn received it. He bought a planchette, wrapped some arsenic tablet in the instructions, and returned to the island. Henry, in his next letter, referred to the fact that Grundle had arrived almost before one would have expected the message to reach him. And of course, it was quite impossible for the message about the discovered document to have reached him the same day, even had the London bank address been genuine, and it most certainly was not. On arriving at the island on the night of December 19th, he threw the wrapped-up bottle on the mound of earth from which it was duly retrieved and handed to him the next day, together with the document which he had put in the same place the previous Saturday. Professing to show more interest in the document, he sent the bottle to Henry, and Stobart was detained according to the plan. He then returned home to learn from Henry that his plan had succeeded, and went again to the island on December 23rd. This time he had to commit murder with his own hands, as, had Emily survived after his scheme was completed, one half of the title would have lain dormant in her, and his claim to it would have been weakened. He therefore threw her over the cliff, left for Balladie the following day, and found awaiting him a letter from Henry that must have given him great pleasure. This not only told him that the document had at last been seen by Henry, but it also enclosed a photograph of himself as Grundle, which, through its having been printed in reverse, gave him a new idea. Returning to the island, he ostensibly to rifle the vault before Emily's funeral, he stayed until New Year's Day. That night he lured his uncle down to the back of the castle, possibly by throwing stones at his bedroom window, and stabbed him, taking care to use his left hand as suggested by the photograph which Henry had sent him. His last problem was to provide an excuse for Grundle to commit suicide. He therefore wrote to the Edinburgh police indicating Grundle and mentioned that he was adopting some foolish ruse to enable them to capture both the criminal and the so-called treasure. The letter to Grundle was, of course, never sent, but the police inferred that Grundle had received it and consequently killed himself. All that remains, then, if my suggestions are tenable, is to explain why the present Lord Malinsay ever consented to the publication of his papers. The answer is surely that the 38 years which have passed, while they have satisfied him that he is safe from discovery himself, have done nothing to satisfy his gnawing curiosity as to who could have committed the first murder. He hopes that one of your readers may succeed, and I think I can do so. Okay, so we're about to read the original murder, which we're told Colin did not commit, and Colin only took it as his opportunity. All right. Well, we know that George first freaked out based on the initial burglary. Let's read. Observe the little pool of water under the wash basin in the 5th Earl's bedroom. This is not in the position of overflowed water and can only have come from the trap in the pipe under the basin, which is normally full of water to prevent bad smells passing along the waste pipe into the room. But once it was emptied and the bolt bad smells passing along the waste pipe into the room. But once it was emptied and the bolt replaced, an empty pipe was provided with the bedroom at one end. What was at the other end of this pipe referred to the block plan of the castle, and the answer is the interceptor near the engine house just behind the stables where Norman Ward lived. This plan shows clearly that the basin waste pipe was directly connected to the main drain without any intervening traps. Refer to the block plan of the castle. What is it talking about? Oh, look at that. There is some detail here. There are some dotted lines here. Look at that. There are some dotted lines, and you know what it says here? It says cesspool. So it's lines to the kitchen and the stable that say cesspool. So there's a cesspool, and they have lines connecting stable, kitchen, drawing room, castle keep. I don't know how we're supposed to... But basically it's saying that the cesspool connects there and then to the stable. All right, let's read this. The answer is the interceptor near the engine house just behind the stables where Norman Ward lived. This plan shows clearly that the basin waste pipe was directly connected to the main drain without any intervening traps. Ward must have sealed the fresh air inlet and then pumped gas into the interceptor near the cesspool, which was in the ground of his own quarters. The gas would travel to the castle and would not escape through any other basin other than the one whose trap had been emptied. The gas having fulfilled its function of asphyxiating Lord Malinsay, Ward had only to suck it back with a reverse action pump to clear the bedroom, an undertaking he had the whole night to devote to, and the container could be thrown in the sea at a suitable opportunity. Who emptied the trap? Obviously, Lady Malinsay on the Monday morning when she visited the room on her weekly inspection of the castle. The 5th Earl died, you will remember, on the Monday night. Alrighty. Well, all right. let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll give our closing thoughts, which I don't think will go as long as our previous days. Jonathan, spend the next 5 minutes thinking about your closing thoughts. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. I just quickly rushed to the kitchen and stuffed my face with some food. We have finished the Malinsay Massacre. We read the two-part solution. I have some very mixed feelings about it. Jonathan's in the chat. He's going to give his thoughts as well. I want to point out one little subtle, clever piece of the clues. We're told that Colin came and impersonated this Grundle person, which is bizarre to me. But I do want to point out one fun consistency, which is that Grundle never wanted to meet with us, right? He was very reclusive, and he left us a letter, and he's like, look, I think this will help explain everything, but I really am busy. I really don't want to meet with you because we might detect that he was Colin. So that's a cool detail looking back at it. But I have to say, this explanation was too convoluted. This idea that he flew in impersonating the geologist, that just seems very bizarre. And the coincidence of there being two different murderers, the wife and her boyfriend that she was having an affair with, they killed George with a ridiculous plan with the gas in the room. That was too far-fetched and too silly. But then the idea that Colin, who's now already rented a place, I mean, remember, he's been renting the place on the island for 3 years, I believe, yeah. And then he takes this as his opportunity to kill off the rest of the family. It doesn't really make sense, and it's too big a coincidence. It's nice in the sense that maybe we should have known that, not we should have known, but you could say, look, there was no way for one person to have done the gas and killed him, so maybe we had to separate those two. That whole thing about Grundle being really Colin, and that the real murder of George was done by the wife for independent reasons. It's not just that it was too convoluted and too random, it's that it wasn't satisfying. There was nothing satisfying about that. However, this is the perfect case of a game where I think our explanation was better. Our explanation was that Colin was masterminding this from wherever he was in London or whatever, and that this family of the heirs that had served the family for 5 generations were sort of religious fanatics and devoted to putting the proper person back on the title, and that he sort of worked with them, the outsider and the insider, the inside men or women in this case, that they arranged all this. I like that better. So I like our explanation better, although I acknowledge that the initial killing of George is kind of hard to set up. But I also didn't like that way that they killed him. I didn't like that as a core mystery. Let's read some of Jonathan's points. He says, Con, too many characters. Could have been good if some of the characters other than the family were murdered. I agree with you. There were too many people to keep track of. Pro, sense of humor throughout. Was there that much humor in it? There wasn't that much humor. It was sort of, the humor was in how he suspected everyone until he cleared them up. I suppose there was a little bit... the parts where this writing works, I mean, you read this and you know you've got a writer doing this. I think he's a good writer. He's got the little human pathos, little human the humanity of the characters come through. Like, again, he's had this situation where he hates these people, he suspects them, and then he like comes to realize they're human people, and then but then they get into fights. I mean, there was some cool stuff about the wife. He changes his tune, he sees how she's sweet. There were some really nice elements to that. And like, it's done well, the part where you suspect someone and then you're like, oh, they have an explanation for that. Like, first you think the butler's a nice guy, then you're like, ah, it must have been him. Then they arrest him, and then he's like, I'm so glad that guy should be punished, that traitorous servant. And then he gets out and he convinces our guy, that Henry, that he's not a bad guy after all. Like, I love the sort of wave, the oscillations between who you feel is guilty and suspicious. I think that's really done well. Jonathan says, Con, I feel like being on an island with a killer should be claustrophobic. Felt like that a little near the very end to me, but did not really feel like that for most of it. Okay. Con, I feel like starting with a locked room mystery is bad for this trapped on an island scenario. Instead of making you think about who and creating a sense of paranoia, it focuses you on how. Yeah, I think you might have a bit of a point there. Humor, I think the stuffy writing style of the bird academic turned detectives describing events was funny. MS Dasher says, I laughed a lot. I mean, he wrote a book on birds called Little Bits of Fluff. yeah, that was pretty nice. I really appreciate how these different books are framed completely differently. In the first one, it's almost all interviews, transcripts of interviews by the detective on the ground who's gruff and you can feel his personality. The second one were these long biographical stories written by the key players. This one was in the form of lots of short letters. And it was sort of framed in an interesting way. All the letters were in one direction, from Henry, who's sort of naively investigating this case, complaining about the police, writing to Colin, his young nephew, who has another role in the story. It's like it's operating at these multiple timescales. Like, we get hired 40 years after the fact to solve this cold case, and we're reading the letters that are being sent between Henry to Colin, and this growing sense of apprehension is developing as we start to suspect the tragedy of the fact that Henry is writing to Colin, and is Colin masterminding this whole thing. That was cool. And in fact, it turns out that that was used. The fact that Henry was providing information to Colin, that Colin was then turning around and using to confuse the fact. I thought that was pretty cool. I also really liked, we've talked about this before, and this whole book, it's odd that this has been almost forgotten in the modern mystery suspect games. And we talked about this during the early discussions of Dune, House Secrets and stuff. This idea that time is passing, that we are reading this book sequentially and time is passing. We're seeing new events happen. And at some point halfway in, we realize before the protagonist, Henry, who's writing these letters, realizes that his whole family is being killed off. And when Emily comes to visit him, ooh, that was scary. We knew poor Emily was not in good shape. She was in danger. And then he still doesn't see it. He's like, it's well written that we know, like, Emily gets killed and then we know a letter's going to come, right? Like, we know that foreshadowing. We know we're going to read this sad letter where Henry is completely bereft. His son gets killed. Now his daughters get killed. It's pretty compelling reading emotionally. And the fact that so much time is spent reading from the standpoint of this one person, Henry, we're invested in him. And it hurts to see his family slowly taken down, and it hurts that he's writing to Colin, the very person who's doing it. Jonathan says, here's a mixed comment. The stuffy writing style added humor, but at the same time took away some of the dread to me. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wish with the son, we got to know a little bit about the son, and then the son was killed. Emily, the moment she shows up, we're like, ugh, Emily's not going to be long for this world. And we don't really talk, we don't hear anything about her. She just arrives. A couple days later, after we're lulled into complacency, she's killed. But I would have liked more intrigue around her death. I would have liked some clues to her death. And I would have liked to hear a bit more about her, like hear from her interactions. Instead, she was sort of like it was part of the story that had to get told. It wasn't very important. I felt like too many people to sort of keep track of, and too many dates, like the dates about when the geologist was leaving and coming back. We didn't really bother to try to keep track of all that because these games have trained us to not overly worry about it. MS Dasher says, also, my brother's been killed, my son has been killed, my daughter's been killed. Yes, I'll just hang around here a bit longer. Yes. Yes, you would think he might be a little paranoid and get out of there and not bring his daughter after the son was killed. But yes, he had to know that the murderer was afoot and he shouldn't be hanging out there with the murderer and his sons and daughters. I would have appreciated, I liked our theory better, that this was really, I mean, it was all focused on him getting his title back, Colin. I don't think we needed, I don't like the fact that there was a coincidental murder by the wife and her boyfriend. That seems like it detracts from the fun of this story, of figuring out that it was Colin. And the whole impersonating the geologist, that just seemed overkill. I think this is the second time. The first book, okay, let me not spoil the first and second book in case anyone hasn't watched it. But this idea that the final answer is this two-part answer now. First, you're answering how Colin solved it, and then you're answering what was unsatisfactory about Colin's solution. That was cool. That was fun, and it really created this tension when we were guessing who he would frame. Like we had to guess not what's the real answer, but who he would frame. And that was cool. It was cool that we first answered that and got an answer. And then it was cool how we were seeing these letters and we're like, this is fishy. And we're seeing Colin, finally hearing from Colin and reading what he's saying and being like, we don't really trust this guy. And it was fun to be on our tenterhooks about whether we were right or wrong, and we were basically right on the main thrust of it. But I really like that little twisting ending. I mean, that's the second time we've had a little twist ending, and I can't remember seeing it in any of the modern Mystery Suspect games, which is bizarre. It's bizarre that in 1938 he was doing this sort of advanced stuff in terms of having these clever twist endings. That's happening it's like a movie now. When you watch a movie now, it's very common to have a ending that seems like the real ending and then a little bonus ending on top that's a little twist. And it's kind of bizarre that the other Mystery Suspect games don't have that. And part of why they don't have it is because they're structured in a way that just throws all the documents to you and then you read the solution when you're completely finished. Whereas this format can let you try to answer it and then has more pages afterwards where there are more developments. So I think the mechanics, the structure, the take your time, patient writing, the humanity writing, the characters fleshed out, all really work for me. I do think all the flaws are real, though. Too many people that weren't fleshed out. Real missed opportunity with all of these diagrams and stuff. I think the core mystery that we're led to believe is so important for this one is the least satisfying part about this. The way they put the gas in was pretty unsatisfying. The way you were supposed to be able to tell it from the diagrams seemed very far-fetched. We did figure out it was probably related to the sink and gas in, but it just seemed like, you know, one of the things that's different between this and modern games is that here, you're only provided with the barest of facts and clues that don't really show you what happened. You have to make very big leaps to come to conclusions. And the more modern way of doing these games is to give you lots of clues that if you find them all, you have a fairly strong evidence of what happened. I do really feel, though, in all of these games, you're seeing the hand of a real writer in a way that you just do not for most of these games. And it's not just, like, if you look at Dave Neal's Baker Street Irregulars, there's very good writing in that. But it feels to me like a different kind of problem when you're writing small, short paragraphs the way you find in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. There's real skill in the writing of that game, but it's not like a novel. You're not developing characters that get fleshed out and have arcs and stuff. And to me, these books feel like you can see a real writer is beneath this, writing long-form stuff that works, that holds together. And even if the actual details of the mystery and the solution to the mystery don't quite hold up, the writing of the dialogue of the characters in this long form, these letter after letter after letter, it feels like these are real people. Like, it felt like Henry was a real person writing and suffering when his kids died and trying to solve this. So for me, that's a real win. And I like being able to read letters. There's something enjoyable about reading the letters that someone's writing to someone. And the movement of time through these books is really satisfying. The fact that things are happening. This one was interesting because of the multiple time scales. We got the time periods. We got the cold case that got reopened, and then we're reading letters from 40 years ago about a family that's 300 years old. I would have liked a little more tie-in to their family history. Like maybe over the course of the game, we learned about the troubles in the family and the split of the family and how there might be tension between the two sides of the family. Jonathan and MS Dasher, let's hear your other thoughts about the game and pros. Jonathan says, I like the letters, but would really like different sets of letters between different sets of characters. Yeah, we got that in some of the adventure games. I don't know. I don't know. There was something, I completely hear what you're saying. And it's hard to know without seeing it. It's sort of a counterfactual. Would the game have been better if there were letters from all these different people? But I have to say, and I think this gets back to my feeling about all three books. It's not just that you get the sense of a real writer behind the scenes. It also feels like, what's the right word? It's like there's a vision that the author has. And in this one, we're seeing everything from Henry's perspective. Everything is from Henry's perspective, and Henry confiding to Colin while he's struggling to understand what's going on. And I think there was something powerful about that, and powerful about seeing Henry's thought processes and how he goes from suspecting one person after the next, and each person he suspects, and he's clear this person is deviously minded, and then he comes around and tells Colin, like he's confiding to a friend, you know, I was wrong about this guy. He's really a pretty good guy. He seems genuine. You know, I was wrong about her. Yeah, she's kind of low level, but I can see her kindness. And those little developments as he reevaluates things, I think work because we're so focused on him and seeing his thought process from letter after letter after letter. And I really appreciated that. MS Dasher says, I like these. I'm not hooked up on whether or not I can solve it. I like the journey and take some enjoyment from the incredulity of the solutions. The writing makes these for me. Yes, I agree. And Duke says, do you have a favorite layout of the 3 books so far, of the narrative framing? That's a good question. I will say, we played Sherlock Holmes, we played Adventures by Gaslight, and we spent 45 hours of streaming and hundreds of emails and days trying to solve it. And I am enjoying the fact that we know from these books that we're not going to really spend 20 hours trying to solve it. And it's a much more sort of breezy process of like reading the story, thinking for a bit, and then reading the solution. I liked that we didn't try to overly analyze and solve it. So it's a different experience. I don't expect to solve everything, so it didn't bother me that we came up with a different thing. I would like to hear Jonathan and MS Dasher's answer to that question about a favorite layout of the 3 books. I'm going to put the first book, Murder Off Miami and A File on Bolitho Blaine, is not my favorite. That one I can answer quite easily. I really liked the humor and the structure of re-interviewing these people and confronting them with different stuff. That was quite cool, but definitely not my favorite. The second one was told with these autobiographical sketches. That felt much more like a novel. That felt like a real novel of some humanity. And there were touching story moments in that were moving and adult and sort of human condition, really, really spoke to the human condition and subtle and nuanced. For me, the writing in number 2, Who Killed Robert Prentice, was the best by far, and probably the best mystery of them all and most satisfying. So for me, number 2, Who Killed Robert Prentice, was the best overall and framed well. With one little asterisk, and that is that there were big chunks of like 30 pages of autobiography written by one person. And that feels like there's some work involved to get through that. And I think I like it broken up into letters. So I think for the narrative framing of the story, leaving aside the content of the cases, I liked reading these letters. Reading the letters is something very pleasurable in a way that there isn't reading a 30-page autobiography written by someone. So for me, the book 2, by far the best book overall in all areas. Best writing, best story, best mystery, most compelling, most interesting characters, etc. Best scope, everything. So 2, by quite a large margin, best. But I do think this proves that this letter writing over time is very compelling. And as a mechanic, I think this would be the one, if I was going to try to write a mystery, this would be the framework and mechanic I would use. I think trying to pull off 30-page autobiography stuff seems exceedingly difficult, and it's a miracle he was able to pull that off. So MS Dasher says, I would go second, third, first in order of preference. The second played on my mind after we finished for a couple of days. Jonathan says, I would go with Robert Prentice as well. It has less characters, presents the more factual clues early, and lets you interpret them. Yep. Okay, so we're all three of us in agreement that the second book, Who Killed Robert Prentice, is the best of all, for sure. I do like having things broken up a little more. So having lots of small letters or diary entries, it's more digestible. It's less, it feels less like a bit of a marathon. Whereas Who Killed Robert Prentice had some marathon sections where it's just like, whoa, we have to just read 30 pages, 40 pages. That was a bit of an uphill climb. If it wasn't so compelling, that would have been hard. So I do think it's very risky to approach it that way. I think it makes much more sense to break things up into letters. And also, the letters had that element of one person writing to another character who was involved in the story. In the second case, it was weird because there were people writing always to us. It was the wife writing to us, then the mistress writing to us. So there wasn't that element of how will the person receiving it interpret it and use it because it was to us. But I guess it has its pros and cons. It was also not in the second one. Well, I don't want to give anything away, but the fact that in this one there's 4 murders and committed by different people for completely different reasons, that was just too much. The Duke of Zil says, I wonder if the 4th book will be a new layout yet again. That's a great question. Well, the 4th book is widely considered the worst. So it will be interesting to see how it goes. I would say, Jonathan and MS Dasher, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this as well. I would say that this was not a failure. I mean, the solution at the end was a bit convoluted, but this was not a failure. This does not feel like they gave up. To me, there were very cool elements of this. The human side of how he interacts with the different people in this household. So anyone who's saying that this book is totally worthless by the time he got to number 3, that's wrong. It may not be as good as number 2, but it looks like all of us are saying this would be our second choice, better than number 1. So I'm ready to play number 4. And if Jonathan and MS Dasher are ready to go, we'll plan to play it next week, I guess Tuesday at 11 p.m. again, unless I hear differently from Jonathan Warner. MS Dasher, if you'd like to join us again and you want to help coordinate if Tuesday at 11 won't work, you can email me at my at coopfor2@gmail.com. MS Dasher says, not for me, but if you were a fan of the physical components in the others, they looked minimal, just a tablet. Well, some newspaper and letters and documents. But yes, in terms of physical items in this one, it was just the tablet, which, if you'll remember, they got criticized for. And so in the next one, there's tons of it. There's tons of physical items. So they tried to make up for it. I am very curious to see what new framing device will be used for the next book, given that each of these books have been quite different. I don't see how he comes up with these different ideas each time. This one, I tasted the pill from 79. It's disintegrating a little bit now. It did not taste like peppermint, by the way. It just tasted like chalk. But it's back in its container now for the next person. Jonathan says, MS Dasher says, I got number 4 on eBay, so MS Dasher can play along. Good. Jonathan says, I'm curious how Wheatley and Link compare to the other Dossier writers, but I'm not sure we want to go right into those. Yes, well, we've talked about this at the beginning. After these 4, or contemporaneous with these 4, the American publisher hired different writers to write 3 different Americanized version. We looked at one at the beginning, File on Rufus Ray. This would be the first one. It's labeled as case file number 2, File on Rufus Ray, but it's actually crime file number 2. Crime file number 1 is shared with the British version, so that's the one we already played. So this would be the one we would play. There's a lot of, it's big. There's some physical evidence. So I'm inclined to play this one, but I feel like at some point we're going to be needing a break from these Dossier books. They feel like a lot of reading all in one chunk, and we may need to take a little bit of a breather for that. But I'm at your disposal, whatever you guys want to do. We could try one of them. If we play the 4th Wheatley next week, then I'll make a little review of all 4. I'll steal everything I can from what Jonathan and MS Dasher have said, use it as my own commentary when I do the review, and then we can think about what we want to play next. I'm quite curious to how this 1950s one compares. But I'm up for circling back to some Sherlock Holmes or one of the other modern hidden games ones. Whatever you guys want. Any other thoughts? I've come out of this with some real appreciation for Dennis Wheatley. I have to say, I've had a little bit of a feel for why he was so popular back in the 30s. Jonathan says, how does this compare to the Suspect stories? Well, when you say the Suspect stories, do you mean the actual game Suspects, which I reviewed, that's made up of cards? Or do you mean the general idea of the mystery suspect type cold case games? Because there is a game called Suspects, which is described as an Agatha Christie-like stories that you try to solve using decks of cards. If that's what you're talking about, that's a whole different beast. There's very little story involved in there, very thin amount of writing, and not totally different vibe. This is all about the writing. Duke of Zil says, Suspects 2 is coming in April. Sherlock fans cases too. Suspects, I didn't get on the wavelength with it. So there were parts of it in the system that I liked. You can watch my review. I shouldn't spend too much time talking about it. But I got big parts wrong because I got lazy. But I also just felt it was a little bit thin. But I did like some of the ideas. Jonathan says, I meant Suspects the game, just curious because this also seemed like a Christie type story. Yeah, a little bit, I guess. Suspects is really boiled down to little cards, and most of it is like, this is what they think of each person. It's just the tiniest amount of text on this set of 30 cards or whatever, maybe 50 cards. And it just felt to me like when you have all this writing in these Wheatley books, as MS Dasher was saying, a huge part of the enjoyment is the story and the way it's written. And you can forgive the end mystery and solution if the ride was so enjoyable. Well, in games like Suspects, there's no real ride to speak of. So the mystery has to be great. And they didn't quite work for me, although in fairness to the game, I overlooked some things that might have made it more satisfying had I thought them through more. That might be a game that would be really beneficial to play with multiple people. So maybe when Suspects 2 comes out, we'll play it on the channel and see if we feel better about it, it being a tighter mystery. You do get the sense from these Wheatley games that in the modern cold case mystery suspect games, they really seem set up so that you're supposed to read it and everyone has a motive, everyone has an alibi, everyone is a suspect. And then you're really supposed to find contradictions that say, okay, it couldn't be this one, it couldn't be this person, and now I'm left with this person, and it really looks like it's this person. And then you say, yes, it's them. These feel much more like you don't really have great ways to eliminate people. And you're dealing a lot more with your intuitions about a certain person's personality. And the end story is much more convoluted in ways that you couldn't have figured out and guessed. So you're not really expected to completely solve it by the time you get to the end. You're just supposed to have some suspicions and ideas and maybe point to the right person but not know the details and not really be able to rule people out. So it's a much more of a fuzzy, soft solution to these, which I think is fine. Duke of Zil says, I'm most excited for the official SHD spinoff of Bureau of Investigation. Yes, this is the Cthulhu-themed Sherlock Holmes consulting detective game that is due out in France any minute now, any day now, and will hopefully be translated rapidly into English. And yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it. I'm a little wary of it. It looks like there's a small map, not a nice big map. So I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll definitely be playing it. We'll definitely be playing it. It was interesting that in this one, we didn't get a little epilogue where we arrested Colin. Duke of Zil says February 25th, both English and French. Well, that's exciting. Is it true we didn't get a little epilogue where they get two maps? All right, well, I'm looking forward to it. We didn't get a... Here's the little back cover of the original Wheatleys. Over 400,000 copies of Dennis Wheatley's books have been sold in the last 12 months. Public thriller writer number 1. The most successful adventure writer of our time. Among the books that have made him world famous are The Found Atlantis, The Devil Rides Out, The Forbidden Territory, Uncharted Seas, Red Eagle, The Golden Spaniard. He was a prolific writer. So, no epilogue about arresting Colin, though. That's kind of weird. I guess they're like, yeah, he's an old guy. He got away with it. Let him have his fun. Any other final thoughts, Jonathan, MS Dasher, on this game we just played? I have to say that I never would have guessed that playing this and interacting with the chat while trying to solve these mysteries, that was not something I considered. And I think I played Sherlock Holmes games, I played Gumshoe, all just by myself talking to camera but not getting any feedback. And I know I've said this before, but I really have to say it's a totally different, much more enjoyable experience to be able to bounce ideas back and forth with the channel, and especially with a small number of people, that's manageable. So I've really enjoyed playing with Jonathan and MS Dasher and Aaron when Aaron was here. So I hope we can continue this. Obviously, don't feel any obligation to join if you can't make a live stream. That's fine. But I really do appreciate you guys playing along and helping solve these cases. And I do feel like it's a totally different experience. I'm not sure these are watchable by anyone, but if the 2 of us, 3 of us, 4 of us, Duke of Zill, when you play along with us as well, if it's enjoyable, it's enjoyable. It doesn't need to be appealing to a larger audience. Any final thoughts from Jonathan and MS Dasher? I'm sort of glad we got this done in one stream, although it's almost 8 o'clock. That means this has been a 9-hour stream. This might be the longest stream now. We now may have broken the record on this channel for longest stream. It's somewhere around the 9-hour mark. Although I guess we haven't quite been on for 9 hours because YouTube doesn't start streaming till I'm in for five minutes or so. I start a little early, so we haven't quite crossed the 9-hour stream mark, but we are getting close. February 25th is the Arkham SHCD, huh? I'll have to see about pre-ordering it. Duke of Zill says, looking forward to the next one and the review of all 4. If anything comes to mind, I'll drop a comment. Yes, good. Jonathan tends to write comments on the YouTube stream a little afterwards, which are quite insightful. So this one has lots of physical evidence. The next one, that looks pretty fun to look at. And all I see is anti-terrorist. So maybe we're dealing with terrorism on our next gameplay. Yes, Jonathan is the one that opened our eyes to these crime dossiers. He was doing some research into this history of these games and discovered this whole world of these crime dossiers. And now we've discovered a dozen or more of these games. And it's really fun to see how they've evolved. And in some ways, how we've taken a step backward with these mystery suspect games. It really does kind of feel like we've taken a step backward in some ways. The loss of the sequential progress of time passing, the loss of these clever kinds of endings, the loss of the good, serious writing. Yeah. Well, we'll see how the others hold up. All right. Well, it was great playing with you. And I'll see you next week sometime for the 4th and final of the Dennis Wheatley JG Links crime dossiers. And with that, see ya.